Yeah, like obviously...
I reckon it's going to be outrageous, seriously.
The Assembly returns.
Our student journalists are back.
It's a really beautiful question.
To interview Andy Lee, Jessica Malboy and more.
You guys are superstars.
The brand new season of The Assembly. Streaming now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the silence down. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and riding all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal.
Oh, yeah. Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Rosen kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running.
From 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through.
What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang! And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's second versus third in the West. Hawthorn will provide Fremantle's biggest challenge of 2026. The Dockers and the Hawks both on hot streaks. The Hawks, they did draw last week against Collingwood, but they're unbeaten in their past 7, while Fremantle are looking for an 8th straight win. It could be a rehearsal of what we might see come September. Great you could join us wherever you happen to be on ABC Sport, right around the nation. Clint Wilden with you. We'll head downstairs in just a moment into the Hawks camp. Bridget Lacey on the boundary. But first, a big g'day to Mitch Turner. We've been looking forward to this one for some time, Mitch. The Dockers and the Hawks can't wait to see what prevails. Both of these teams look the goods at the moment.
G'day, Clint. It catches you by surprise sometimes here in the West. We get a Thursday night game early in the week. It feels like a Friday around town, though. There's a bit of a buzz for what is going to be an absolute cracking game, we hope. Two very informed sides, despite the draw last week for the Hawks. Both these teams haven't lost since their first game of the year. Of course, Freo, 10-point loss to Geelong in round 1, and Hawthorn, a 27-point loss to the Giants in opening round. So unbeaten, you can say, because there is a draw in there, but both sides unbeaten since their first game of the year. Looking forward to what is hopefully going to be a really good crowd for a Thursday night and really good game of footy.
Dockers have certainly got the wood on Hawthorn in recent times. They won 7 of their past 8 games against the Hawks, which is most fascinating because of every club that was around back in 1995 when Fremantle entered the competition. It's the Hawks that they've tasted the least success against. They've only beaten them 15 times in the 44 occasions that they've gone head-to-head. And, of course, it was Hawthorn who prevailed in their one and only trip to the big dance, as they call it, grand final day back in 2013, the start of 3 consecutive premierships for the Hawks. Just too good for the Dockers on that day. Joined by 2 men who know all about what it's like to perform on grand final day. Jared Schofield, premiership player. Sharad Wellingham, premiership player. Good to see both of you. This is a big one for both of these clubs. Jared?
Yeah, good to be here, Clint. Look, I'm really excited for this game. You got one of the best defensive teams in Fremantle in the competition, but you look at Hawthorn, when their offense is electric, when they're really going, they're one of the hardest teams to stop. I think they're the 3rd best offensive team in the competition, and both teams are in ripping form. And I reckon, you mentioned before around Fremantle having the wood over Hawthorn. I really I'm excited to see what Hawthorn can do on the road. I reckon they travel well. They're a young team, obviously, and they play an exciting brand of football. And, as we know, the game's won and lost in the contest, and they're really solid in that space too. But, I'd be a bumper crowd, and really excited to see what both teams produce.
Clint, gents, great to be here. Got here nice and early as well. No traffic issues this early, but I'm sure there will be later, as Mitch mentioned. I'm very much looking forward to this. Everybody around town's been talking about it. It's definitely got a finals-like build-up. But the 2 I'm most looking forward to are the 2 creative forwards for Hawthorn, as you see them walking around the city end here at Perth Stadium, and it's Ginnivan and the Wizard. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do, and I don't think I've actually seen Wiz play in person, so really looking forward to the way he works around the ground, the angles that he makes and cuts through the middle when he gets up and tries to lose his opponent and works his way back to goal. And it's the same with Ginnivan, who I really think's added a couple more strings to his bow, and his ability to get up the ground and his willingness to take the game on. I really liked what we saw from him late in the game last week against Collingwood. It probably kept him in with that chance late in the dying moments of that game. So really looking forward to what they can present tonight. But Sam Mitchell will have him prepared really well to come over here, as you said, on the road. He's really familiar with this ground, really familiar with being over in WA and what it takes. Really, they'll probably rely on Tommy Barrass as well and the experience that he has out there at this stadium. But it's definitely got a finals feel, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely. Like I said, it's one of them ones. You mentioned those 2 players in Watson. I'm really excited to see how quick this guy is and see his lateral movement. We talk about the footy IQ of Ginnivan. I hear a lot about his footy IQ. So to be able to watch it live and be able to call the game and see what he does and how he sets up others, they're a dangerous duo. But it'll be interesting to see who goes to those 2 players, especially Watson. We're talking about it off air before. Who goes to him from Fremantle? They've definitely got options that could probably match him with the speed, but it's the lateral movement of that individual that will be challenging. And it will be, I think, a game where if Hawthorn can get their offense going and enough opportunities going forward, and make the Fremantle backmen be accountable, especially their 3 keys in Pearce, Ryan and Cox. I do believe that they can kick a winnable score.
There's a lot to get through, both with this game and with everything else that's happening in the world of football at the moment. We'll head downstairs as soon as we can into the Hawks camp, and a little bit later on in the coverage, we'll be joined by Fremantle's president in Chris Sutherland. That's just before we get things fired up before the start of the game. The Hawks are currently warming up to the right of our broadcast position, going through their early warm-up. I'm really interested about how that they will go about, this is Fremantle, stopping the forwards from the Hawks, because we know that you really can't allow Fremantle's defenders to get an opportunity to just run the show, Jared. You've spoken about that before. And if they do allow that, as you mentioned, the real plus for Fremantle is their defence. They're the best defensive team in the competition. And as you mentioned, the reason why this is going to be such a terrific battle, you've got the third most attacking team in the competition in the Hawks arriving in town. So I'm really fascinated to see who actually goes to who.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's, Judd McVie, does he go to a Watson? He's got the speed, but is that the straight line speed? You can be quick, but can you laterally move? But both midfields obviously really stack up as well. Newcomb's in terrific form as well. And it's, once again, the game is built around field position and pressure that you can build. And so that would be the challenge, obviously, where it's won and lost in the middle. If Hawthorn can get enough supply to their forwards, we'll challenge any backline, but especially Fremantle's backline. But both teams should be full of confidence. I know that Hawthorn walked away with a draw last week, and a game, probably a missed opportunity. All the KPI statistics show you that they probably should have won by a lot more, or if not won the game. So both teams come into this game with a lot of confidence, and that's why I'm super excited, along probably with a lot of fans who will be watching the game to see what this game is going to be all about. It's a nice little build at the moment.
So you look at the likes when you go through Fremantle's forward line as well, Voss, Tracy, Amos, and then you have a look at the Hawks and their back line, Sicily, Barris, Impey. Got the debutant coming in, Ryan, the third-year defender, makes his debut. Bodie Ryan, taken at tick 46 in the 23 draft. He gets an opportunity. There's another Ryan, of course, who is so influential, who will be playing in the purple colours tonight in Luke Ryan too. So, there's a lot that we'll get to go through as we move towards Bounce Down, which is a good hour and a half away from here. The Hawks are just all out on the ground, and they're having the official presentation to Bodie Ryan. You can hear the applause in the background as he's just about to be handed his jumper for the very first time. This is a nice touch, and the Hawks have certainly got plenty of players around, and you can see a big group of their supporters as well, and the majority of the high flyers from the Hawthorn Football Club. Ben Stratton, West Australian, of course, former Hawk, is making the presentation across there to the youngster. He'll be wearing jumper number 26, and he's been handed over right now. Bodie Ryan on debut, originally from Glenelg in South Australia, 21 years of age, been in good form in the VFL, averaging just less than 22 disposals and more than 5.5 marks a game. So certainly in good form as he gets an opportunity to debut for the Hawks. Before we go on to anything else in this game, I'd love to get your thoughts today. 0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch with us here on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport right around the nation. 0437 774 774. A couple of bits of news to bring you up to date with as well if you haven't caught up with this throughout the day. Brisbane Lions player Kobe Evans has been found guilty of conduct unbecoming, and of course because of a homophobic slur uttered in a VFL match between Coburg and the Brisbane Lions. He's received a 4-match ban, so that's at least consistent with what we've seen in the past when a player has self-reported. So Evans admittedly that he said straight away that he had committed the offence, made full admissions in the subsequent investigations to a highly offensive homophobic slur towards a Coburg opponent, which, to quote the AFL, demeans and denigrates persons regardless of their sexuality. He expressed remorse and was also apologetic. And in addition to the sanction of the 4-match ban, he will undertake some inclusion education as well. So Tom Harley, the AFL Chief Operating Officer, underlining that everyone now in the league understands that homophobia and homophobic language has no place in our game at any level or in the wider community. And the AFL says also to continue its review of anti-vilification training across every level of the game. So that being handed down a little bit earlier today, the news about Brisbane Lions player Kobe Evans. Building up to Fremantle versus Hawthorn as we kick off round 9 here at Perth Stadium. Let's head downstairs and go into the Hawks camp. Bridget Lacey's there. Bridge.
Thanks, Clint. Yes, standing alongside Hawthorn forwards coach Adrian Hickbott. Adrian, first of all, welcome back to Western Australia, a place you spent quite a lot of time with the West Coast Eagles. Fond memories for you here?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's beautiful here, isn't it? We've been here the last couple of days and it's been really nice and a good atmosphere, and we know this stadium brings a good atmosphere as well.
Now, you just had a jumper presentation to young Bodie Ryan, debutant tonight, which is always exciting, and a Southwest product, I believe, over there. Just presented it to him in Ben Stratton. What did he have to say to the young man?
Yeah, they always got kind words. The champion player, Ben Stratton, he just spoke about the jumper itself and what it means to the footy club. And, once you wear it, you put it on, you're part of the footy club. And then, then you hand it over to the next person who comes along. So he spoke fantastically well. It seems a bit buzzy, but it's okay. Oh, I'm talking on radio here.
For those of us who haven't seen him play in the VFL, what can we expect from Bodie?
Yeah, halfback. He's an exciting young player. Backs himself in really well, really disciplined. And one thing that really stands out is he enjoys his football. He's been here for a couple of years now and just loves the game itself and loves training. And so to see his smile on his face along with his family is really good fun to look at.
And obviously you are the forwards coach. A little bit of a change up front tonight with Max Ramsden coming in and Cal Shadir out. He's obviously quite a tall man at 203 centimetres. Will he play permanent forward tonight? What's that mix got to look like for Max coming in?
Yes, ma'am. He'll play forward, all night. He's a good runner, contested player, so we hope to see him in a few aerial contests, whether he wins or halves those. And another young man who's been working really hard at Box Hill level to get an opportunity, along with Sam Butler himself. He had a rest a couple of weeks ago, come back and played last week at Box Hill and performed really well. So he's deserving of his spot as well.
Clint Wilden, Mitch Turner, Sherrod Wellingham and Jared Schofield are upstairs, and they've got some more questions for you, Adrian.
Yeah, Adrian, it's Jared Schofield here. Mate, you actually timed this weekend really well. It's Liam's 100th game in the Waffle, so good for you to be over here for that too. But more importantly, you got the obviously job at hand, coaching their forwards and the offensive part of Hawthorn. What have you identified in this game as a key element to getting you across the line tonight?
Freo are hard workers, Jared. G'day, how you going? Freo they're hard workers to contest, really play stable footy in all three lines. So it's our opportunity to make sure that we put pressure on, in our forward line especially, to halt their ball movement from the back half.
Hick, Shaz here, mate. Sorry, you stopped that sentence very abruptly. I thought there was going to be some more elaboration from you.
Sometimes you're told not to carry on. That one. Yeah.
Welcome back, mate. Good to chat with you.
Good on you,
mate. You've got a couple of little geniuses in the forward line that you get to work with, and I know that you really like to get into the mind of your players. How's it been getting into Wiz's and Guinea's minds, and how have you, I suppose, get him to add more strings to his bow and get further up the ground?
Yeah. So, so the way I coach, they're fantastic young men for a start. My job is actually to stay out of their way the best I can, as a coach. And if I get in the way of some talent or any player, it can disrupt their form. So they've got guidelines, but I just want them to be themselves. They're very good players. You got Dylan Moore as a leader there, as well as Mitch Lewis and Jack Gunston. Very experienced three players there that can also help me in that area. But just stay out of the way. Let them do their job. And if they get too carried away, I'll bring them in a little bit. But apart from that, they're okay.
When it comes to educating them and giving them those guidelines, are they surprising you with the way they view the game, and you're trying to give them the views that obviously you and the coaching panel and Mitch have come up with? Are you trying to get them to swim between a certain set of flags and letting them have influence on the way that they play?
Yeah, look, they're good thinkers. I feel, as I spoke about, as a coach, you guide players through their careers and based on their talent, their thinking capabilities within the game itself. These young forwards, they're good thinkers about the game. They come up to me with ideas and to stand with ideas. So we listen. Sometimes it'll be, not quite that, but other times it'll be, oh, gee, that's a really good idea, so let's go with that. So, yeah, we allow them to have free thinking.
And you kind of touched on it. We were worried about who's going to play on those forwards, but who from the Fremantle backline have you identified that you really need to nullify their run and carry?
The three tools are, Pearce, Cox. Their cohesion they all work together with is really good watching from from behind goals and side-on vision. They're the number one team of score efficiency at Gates, so they're hardest to score against in their backline. So that'll be a good challenge for us.
Adrian, we appreciate your time. Best of luck tonight.
You beauty. Good on you guys. Thanks very much.
Good on you, Adrian Hickbott, downstairs.
Great coach, Hick. Great, mate. He really does let players be themselves, and like he said, doesn't get in their way. And he really likes to get into the mind of the player and make them think about who they are and what they can bring to the game.
Yeah, I've never worked with Hick, but obviously working with his sons now, they give me a bit of an insight as to the father that he is to his boys, but also how he coaches. And the one thing that always been sort of come to the fore when I've spoken about obviously Hick is he brings energy, and you talk about not getting in the way of the players. He wants the players to be themselves, show their personality, express themselves, and not to try and overcoach them. And that's what he did at West Coast, and obviously that's what he's doing right now with a great bunch of players at Hawthorn.
I just know that he and Tom Barras have a very close relationship from their West Coast days. You can imagine the conversation those two have that are all about that mental space and the psychology of the player. You just know that Tom Barras and Adrian Hick might have some wild conversations and some very interesting ones. You'd love to be a fly on the wall. I know Jack Ginnivan has said he struggles to be a fly on the wall because a few of the topics are a little bit over his head, but you'd love to listen and see what those two are chatting about.
We'll have all the teams for you very shortly here on our build-up towards Fremantle versus Hawthorn. Thursday night football on ABC Radio right around the nation. But I wanted to ask you both, as people who've not just been involved with footy in a media sense, and Scully yourself in a coaching sense, but also as players, how would you feel if a sponsor of your club decides that it's not going to pay out a former teammate of yours because of fears or because they've decided that their issues don't quite qualify for a payout? My point about that is Angus Brayshaw, as was reported during the week, has failed to secure a payout from the insurance giant in Zurich, who remain a partner of the Melbourne Football Club, of course, the football club that he was paying for. So I would think that if I was a player involved under those circumstances, I would feel remarkably uncomfortable that organisation would still be linked with my football club. How would you both feel about that?
I know as a teammate to somebody that they may have happened to, I would feel really... I'd be obviously upset and I'd be confused as to why. It kind of made me think of the Fremantle women's team. I think didn't like one of the sponsors that they had, and they ended up, because they wanted to stand for something, and they ended up getting the sponsor removed from a game day jumper, I believe, because they didn't agree with what that company stood for and where they're at. And I think that shows a lot of strength and solidarity behind something that they truly believed in as a group. So I don't know if it's possible with the amount of money that Zurich are providing to the Melbourne Football Club, but you'd like to think that maybe the players can stand together and make a stand and say we don't want to represent them because they're not having our back, and we don't have faith in their ability to support us if times get tough on one of us. I don't know about you, Scully, but I'd love to see the Melbourne club kind of stand behind their players and the players stand up for themselves. If you don't stand for something, you don't stand for anything. Yeah,
I agree with all your words, and it's an interesting one because when you're a player or you're a coach in an organisation with the AFL clubs, you know, the club have partner sponsors, corporate partner sponsors that are there for a reason to help support the club, and there's an obligation for anyone that's employed by the AFL club to support back. So no having conflicting interests with your own personal brand. So you're should be a two-way street in terms of the support goes both ways. So in this situation, it's a real eye-opener. But to your comments around the players standing strong and standing up and supporting one of their, obviously, former players, who wasn't just a player that played 5 or 10 games. He's a legend of that footy club. They gave everything to that football club. Yeah, I reckon there'll be a bit of a watch on that, to be honest, because I think I would have thought there might have been a little bit more support from Zurich in that space, because I know from a player and coaching point of view that we have to do the utmost to support the corporate sponsors back the other way, and that's the industry that we're in.
So we asked the Players Association if they had any comment today, and this is the message that we got back. They said that the system is set up so that they have no oversight on which players take up the insurance option, and it's set up that way for confidentiality reasons, so they couldn't make any comment on something that they don't know anything about. And this is a quote from them again. We set up the superannuation scheme with AMP so players can access super, and by law, that has to come with death and total permanent disability insurance. So we had to go to tender to ensure we find the best one around, and Zurich was the only insurer in the country to put their hand up to insure footballers. We have no control over the decisions a commercial business like Zurich makes. And while I absolutely accept that, the bigger issue now, I think, would be how concerned should players be that they cannot be insured for something like this? Because you would also argue that after Nathan Murphy and Paul Seedsman and now Angus Brayshaw have been denied a payout, had their claims rejected, you would think, how can we possibly be covered? What does this mean bigger picture for the AFL?
I would feel completely vulnerable and unsupported. They go out there and play a high-paced impact game, and to go out there and not feel they have the support, I don't know. Does the insurance company increase the premium or whatever it is, or link it to something else where they've got less risk? But these insurance companies make so much money. Like, let's be real. They make so much money, and this is something that doesn't occur that often with the number of players. I reckon it's pretty...
I think for mine is that with the concussion protocols that are now put in place for the AFL, with the time that you have to spend out, the multiple concussions, and you got to go to the board, Jeremy McGovern went through it, it's nearly taken out of your hands. So then are we going to get... So on one part, there's a board that takes it out of your hands to say, look, you should not play any more football, or you've been advised not to play any more football. So you choose to do that, and you think about, okay, if that happens to a young man in early in his career, and you think about maybe a 10-year footballer, and then you think about life after football, where's the support then for their life after football if it's been taken out of their hands as well? Otherwise, you're going to get players that will try and get through the system, that will risk their health even more on the back end as they get later on in life. But, yeah, it's a really interesting situation that we find ourselves in.
So the real kicker about all of this is from May 1, no one's covered. All players are not covered because the insurance provider has removed cover for traumatic post-concussion syndrome. So you go and play this weekend, you suffer a big head knock, and that's your football career over. You're not covered from this point onwards. I'd be really concerned about this if I was a footballer. Especially if you are a player, let's say Tom Liberatore, who has not returned from concussion but received the last head blow before that deadline. Does that change your mind now? Because if you do come back and you suffer another one, it's always about that final blow that causes it, which becomes a really big sticking point. So for a Tom Liberatore, do you start weighing up, hey, you start talking and go, look, if you come back and cop another one, you might be in even bigger trouble here because you are going to be past the deadline, when at the moment his last head knock was prior to the 1st of May. So he would be under the previous cover, even though, as we're talking about right now,
doesn't mean you're going to get it.
Hasn't changed anything. Another one's Aidan O'Driscoll, the young West Aussie who went to the Western Bulldogs, never actually played a game because he suffered a knock at training. So he lost his entire career, lost all of that earning potential for however long his AFL career could have gone, and then subsequently after football as well. So he's another one that's gone through a number of doctors who all ruled him out and wouldn't give him the green light. So it's not just like it's one panel, one board. It's a lot. And he's still currently fighting now to try and get compensation as well, now that he's accepted that decision from a number of doctors that he won't be medically cleared.
Is it the fact that it's only brain injury, isn't it? Like, you get injured in another workplace and you can't work again and you get covered for the rest of your life, correct? So is it only the...
Well, the challenges are about concussion, which is you can have one day where you can be okay.
No, I'm saying, so if they're unable to work again, no matter what no matter what the injury is in another workplace, if you can't work again, you get compensated.
You do.
Yep.
If you are covered for those things, you are compensated.
Some have superannuation cover, like part of your superannuation will include income cover or death insurance.
This is a permanent disability cover.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm thinking out loud here.
Dan Venables, a long fight for him, and I don't think it's fully resolved either, although he's found some other avenues through some other legal avenues to get some compensation, the Premiership Eagle. But that's been a pretty big fight, and the club did a fair bit to try and help him in that as well with keeping him on the list and things like that.
News coming up, by the way. A couple of texts rolling in, 0437 774 774. Anne says, where are the ethics and the morality at the Melbourne Football Club? It's shameful. Fran, thanks for this. This was on the news a couple of weeks ago. The company not paying out compensations for concussion because it's not viable due to too many claims. Thanks for bringing this up. Hasn't been brought up enough. Good to hear it again now. Thanks for bringing it to light. Thanks very much for you getting involved as well. After the news, we'll run through all the teams, and there are some big changes that you'll want to know about. That's coming up. Wherever you're listening, this is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Back soon.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. A group of women and children linked to the Islamic State group have arrived in Melbourne, but it remains unclear whether members of the group will be arrested. Planes from Doha landed in Melbourne and Sydney this evening, carrying more than a dozen women and children who left the Al Roj camp in Syria last month. Federal police yesterday confirmed some of the women would be arrested and charged after returning to Australia, potentially facing terrorism offences. The cohort in Melbourne are yet to emerge from the airport. Mourners have come together at vigils around the country to commemorate the death of Kumanjai little baby, including a crowd of about 200 in Melbourne. Ethan Seidemann reports.
Hundreds have gathered in Thornbury in Melbourne's inner north, lighting candles and wearing pink, the young girl's favourite colour, to honour her memory. Kumanjai little baby was allegedly abducted and murdered in Alice Springs 1 week ago. Jinnabara Bunjalung woman Natasha Ellis Corrigan spoke about the significance of the ceremony.
We come together in unity to grieve together, but also to comfort each other in times of need.
Vigils are being held around the country this evening to honour the young girl's life.
The federal government says a new East Coast gas reservation scheme will help protect Australia from international market shocks, but some experts disagree. From July next year, LNG exporters will be required to set aside 20% of export volumes for Australian users. Energy Minister Chris Bowen says the policy will create a modest domestic oversupply and put downward pressure on prices. However, Energy and Climate Director at the Grattan Institute, Alison Reeve, says the government has missed an opportunity.
The government had an opportunity here to really properly restructure the relationship between our domestic and the international market. And what they've announced today, I can't see how this is going to have a material impact on price. And I think it's going to mean we have continued worries about supply shortages on the east coast of Australia.
There are hopes of a response from Tehran to Washington's latest proposals to end the US war with Iran to come shortly, although signs from the two capitals have been mixed. Here's the BBC's Caroline Davies.
The local council elections in England.
Apologies, that is the wrong audio. But bringing you that story, polls are open in Britain where millions of people are voting in local elections that are likely to have major ramifications for the national government. Europe correspondent Zoe Ford reports from London.
The local council elections in England and the parliamentary elections in Scotland and Wales are being seen as the biggest test of public opinion since Labor won the general election almost 2 years ago. They're also being framed as a referendum on the leadership of Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. Polling shows that Labor's expected to suffer heavy losses to the right-wing Reform UK party in its former industrial heartlands and to the Greens in major cities. The Conservative Party is also expected to lose seats to Reform UK. Zoe Ford, ABC News, London.
And returning to the earlier story, there are hopes that a response from Tehran to the US's latest proposal to end the war could come shortly, although signs from the two capitals have been mixed. Here's the BBC's Caroline Davies.
While we get some positive noises out of the United States, we also then hear from President Trump slightly tempering some of those positive noises that he made earlier. And from Iran's side, we have heard that they are looking at this proposal, but we've also heard some from the Iranian side talk about this being a wish list from the Americans. So tough talk from both sides. And what is really difficult to know is how much of this is public posturing and how much behind the scenes are they genuinely having these conversations that are bringing them closer together.
Football Australia has expressed delight at the news. Live screenings of the World Cup will go ahead at Fed Square. Premier Jacinta Allen today stepped in to overturn a decision from Fed Square's managers who had said the matches wouldn't be screened due to previous poor behaviour. Deputy CEO of Football Australia, Heather Garriock, says it's a good call.
It's a win for our fans, and they're most important. They're the heartbeat of why we play and why we continue to invest in our Socceroos and Matildas. So it is a win, and we're really pleased, and we can't wait to see the scenes at Fed Square.
And to the weather across Victoria, there's some scattered showers mainly on and south of the Divide this evening, with the snow down to 1,500 metres in the Alps, and winds reaching strong to gale force about the Gippsland coast and eastern ranges this evening. And there is a warning about those strong winds continuing tomorrow, with possible blizzard conditions about alpine areas set to ease tomorrow morning. A cloudy day tomorrow with scattered showers mainly on and south of the Divide again. In Melbourne, a possible shower this evening and showers again tomorrow with a top of 16, a shower or two on Saturday as well. Right now in Melbourne, it's 12 degrees.
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
Clint Wilden with you, and we're here at Perth Stadium, and great that you could join us wherever you happen to be right around the nation. This is one of the games we've been looking forward to for the last month or so. It's been building to what it could be, and that is an absolute cracker and a preview for what could come in September. It's the second place Fremantle Dockers on a 7-game winning streak up against the Hawks, who are unbeaten in 7. Of course, they did have their draw with Collingwood last week. The Dockers have got the edge over Hawthorn in recent times. They've won 7 of their past 8, and they won the last time these sides went head-to-head last year at Perth Stadium. Fremantle winning that by 13 points. Lots to chat about. We'd love to hear from you wherever you happen to be. Our text line 0437 774 774. I'm alongside Mitch Turner, our experts, both premiership players, Jared Schofield and Sharad Wellingham, with you on ABC Sport. And a fair bit to go through. Very shortly, we'll have a little chat about what's happened at Carlton. Goodness me, there's a bit going on at that football club. And we'll also talk about the changes to what's happening ruck-wise. Really interesting story in the Age newspaper. And Sam Mitchell spoke about that in the build-up to this game as well. But first, I promised you the teams, and there's a couple of really big changes. Some quite surprising ones as well. Mitch Turner, what have you got for us?
Clint, we'll go through all the changes for the teams and we'll talk about some of those big ones you mentioned. Tomorrow night, of course, Brisbane v Carlton at the Gabba. Joyce in, Gallup out for the Lions. The big one for Carlton that was talked about earlier this week, George Hewitt, the reigning best and fairest winner. He is back in the side for the first time since round 6 after being dropped alongside Wilson. Out goes Reedy and Cottrell. So George Hewitt, the reigning best and fairest winner, back in the side for the Blues. Port Adelaide v the Dogs at Adelaide Oval also tomorrow night. Watkins is in for the Power. Todd Marshall has been dropped, while for the Bulldogs, omitted is Davidson and Dolan, and out with injury Lathan Vandermeer. Emmett also omitted. Butterick, Hines. Oscar Baker is back, and Smith also into the side. Saturday at Docklands, North Melbourne against Sydney. Out goes for the Kangaroos Core, Powell and Doverston. In comes Will Dawson, Jacob Constanti, and George Wardlaw is back after missing with illness. For the Swans, Cunningham and McLean are into the side. Jai Sarong out. And of course, Charlie Curnow, which was reported earlier, out with an abdominal injury as well, the big recruit. So no Charlie Curnow for the Swans on Saturday. The Greater Western Sydney Giants, for now, up against the Bombers.
Very good.
This weekend. For the Giants, McMullen, Riccardi, Hannaford and Grishevsky into the side. Out Angwin with that concussion from last week. Jesse Hogan with the hip injury that he has been battling. He has been left out of the side, so struggling with that one. Lekalia and Xavier O'Halloran both out with ankle injuries. Lots of changes for the Bombers, Clint. The ins, Mason Redmond, Darcy Parish, Archer May, Archie Perkins, Nick Bryan and Johnson. Out Edwards, Gresham, Alhouli, Caldwell, Kondogiannis and Ben Mackay. So Ben Mackay has been officially dropped. I'm sure we'll talk about that in just a moment. Contracted until the end of 2029 on a heavily front-ended contract. He has been dropped for that clash with the Giants this weekend. The Suns and the Saints go head-to-head up in Darwin. Jepson is in for the Suns, replacing Sam Closey with that suspension. St Kilda up the one change. Butler out with a hamstring. Darcy Wilson in for Geelong v Collingwood. A host of names back for the Pies. Jeremy Howe, Beau McCreary, and of course, Scott Pendlebury to play game 432, equaling Boomer Harvey's all-time VFL AFL record. No goal number this week. We'll see what happens next week against the Eagles if he breaks the record then. So Howe, McCreary, Pendlebury back in. Perryman out with a hamstring. Parker and Hayes omitted. And to the Cats, Mitch Edwards has been managed. Reece Stanley, the veteran, gets a recall. Squads for Sunday. Melbourne v West Coast, Bowie, Adams, Kentfield and Moniz Wakefield returns for the Demons. Out at the moment, just Brodie Myercheck with a hamstring. For the Eagles, Harry Edwards back into the squad after missing with concussion. Fears he would miss longer. He is back. Harvey Johnston, Beau Allen recalled to the squad. Clay Hall, Jack Williams, Jack Hutchinson omitted. Schonberg, Matthew Owies and Elijah Hewitt, whose future has been talked about a fair bit this week coming in, whether he'll take some offers from over east. He has been omitted, sent back to the Waffle to find some form in the midfield. Richmond v Adelaide at the MCG, the last one to finish. Taranto is back after missing with concussion. Roberts Thompson to make his debut. Trainer into the side. Samson Ryan back. And Dion Prestia at the moment out with a calf. These are just squads. For Adelaide, obviously Taylor Walker. That hamstring in the showdown, he is out. Jordan Butts with an adductor. And the ins, Nick Murray joining his brother. Jordan Dawson, great to see the captain back after what has been an interrupted few weeks with what's been going on, of course, behind the scenes. Luke Nankervis, Ben Dowling and Finbar Maley all into the side. So a number of big names in, a number of big names out. Not sure where you want to start, Clint, but I'll let you handle that.
I'll start with Ben Mackay. Omitted?
Omitted.
Okay. Ask you both, Jared Schofield and Sharad Willingham. Is it ever okay for supporters to Bronx cheer one of their own players? Because you would suggest he hasn't been managed, that the club themselves knew Ben Mackay was battling, and they've now almost been forced to make a decision to remove him from their side. Is it ever okay for supporters to say, we're not happy with how someone's performing?
It's a tough one. I think there's been a few players in my time at West Coast who got it a little bit and kind of makes you resent the fans doing it a little bit as from a player's point of view. Do they have the right to do it? I think they do. I don't think it's right. They have the right to do it.
Yeah, they're different arguments. It's a good point.
I agree with that. Yeah, it's not right, but they pay their money. They're passionate supporters. They want their team to win. They're probably just they're vocally voicing their frustration with an individual, but
they can't go up to him on a Monday and say, mate, can you start playing better?
Yeah, I still don't think it's right. Like a player, and we've been there, but you don't go out there to not try. Your form, to stay at the top of your game is a very hard thing to do for any individual. The position he plays too, there's always a end consequence. Yep. Goals kicked.
I saw something where a goal hadn't been kicked and he was cheering.
It's very binary. Isn't it?
Yeah, but it's I just think back to your point, Jared, it's not right, and it does nothing for the individual. And supporters should just be supporting.
So I'll ask you this, and you've been in the role as a senior coach, you've been as a line coach, you've played yourself at the very highest level, Jared. If one of your players was going through what Ben Mackay was going through, how would you have dealt with it?
Well, first and foremost, you're having a lot of conversations to try and find that happy medium of not overthinking and not putting that massive spotlight on the performance, because the individual knows, whether they're in form, out of form, and what they're doing right, whether they're doing right. And I think it's more about how you manage the mindset of an individual to really try and remind them of what their best version looks like, and how you support them in that space. And sometimes it's more around, okay, this is like a reset button. This is, you're on big money, you're a marquee player. There is a tag that comes with that. You want the big dollars, you've got to perform. but it's trying to deflect from that and just sort of try and get back to the mindset around what does your best version look like? How can we reset you? How can we now get your mindset into a space where you're feeling good about your football, you have the love of the game. I remember working with Adam Simpson. He talked a lot around that the love of the game. And as individuals, you want to make sure you're enjoying what you're doing. And he's obviously not in the space where he is. And it's more about how you wrap your arms around the individual, because your ego gets kicked. You get a kick to your ego. And that's the biggest thing as any footballer, any athlete, is that when you do get dropped from a team environment, it's the ego that gets checked straight away. But once you get through that and you focus on what's at hand, and that's him playing VFL and getting to work, 1 week it goes pretty quickly. But yeah, it's just more the support you can show to an individual, and then show them the direction of what they need to go after to make sure they get back into the form they want. Because, you said he's a marquee player. He should be a starting sort of 18 player for him. So they want him back. You want him back in the team as quick as you can.
So is this, or could it be, a bit of a circuit breaker? It was obviously building. The fans were frustrated. They expect more. They reacted the way they did. Brad Scott had to defend him when asked the question. I understand why, as the senior coach, you have to do that. Now that they've decided to drop him back to the VFL, a week or two down there, can it be a circuit breaker when he does return?
For him, absolutely. That's what I was just about to say is, yes, your ego's been hit, but he's got to go back and have a great mindset and attack the game and not go down there and drop the head and feel like I'm the marquee player getting dropped back to the VFL. He should be aiming to go back out there and put in a couple of really good performances. I'm not sure where he's at in terms of love of the game, and like you said, is he turning every stone to get the best out of himself? Is he doing all of that and still not performing? Or is he in a place at the moment where he's struggling to get into the club and struggling to find motivation to play? I'm speculating totally here. I've got no idea where he's at. So go back and absolutely put everything into putting together a really good VFL performance. And I don't know if the messaging was bang down the door or just go back and enjoy your footy.
We're at Perth Stadium. This is Thursday night footy. You're on ABC Sport right around the nation, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and on ABC Listen. The Dockers will take on the Hawks less than an hour away from now. Hawthorn making 3 changes. They bring in a debutant as well, their third of the season. Bodie Ryan got presented his jumper by Ben Stratton a little bit earlier. Butler returns. Ramsden's in as well. Deere is out with an adductor strain. Scrimshaw and McGuinness both been omitted. For the Dockers, just the one change. McPhee, who was ill last week, and there was a touch of a bug going through the Dockers camp last week and the week before, is back into the side. Sharp is the omission. Fremantle versus Hawthorn coming up for you on ABC Sport. Carlton would have been thrilled to get out of Melbourne, I reckon. They've got Brisbane tomorrow and a chance to move on from what's been a miserable couple of weeks for them, both on the field, off the field, and indeed just about everywhere. And during the week, the AFL officially wrapped up its inquiries into what happened with Carlton player Elijah Hollins in that round 6 match against Collingwood at the MCG. Here's Andrew Dillon, the league CEO, speaking about the circumstances.
Having reviewed Carlton's report and conducted further inquiries, we found that there was sufficient visual cues, performance data during the match, and an understanding of Elijah's individual circumstances to indicate that he should have been removed from play earlier than he was. We also determined that the delay in removing Elijah from the field resulted in an outcome that brought the game into disrepute. What transpired during the game was something we haven't seen before. And while Elijah did undergo checks, he should not have been left on the field for that period of time.
So we're not going to find out exactly what happened and how it happened and who's at fault. And I understand a bit of that because Carlton will be looking after their own. I wouldn't mind actually getting more of an understanding as to how the entire bench, people involved with the club sitting in the stands, people in the coach's box, could miss what people sitting 5 rows from the back at the top deck of the MCG were able to see. I'd just be curious, and this is as a supporter, wondering how on earth could that happen. One of the positives that might come out of it is there will be more of a focus on mental health from this point onwards. I think that is a really good thing. But I'm interested in, again, your thoughts, Jared Schofield and Sharad Willingham, Mitch Turner as well with us here on ABC Sport. appointing a full-time psychologist within the AFL and the AFLW programs, will that actually solve any of these situations, or is that just a case of, well, we need to do something, this is doing something, so this is what we'll do?
Yeah.
Surely just having access to one is what the clubs would require, rather than, we just have to appoint a full-time person into this role. And without trying to be a touch cynical with respect to everybody involved, but knowing what the top-notch psychologists get paid, I'm not sure that the clubs within their soft cap, even if it does get a little bit of a boost, are going to be able to afford the absolute top to bring them in full-time.
And clubs are going to have to find someone who goes for that particular club and try and induce them with a little bit of remuneration for a lot of work.
Yeah, but again, it's a full-time role. You've been there. You know what it's like. You've had to deal with these things. I'm absolutely for. By the way, don't text in. I'm not saying they're not needed. They are needed.
Yeah,
it's the
you're
issue
right.
about the full-time role I find fascinating.
Yeah, I think access is, and maybe it isn't something that's run by each club. It's something that the AFL actually takes control of and has regions that are kind of split up amongst 5 or 6 psychologists across the league. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think access is the main thing.
Yeah, most clubs would have access. Like I know at West Coast, in my time there, they had access. But even my time at Port Adelaide, I think about my time at Port Adelaide, there wasn't a full-time psychologist there. It was more sports psychologist.
Sports psychologist.
But I've been a real strong... when I've spoken to people about mental health around football environments like AFL, and I've said it to the AFL Coaches Association, people that you speak to as well, is being a player and being a coach, there's a lot of support, I believe, for the players. There's a lot of access for the players, but I think about what's the support for the staff, for the coaches, because there's a lot of picking up with the players. But when their staff are going through some troubled times, I feel for Vossi at the moment. Who's looking after him? Who's supporting him? And I'm sure he'll have his support network around him. But when we're talking holistically across the industry, we should be looking at every single person that is involved in an AFL club. Now, having a full-time psychologist, I don't think you need someone 9 to 5 in the 4 walls, but long as you've got access, I think maybe you're alluding to, Sharad, around if there's a big corporate body across the country that that you've got access to the top echelon of psychologists, that then they're like a corporate body to the other psychologists that have access to the clubs. I think that would be important. But this is an interesting situation, obviously, with Elijah Hollands. I'm trying to visualise...
I don't like that we still don't know what happened.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, there's obviously an element of privacy that plays into it, and maybe we don't need to know the whole story.
I think with that, maybe they don't know, and I think I'm trying to visualise how could they not have seen this happening in the moment. And I'm trying to visualise myself as a coach. You're so entrenched in the game that, it'd be hard not to still but see mannerisms and just abnormal behaviour. Whether you're entrenched as a line coach or as a head coach or S&C, it is amusing to understand that there hasn't something been seen, and maybe they don't want to know, or maybe they don't know and they don't want to maybe acknowledge.
Wouldn't the stat line have been a bit of a warning, though?
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm not being facetious.
That's a red flag.
Red flag.
We were sitting back. I was sitting back.
Considering it being one of the prominent midfielders for the start of the year.
But I think with Elijah, if you watch his games, like he is very vocal and he does direct. That's his footy IQ. I watched him play in 18s when my young boy was playing with him. You watched him on field then, back when he was 18, and his footy IQ, he directs. And he was doing that, but obviously it was at an abnormal state. And obviously you look at the possessions, he was managed minutes, wasn't he, at the time? So there must have been something that they knew was going. If you manage minutes and you're not getting the ball and you play an important role for that team, there's got to be some flags there.
Well, they admitted that they knew something was wrong. They've admitted that. We don't need the investigation.
But does that mean
Graham Ryan came out and said
something's wrong?
Well, they said post-game that they had monitored his heart rate and things like this. So they had already admitted prior to the investigation that they knew something was wrong, because they didn't say they were doing that for every player. They said they were doing it for Elijah Hollands. So as part of the investigation, they had already admitted that they understood something was wrong. They were found guilty, essentially, of bringing the game into disrepute because they didn't bring him off. They said they may have got leeway with sending him out there, but the AFL said he should not have been out there as long as he was. I know some people wanted individuals held to account within the club rather than Carlton as a whole being charged with and found guilty of bringing the game into disrepute. But as you mentioned, we've already mentioned so many people that could have played a role. Like, did the person doing the rotations in the box not think something was up? Did his line coach not realise? Did his strength and conditioning coach not realise? Did his doctor not realise? Did not enough of his teammates say something's not right here? Like, there are so many people. So I actually don't have a problem with charging the whole club, because there was a lot of people that probably could have made a stronger stand. Maybe a player said, what's going on there? Yeah. Maybe someone could have grabbed a doctor and said, something's up with him. This is not right. Get him off now, and made a stand. Like, you can make a stand as a captain or a vice captain or a senior player. So that's why I don't have an issue with the whole club being charged.
Yeah, so I agree with that.
The Blues, all up, sanctioned $75,000. That money to be donated to the AFL's mental health partner Headspace. What would also thrill the Blues, John Ralph reporting in the Herald Sun, the AFL has said that there's no scenario in which Carlton will receive an extra second-round selection if there's an early bid for Port Adelaide's Dougie Cochrane that pushes them down the draft order, which will make it even tougher for their rebuilding aspirations. I do wonder if we'll ever get to a situation in the draft that you don't have to have a PhD in draft deal to actually understand.
I have zero idea how it works now.
What the heck is going on? So basically the new rules, if you haven't caught up with them, and I understand why they might have just passed you by, if you've got a top 5 selection as a club, if you finished in the bottom 5 and that gets pushed back by a father-son or an academy bid, you then get a second-round pick tied to your ladder finish. Idea being that you help struggling clubs rebuild faster. However, that would then suggest that everybody...
So before we move on from that, so say you finished in the bottom 5.
Yep.
So you got pick 5.
Yep.
But that gets bumped to pick 6.
Yes.
In the second round, you get pick 5 again.
Yeah.
And that's it. But don't you already get that?
No, you get an extra pick in there.
Where?
Well, you get an extra pick at the start of the second round on top of whatever else you would have got. So those other clubs that get pushed backwards, they get wedged in to get an extra pick in there.
So to avoid when West Coast a couple of years ago finished on the bottom and their first pick was number 1 and their next pick was like 38.
Yep.
Because it took so many. It was way higher than what it should have been. In the years gone past, it should have been 19 was your second pick. And the Eagles, as a historically bad side that year, got pushed back 12 places.
And
didn't they trade a pick?
But you'll get wedged before that now.
But that's the point that we were about to make.
You can still trade a pick and you still get wedged back in.
You get wedged back in because you may have traded out your second round pick.
I like it.
What it does, mate. I like how you like it. Well, I suppose if you're a West Coast supporter, you probably would like it. Because there's
I'm just thinking they're going to get 1 and 19.
You sold him on it in like 45 seconds.
Yeah, I know.
At the start, he goes, I don't like it. Sharon's like, I'm all in.
No, I don't understand the way the bidding and they're loading on certain teams and everything works.
Because what they're suggesting here is, let's say Port Adelaide's Dougie Cochrane, who is, also... with Port Adelaide, is an academy player selected with them. So what you could do is you could have a little... This is what they're trying to stop and say won't happen. You could sneakily put in a bid for the other player knowing that bid will be matched, and then your bid will be then pushed down one. You still pick up the player you originally wanted in Cody Walker in the first place, get the player you wanted, and get the wedge pick. I can't think of a better way to describe it on radio than that. And get the wedge pick as well.
Good strategy.
And the AFL have gone, you know what? We've just had a look at this. No.
Oh, it sounds like the rules that we play the game with. It's like, actually, no, we're just going to change that back to what it was before.
It's how it works.
the discounts and all that stuff. All they have to do, I honestly think, is just, and they've done it already a little bit, tweak the points value. Like, if you want to make a bid, it just costs you way, way more. So there's no packaging, which they've done incrementally. But all these, you got a discount if you finish there. You got an extra cost if you finish there. Just make pick 1 worth this and just really drop it on after that. So if you want to jump up to pick 5 and take something, that's fine. But you got to give up heaps to get it. You're basically done for the next 2 rounds if you want to jump ahead of other teams.
Was it this difficult 10 years ago?
No.
There was a time where you used to nominate I'm a father's son, and they'd just take you their first pick in the draft, and that's where you went. So Tom Mitchell went pick 21 to the Sydney Swans as a father's son, and there was no bidding. He just went pick 21.
If you're a fan, do you think that the draft is overly complicated? Would you rather it be far simpler? once we brought in the draft value index, how many points things were worth and what we needed to do to balance this out, it has got to the point where you almost need, well, you would know this, Scully, you have people, that's all they do in a football club is work out not just who they're drafting, but how we can find our way around some of these rules. What can we exploit?
The only thing that works with less efficiency and, I suppose, clarity is the tribunal matrix.
You just got to watch Moneyball. Draft Day's a great one with Kevin Costner. Watch a few of those movies and you'll figure out how it all works.
Well, I was never good at maths at high school, and when I try to sit it on and try to process, I was just going to leave it to you guys.
I like you.
Just get the player.
I like looking at, we need another tall. That's all. Find me another tall.
Harley Reid, number one.
Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, Jared Schofield, Premiership player with Port, Sharad Wellingham, Premiership player with the Pies. Here on Thursday night footy, Fremantle and Hawthorn coming up shortly. We'll be joined in just a few moments as well by the president of the Fremantle Football Club in Chris Sutherland. Having a ripping day, both teams warming up beneath us. And we'll continue to build up for what should be a terrific contest. It's second versus third.
She's gotten worse. Lots of anger.
Ursula Carlson, No Filters, brand new comedy.
Contracted early onset Karen.
Ursula, streaming now on ABC iView. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
And a warm welcome to our listeners throughout WA, joining us from the state budgets. Bit of state pride on the line, certainly for Fremantle supporters tonight. They're cheering on their side against the Hawks. It's a cool afternoon, about 20 degrees at the moment. No rain expected, so that is something certainly to look forward to as the Dockers take on the Hawks. For the Dockers, one change, McVie comes back into the side after illness. Sharp, the omission. For the Hawks, three changes, making his debut, the third-year defender in Bodie Ryan, taken at pick 46 in the 2023 draft, comes in, the 21-year-old player. He'll also be joined in the side for the Hawks. One of three changes. Alongside him, Sam Butler returns as well, and Max Ramsden, very tall player, comes in for what will be his 10th game. The 23-year-old taken at the mid-season rookie draft back in 2022. Big weekend ahead of us here on ABC Sport as well. Our AFL coverage tomorrow, Brisbane versus Carlton, then Port versus the Western Bulldogs. We've heard the news, Mitch Turner telling us early, Ben Mackay, from all the changes, and there's plenty of big ones as well, but Ben Mackay, the Bomber, has been an omission, one of 6 changes with the Essendon Football Club swinging the axe, quite literally. Well, metaphorically, I should say, not literally, as we're welcomed by the president of the Fremantle Dockers. Chris Sutherland has joined us in the box. Good to have him on board. G'day to you, Chris. Welcome.
Thanks very much. It's just great to be here on an exciting Thursday night in Perth.
It is exciting, isn't it? How much have you been looking forward to this one?
I've been looking forward to it since the weekend, obviously. I think we've always seen Hawthorn as a great club, and they've got a great team on the park tonight, and it's just another challenge that we're looking forward to.
How are the Dockers positioned in 2026? You've had a couple of big seasons where membership's gone up, massively increased. Where are you at right at this stage?
On a membership basis, we're pretty close to exactly where we finished last year, so we would expect that we will obviously go past that record, we think, this year, because we do find people start joining the club as you get closer to the end of the year sometimes. So I think that's all going real well. When we look across all our commercial activities, corporate suites, all the other things that go to having a financially successful year, I think that's all in very, very good stead.
So a couple of years ago, the bold plan for 80,000 members. Where do you sit with that?
Well, we don't really seek an exact number now. All we're looking to do is grow each year. We think what's more important than the number of members is actually seeing how we can fill this stadium. Last year we averaged 47,000 a game, third highest in the league. I think we'd be better than that this year if we didn't have the cyclone event attacking us at round 3, I think. But if we took that out, we're definitely tracking better than 47,000 at the moment, and look like we're going north of 50,000 again tonight.
And your members do turn up. They turn up in big numbers.
Yeah, no, I think we've got a great, passionate group of members and fans. I don't know if you've been able to see through the TV, but the support we've had in Adelaide and the 2 games there, Adelaide Oval, Marvel Stadium last weekend, it's just been fantastic. I reckon I saw more Purpurjuanses than 10 other clubs when I was in Adelaide.
Saw you on the way in Adelaide as well.
Yes.
It's been a really deliberate build, and David Walls deserves an enormous amount of credit. But do you feel that your position for the next, let's say the next 2 or 3 years, to have a genuine crack at winning Fremantle's first premiership?
Well, we've always said that we're looking to build for sustained success. We're not looking just to build to climb the mountain once and then fall down the other side. And we're doing everything we can to do that. So there are a lot of foundational bits, and we think all those foundational bits are very solid. Now it's all about kind of improvements. We've added to our list over the last couple of years in areas that we think we needed to strengthen. We have certainly made some changes over just from last year, this year, around our high performance program and some of the activities there. I think that's there. We're heavily involved now in the world of data analytics and seeing how we improve the information in real time that our coaches can have. So it's just all these areas that we just continually seek to improve. And we think if we do that, the outcome should look after itself. But absolutely, we're looking to be in sustained contention, if you like, every year for a period of time.
Have you ever had a better list than this?
Well, it's hard to compare. I was just in a room with Luke McFarlane and Matt DeBoer talking about 2013 against the mighty Hawks and the pain we had after that match. So that list was pretty good. So I don't like to make comparisons, but this is obviously, we're pretty comfortable with the list we've got, but we know that each year we'll still look to improve it.
I'd like to get your thoughts on something that I found quite perplexing. The Financial Review had a story that the AFL is looking at trademarking Wolfie time. It's been part of the match entertainment for a while. Of course, Matthew Pavlich's famous line to his Chargers before a major game here in the West. How did you react finding out that, City Halls thought, well, we might have some of this?
No, well, it wasn't any surprise to us because under all the licence agreements with the clubs, the AFL actually trademark centrally all the trademarks of each of the clubs. And so that was certainly something that we thought should be trademarked. So
you knew all about it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so, we've obviously made an activation here when games get close. We think it's it fits the culture and the theme of the club, and our fans and members love it.
One thing I've really been impressed with is your match day entertainment. Is that something that you've put a big focus on, or is it just something that's grown naturally over the last few years?
I think it's grown, but we've had focus on it because we do realise that we're in a sense we're in the entertainment business as well. We want fans and members to come to these games going, oh, that's different, that's Freo, and so it's from having a couple of ACDC semi-lookalikes sitting up there. We got this connection to Fremantle and Bon Scott. All these sorts of things all go to the history of Fremantle and a football club because we're a club that comes from a real place, Fremantle. And Fremantle's got history. It's got football history from 1895 and it's got cultural history. And I think that we just tap into that and we think our fans and members love it as well.
Chris Sutherland, the president of the Fremantle Dockers, with us here on ABC Sport.
Chris, great to have you in the box. A question about where Fremantle stands as a football club. We always talk about the big football clubs, Collingwood, West Coast, every second Victorian club that claims it. Do you feel like Fremantle are a big club yet?
Well, I think on many measures we are, right. But, I also don't think pumping your chest out you're a big club makes any difference. So, we're not out there going to pump our chests up. But what we will do is make sure that, again, all the foundations of a great football club are there. And I think on many of those measures, if you're comparing to other clubs that are so-called big clubs, we're easily in front of them.
How do you react as well to the proposal that might come through of having extra spots on a list or an extra spot for Indigenous players to be picked up to help grow the numbers of Indigenous players which have declined in recent years, something that Fremantle has historically done very, very well is promote and support Indigenous footballers through the ranks over its entire history. How do you respond to that?
I'm supportive of that. I think it can make sense. It's just another way to, if we would need to incentivise certain aspects of our lists and players, a bit like having rookie spots and SSPs and so on. It's another avenue, and I think that there is a problem there, and I think that's part of the solution.
Bit of the one we were touching on before, but how would you sit if the playing group tried to make a stand for something that they believed in? Because we were talking about the Melbourne situation with the Zurich sponsorship and then not supporting Brayshaw's head knock. What if the players wanted to stand for something? And you guys have experienced this, I believe, in the past with a sponsor of the women's team.
I'm not aware of that, but that's okay. I think that there's got to be perspective and balance, so it's hard to have a hypothetical around that. It's a bit like when there's criticism in the media and all that, and players all feel offended, and we've seen that in a few clubs in the past. I think we'll have to remember, how this game's funded and how the wages are paid, right? And it comes out of media, television, and it comes out of sponsors and so on, right? So I think you just have a balanced view. But we also, I think we respect the players' view, but we respect, what the community's views might be. I think there will always be maybe a sponsor that you might go, well, that's not us. But I think, it's hard to comment on a hypothetical as such.
Can I ask you the story that came out during the week on afl.com.au? West Coast and Fremantle interested in having academies that you run yourselves. What's in it for Fremantle to have one of these academies? Why do you think that would be more successful than what we're seeing now?
Well, I think first, I think you've got to start out with saying that we feel that the outcomes being achieved here, we've fallen a bit behind some of the other states. I mean, you can quantify it in statistically. If you look at last year's draft, I think we had 1 in the first 36. There was 6 out of Queensland alone. The women, there was 1 in the first 18. There was literally 9 out of Queensland, believe it or not. And so I think that we working literally hand in hand with WA football and with the AFL have said, what do we need to do to fix that? Why don't we look at what best practice is? There are elements of those programs that clearly are, I think, our best practice. Why can't we adopt those practices here? So there's an element of best practice. There's also an element of branding, I think, because we do think that, to some degree, a 12, 14-year-old kid isn't necessarily growing up thinking my goal is to play for, Subiaco.
Don't say Perth here.
No, I didn't say Perth.
You said Subiaco.
And I won't say Fremantle either. They were my team. But, I just think that, we've got to be realistic, right? That, football is now AFL, and it's about these AFL clubs and brands, right? So, part of the success that we've seen of the Northern Academies is the resources and structure they have, right? So I think both West Coast and Freo could put more resources and structure around it. We've both built brand new facilities that could support that. And secondly, I think there's a branding element as well that I think helps not only talent attraction, if you like. I think ultimately it can lead to a bit of help around participation as well, because certainly even in participation now, our outcomes are probably at the lower end of the table when you look across all the states at the moment. So, as I said, I don't think this is necessarily should be any surprise, and we're working closely with WA football and the AFL about, what's the best way to achieve a better outcome in Western Australia.
So what do you get out of it as a football club? It wouldn't just be altruistic to put this sort of effort and money and time.
We're doing it for the good of the state. But also, no, we think that more talent out of WA gives us more opportunity, because talent might want to come back to WA even if they're drafted somewhere else. So there's one reason.
So you just want to confirm, because there are people who listen to just certain things, they read a headline and they start jumping and making their own conclusions. You're not asking for access to these players like a Northern Academy or anything like that. You are purely trying to grow the numbers of players coming through pathways in West Australian football. So just put that to bed.
We're saying, we're 11% of the national population, and we produced 1 out of 36.
Yep.
We need to address that.
So it's not special treatment. It's purely helping grow WA football.
That's right. I mean, it's a different argument, I think, which we've made, and Gallo's made a lot of, right, is that ultimately we want competitive balance across the league. So that's more about actually, how do you make the draft fairer? So that's a different conversation.
Yes. Just one last one. Cheeky people would say the deal between, and this is a very West Australian question, the deal between the Eagles and the Dockers and the money that flows back to WA football isn't what it should be. Are you in... Well, I know that you're in negotiations again with WA football. Do you think that will end up being a deal where more money does flow back to WA football, because it was originally based on a profit margin as opposed to a revenue margin? Where do you sit on that as the Fremantle president?
Well, I think the challenge is that both Eagles and us, we're here to, in a very competitive competition and to win, ultimately to win premierships, right? And equally, we're in a competition that, to some degree, the more successful you are, the less, in a sense, distribution you're going to get from the AFL financially, right? So, the answer, I don't think, is to focus on, the amount of the royalty. I think the answer is how we actually grow the whole pie, because, I think that I think there can be more involvement of the AFL in WA football generally, in support and help, and that's something that we talk to the AFL about. And I think that there can be, maybe better and more fit for purpose, better structure of the way talent participation in football is managed in WA that could actually lead to more efficiency as well as better outcomes, and maybe actually get more money as well. So, but that's something we're working hand in hand, talking with AFL and WA football about.
You played this down last time you were in here, and I tried to give you a rap about backing your coach, and you just on the front foot dropped it onto the offside for no run. You're happy now to say you're pretty comfortable with the decision to back the coach and how he's been going?
I think I've always been happy to back the coach. I don't think I wasn't happy before. We're both Justin and the club, and Justin and myself, and Justin and Simon, if you like, I think we're very comfortable with the relationships we have. I think successful clubs are clubs where the president, the CEO, the GM of footy and the coaches, both men and women, they're fully aligned in what we're aiming to achieve and how we work to get there. And then the focus and energy goes on, if it's not working, how do we improve it? I mean, it can't just be about an individual person all the time. But, I also think, we've got an arrangement, an agreement with JL that works very effective for both of us. I think, you can see, I think we're getting the best out of JL. And I think that that's a great outcome for the club as well.
And how important for the football club to keep your captain here when obviously Tasmania will be floating around trying to get a Tasmanian back to Tasmania?
Well, I in the end, I think that'll be an individual decision for Alex. I mean, Alex has been a great servant of the club. We want him to stay. He's recently come out and said he's committed to the club, and we know he is. But ultimately, I think that, I think when a player's given you great service, in the end, I think we would lean into making sure that we work with Alex to help him achieve whatever he wants to achieve. So,
thanks for having a chat with us.
Thank you, and look forward to tonight.
Always a pleasure to have you on board. Chris Sutherland here, the president of the Fremantle Dockers. Last time I bumped into him, the Dockers had a terrific win over Collingwood. Bet you he's hoping for similar success this evening when they take on the Hawks. Good you can be with us wherever you happen to be around the nation. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio, and of course on ABC Listen. Look for the AFL button. Teams not too far away from making their way out onto the ground. The banner squads are downstairs preparing. The Hawks putting their banner down onto the ground as I speak at the city end of Perth Stadium. The lights are on. It's still a small crowd, but it is only 13 to 6 local time. So people will be still trying to do their best to get home from work, pick up the kids and make their way back to Perth Stadium. Public transport always a little bit of a challenge as well in the west, mostly because the buses and the trains are all been run to get people home from work rather than for the football. Goodness me, not putting football as their number one priority. Who would think it? Good chat there. And again, we appreciate Chris Sutherland joining us. If you want to text in, you can do so. Our text number 0437 774 774. I'm really interested in the ruck battle this evening. In particular, a great article in the Age newspaper today by Libby Birch talking about, or her argument, that the legitimate premiership contenders all have ruckmen who complement each other and have the ability to get the ball slingshotted out of defence with speed and efficiency. Both of these teams do that. Sam Mitchell was talking a little bit about the ruck battle, starting with Luke Jackson, but also how his two rucks are going about stuff earlier this week.
I guess having the two rucks gives us a, on paper, advantage against teams with someone like him, but having said that, Luke Jackson is quite a unique type of player, so he's going to give us some threat and create some problems for us at different stages. Can we test him the other way? Can we form our own threats? A bit of the game is going to be played out, not exactly how you think. And I think when you look at someone like Jackson, he's a threat going forward as well. So it's not just the ruck. Having Cox inside, they obviously have a bit of flexibility with how they play. So they played Jackson forward quite a bit last week, and he's pretty potent in the air. But he is, despite how tall he is, pretty mobile, and on the ground he's quite effective. So we've got a couple of strategies for that. We looked in the pre-season, how do you use the fifth on the bench? And if I had really had to guess in November, I would have said probably an extra runner would have been what we would have been the first choice. We tried that for a period, but I think the second ruck, not to say it works for everyone, not to say we'll do it forever, but it really is working quite well for us. And not just the ruck, but if you think about the possession count of ruckmen in general, I think our rucks are sort of averaging 25 possessions now. When they play individually, it's probably less than 10. So we're creating a different threat for the opposition, which is not just ruck work, it's also around the ground and intensity around the ball and all those details that we probably didn't predict, to be fair. But I'm not surprised by Ned's form, because I think we looked at last year, and I would have stood here before, I'm sure, and said Ned's playing really good footy, he just has to wait for an opportunity, and the opportunity came by the AFL, so he's pretty thankful for that.
As he should be, and he's been in terrific form as well. So the argument being put forward here that you need a leaper and a battler with Jackson and Cox, for example, for Fremantle, or Jackson and Darcy. You've got the player who leaps for the ball in the middle for the centre bounce down, and then the battler who can hold position around the ground. So you go through all the sides that are starting to develop into genuine contenders at the moment. So Meek and Reeves here, Jackson and Cox, or Jackson and Darcy. Cameron and Steen, for example, at Collingwood. Marshall and De Koning are starting to develop into what they're looking for at St Kilda as well. And the other argument being put forward, when a key ruck goes down, more than ever, the impact has been immediate. Tim English missed a few weeks. The Bulldogs, obviously they were without a few others as well, but they lost all their structure when English went down. We got a good look here, Sharrett, a couple of weeks ago when Brodie Grundy had an absolute day out against Matt Flynn. West Coast couldn't even get their hands on the football. Mm-hmm. So won't say that West Coast lost a ruck, but they just didn't have one that could compete against the likes of Brodie Grundy. And then when Geelong had Mark Blitzarves go down against Port Adelaide back in round 7, the way that Sweet was able to take control of that game. How key for both of you are that dual combination of rucks? I really thought it was interesting about how Sam Mitchell saying at the start of proceedings, getting the extra player on the bench, he thought we would go with a runner. Instead, we've seen a number of teams go, no, we'll actually have an extra ruck. And we've seen that particularly with Fremantle and now with Hawthorn, the two sides we're going to watch in action tonight.
I really like it. I think that the dynamic balances off really well when you can have a jumper and a, what do they call it, battler?
A battler. A leaper and a battler.
A leaper and a battler. I think it works really well, and having to not rely so heavily on somebody whose strength is to jump, to then have to grapple and really get into the nitty-gritty kind of wrestling style. I think it lends itself to having different looks in different areas of the ground, and so I really like it. Does it mean that you're going to have a successful side, being able to have one of each? I don't think that equates to that, but
I think
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point he made, is that you don't want to be called the battler, but
the grappler.
The grappler.
The grappler might be better. Well, it's not saying that you are a battler. It means you have to battle.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you look at, obviously, you don't want to be labelled that one. But
Many people have said I'm a battler, Jared. I'm okay with that.
But I think it's one of those ones where, in game, if both are fit and firing, you can sort of switch up. And you can get a point of difference. You might put the guy that's more the combative one against the jumper to try and wear him down, so it brings him back a little bit. But I like the idea of it. And as I said, the players that you mentioned with those other teams, you look at them, they're really obviously complementing each other really well. But it's what they do around the ground as well. Do they hold down along down the line play? Can they compete? Because it's not all about taking contested marks, and how they cover the ground as well. But it's obviously working for them. You see what Collingwood are doing with their ruckman. He's dynamite at centre bounce, and that probably was my last point on this, is that this game is so volatile with momentum that if you lose ascendancy at centre bounce, and it's a high scoring game, you go to centre bounce and you've lost a ruckman in the game and you've got your second ruck playing, or you haven't got that ability to sort of change things up in there. We've seen in the modern game how volatile momentum is, and I think it starts with centre bounce because of the 6-6-6. So if you can keep your ascendancy there, especially when you're in the game and you're in front of the game, but also how do you get momentum back? And when you go back to the centre circle, if you've got two ruckmen that can compete and give your midfielders an opportunity to get back in the game, I think that's where you get your advantage as well.
No late changes for either Fremantle or Hawthorn. The umpires making their way out into the middle. We're about to have the Hawks make their way out onto Perth Stadium. The banner has been lifted from the east to the west. The Hawks bring their best, it says. Good supporter base here in the west as well for the Hawks. Plenty of brown and gold to the left of our broadcast position. The away bays at the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium, as the Hawks are about to make their way out. Under 15 minutes to go before the bounce. Big build-up here, of course. Started at 4:30 local time, our coverage, and the bounce down at 6:10 local time. So as I said, under 15 minutes before we get underway. Changes made going into this game. McVie came back for the Dockers after being out through illness. Jeremy Sharp, the unlucky omission, hadn't done anything wrong, but McVie certainly deserved his spot once he returned through fitness. And the three changes for the Hawks. Ryan makes his debut. Bodie Ryan, the third-year defender. He'll joined in the team by Sam Butler and Max Ramsden. Cal Shadir out with an adductor strain. The changes, Scrimshaw and McGuinness, as the Hawks make their way out onto Perth Stadium.
With a grin and Hawthorn, come what may, you'll find us thriving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one. The way we play at Hawthorn, we are the mighty, mighty Hawks.
So they drew with Collingwood last week, of course. Took them to right on the siren, just about to make sure they could pick up the 2 points. They're on the ground and warming up to the left of our broadcast position. Hawthorn, they will provide a genuine test in their away uniform for the Fremantle Dockers, looking to win what is an 8th straight game if they're successful tonight, the Dockers, here in the West. Their banner's been unfurled. We'll tell you what it says in just a moment when they make their way out onto the ground. But let's get the thoughts of our experts. ABC Sports coverage of Thursday night footy. It's a big welcome wherever you are. Let's hear what their thoughts are. Both premiership players, Jared Schofield and Sharad Wellingham. Gents.
Thanks, Clint. Yeah, well, once again, the crowd's building. It's going to be one of those electric games, for the supporters and the watchers. I hope it's a real close one. I know my money's on Hawthorn. I just think they've got the offensive weapons to really get after this game. We've spoken long and hard around their small forwards in front of the ball, but it's their rebounding half-backs, like the likes of Amon and Impey, that can really sort of propel their offensive plays from half-back. That I think that Fremantle really have to combat, because if they don't, they move the ball so quick, they hit the open side, they'll get back inside the corridor, and if they get their opportunities in the front half, they'll provide some challenges for the Fremantle defenders.
it's the same every week when you're looking at a matchup and how teams are going to be competing against each other. And the last 3 games have been really combative and contested footy against these two sides, and we're not going to see anything different tonight. And I'm convinced that it's all going to be won and lost through the midfield, and who can win the clearances, who can lay the most tackles, and who can be the most ferocious when it comes to putting on pressure on the opposition. Who that is, I'm not quite sure just yet, because you look at both, forward lines for either side, they're really damaging, and you either go, who's going to line up on them? But you look at both backmen from either side, and you go, which forwards are going to try and have to take care of, like you said, the likes of Impey and Sicily and
Amon?
Nah, the long-haired guy.
Weddle. Well, it's interesting you mentioned, because I was thinking about where they're going to play him, because he's gone forward before, playing behind the ball, and his running power's elite.
He's going to be one tonight that I think is going to be really important for Hawthorn with their ball transition and rebounding from back half, because he's probably the size that I think the forwards for Fremantle are going to be pretty hard to match up on. So I'd love to see him play down back on one of the smaller Fremantle forwards and really try and make them accountable, take off and provide that run and carry, because nice big ground, long ground like Perth Stadium, his ability to run and carry and be an 80-metre player is going to be really important.
His form's been a little down too, which happens sometimes, Scott, when you turn him into a bit of a forward, into a mid, into a back, and they don't really know what they are, and his form's in a bit down this year, but he's a very good player.
He's a very good player. He takes a great mark, but he's not the purest of shot on goal. I've been watching some of his games. He doesn't kick the ball too well for goal.
Kicks it well around the ground. A nice long kick where he's got some time. He disposes of the ball pretty well in those situations.
Yeah, exactly right. But looking at the midfield now, as you were mentioning before, be interesting to see Young versus Newcombe. Young's been in great form. Do they put him more on ball instead of providing him options up front? But you look at Newcombe, even Nash, they run deep, Hawthorn, and as well as do Fremantle. So there's going to be some amazing matchups in the middle of the ground. As you said, the game does start and it does finish with a contest. And if they do get ascendancy and get field position, we know how good Freo's defence is once they get in behind their ball. Maybe, dissect Hawthorn's game too much, but did they find challenges last week defending their front half where they had a lot of inside 50s but couldn't really keep the ball there? So, yeah, we're in for a cracking game.
The 1-2 ruck combo is going to be really interesting because Meek has the ability to jump, but he's also a good battler, as we called it, or a grappler around the ground, so he's going to be out. But I'm interested to see how aggressive he is in his jumping. Looking at him in the midfield right now, when he was jumping in the centre bounce, it looked like he was really trying to jump forward. So I can imagine him going after Jackson and potentially trying to get a couple of knocks in his leg and make it harder for Jackson to use his strength, which is obviously that big tap.
Yeah, well, you'd think he'd have some intel, having been his understudy for so many years.
Yep.
So great point that you picked up on that. Sometimes it's jump up, sometimes it's got to jump through them. So you take away that jump, because jumpers can obviously obviously the game's changed in the centre bounce, but they can change their jump around you as well. And Jackson's got the ability to jump around a combative ruckman and still get the reach. So yeah, it would be interesting to see that battle go down there. But once again, watching them warm up, like I said, they run deep in the midfield, and it's just going to be one of them games where whoever gets the ascendancy in and around the football to give the likes of the outside players the run and carry in this game, I think momentum will be a big thing.
Is there the potential? We'd love to see the head-to-head of Newcombe and Young, like you said, but is there the potential for them to go straight to Nash and employ him on one of the, Sarong or Young straight away and try and clamp him?
Well, and Nash is 6'3", 6'4".
He's a big boy. Him all over Young's going to be very hard, isn't it?
I know, it's going to be very hard. So, like I said, Shai Bolton, he's in, from nearly career best form at the moment.
Yep.
Who stops him?
I wanted to ask as well, you coach Tom Barras, of course. Yes. Who does he get from the Dockers today? You got Voss, Amos, Tracy. There's
whoever's deepest.
Who's that the matchup? Well, there's a lot of shut down Barras and battles intercept game, and that you can get through Hawthorn.
I think it is as simple as that. If he just plays the deepest, Tommy, well, then he'll just take whoever's there. I mentioned off air, I still think he's got that first 5 metre speed to get out of the blocks, and if he has to go against a Tracy, Voss might be a little bit more challenged. I look at Voss, it probably has the real lateral movement that might challenge Tommy. But I could definitely see him playing on Amos and Tracy for sure.
I'm just kind of thinking of how I feel that the forward line looks, and Amos often finds himself as the deepest one, which I think will suit Tommy because he can play in front of Amos and then try and peel off and come and impact other contests with the other two big forwards who are maybe doing more leading patterns and being more active, and that'll allow Tommy to just sit in front of Amos and try and impact those contests.
And have you settled on who gets Nick Watson? If you have to guess, because there is no obvious one, but if you had to guess because he's so dangerous, the wizard.
Chapman
for you?
I was just thinking Chapman as you guys were discussing that. Now, I know I said McVie initially, but Chappie's got the lateral movement, and it may be a bigger body, might be able to manhandle him a little bit and just keep him from getting goal side on him.
I wouldn't want to be him, but I'll just say that. He's one of the...
I'll tell you what, one time I was playing Hawthorn, and I was on Cyril Rioli, and I swear, I yelled out to Sheppy, I said, mate, give me a chop out. I can't do anything. And I mean, I wasn't slow. So, I just wasn't confident in his ability to change angles on me. And that's what Wiz is going to be able to do tonight.
What a scene it is. Second versus third. There's a lot at stake, although we're some way away from finals time. A third of the season done. These are the sort of matches that can shape how the top four pans out. Fremantle Dockers looking to continue to impress. It's been their best winning run since 2015 when they finished on top of the ladder that season. Just went down to the Hawks on the way through, missing out on a grand final berth with Hawthorn taking on West Coast in what was the third of the Hawks' 3 premierships in a row. That was a year the Dockers won the first 9 games of the season. Are on top of the ladder for a short period of time after last week as well. Hadn't been on top since 2015. They'll go back there tonight if they can beat the Hawks. They will have to overcome 3 consecutive 6-day breaks. How will that impact on the Dockers? Their coach Justin Longmuir this week saying they'd done plenty of work to make sure the players were as fresh as they could be, and other than that, wasn't something that they'd spoken about at all. There are, of course, a couple of Hawks, Sicily in particular, that come across and were a little bit sore in the build-up to this game, and their coach Sam Mitchell saying point blank, these are the games we just have to win, as they look to continue to build on what has been terrific couple of previous seasons. Their past 2 under coach Sam Mitchell in his 5th year, Justin Longmuir in his 7th. Let's head it downstairs and find out what it's like. Boundary side, Bridget Lacey with us this evening. G'day, Bridge.
Hi, Clint. Yes, what a glorious autumn day it has been, and a beautiful night for football. Perfect conditions. It's about 20 degrees here. Clear skies, no rain on the way, I'm promised, and just a slight breeze at ground level, so no excuses for the players out there tonight. I was highly amused in the warm-up to watch Mason Cox go up to the umpires and shake their hand and have a little laugh with them prior to this one. So will we see a couple of Mason Cox frees after he's getting friendly with the umpires? It's certainly not a stupid idea, is it, guys? The starting benches for tonight for Fremantle: Dudley, Erasmus, Cox, Warner and Wagner. And for Hawthorn, the debutant Ryan, McKenzie, Meek, Butler and McDonald. Still plenty of people to come into the ground tonight, as you mentioned, guys. It is difficult to get in on time on a weeknight, so I expect we'll see a few people coming in late to this one.
Thanks, Bridge. Dockers banner, by the way, paying credit to their Purple Hands Foundation, showing up for young WA people when it matters. 2 things to keep an eye on tonight. Mason Cox, whether or not he'll celebrate a goal before it actually goes through. And Josh Tracy, who just needs to stay away from this high-five nonsense. He's just not the person for it. Brayshaw got him last week. We all remember when Paddy Voss got him in last year's derby. Voss then been banned from high-fiving for a period of time afterwards, we were told by Josh Tracy. So Josh Tracy, just for the good of football and for his Fremantle teammates, needs to stay away from anyone that wants to celebrate with a high-five this evening. Who wins, gentlemen? Jared?
For me, it's Hawthorn. I just think if they can kick a winnable score and break the defence of Fremantle.
Sharon?
Freo for me. By 3 goals.
Mitch?
I'm going to go Hawthorn. I'm going to back Scully in.
Thanks, Mitch.
Subiaco connection.
Correct.
Play me, coach.
Well, on that
was years ago.
Yeah, on that front, I'll stick with my fellow Perth team, and in Jared, I'll tip the Dockers. It's going to be a beauty. That's what we're certainly hoping for. Fremantle have got, I mentioned, a great run against the Hawks, but they've also got an outstanding run at this stadium against Hawthorn. They've won the past 5 games these sides have played at Perth Stadium. They've met 6 times. The Hawks won the first of those meetings. The Dockers won the next 5 of them. Toss of the coin out in the middle. Mitch Turner.
Alex Pearce and Jai Newcomb out there for their respective sides. Fremantle's Alex Pearce winning the toss, kicking to the city end of the ground, the right of our broadcast position. Hawthorn to the Graham Farmer Freeway, the left.
It's everything you'd want on a Thursday night contest. 2 sides in great form. 2 clubs looking to continue on their way up the ladder. Both finalists in recent times, hoping for more in 2026. They're in a tight huddle. We're expecting them to break any moment now. The Dockers crammed together at right half forward, the city end of the ground. The Hawks in their away uniform, the predominantly white jumper, big hawk across the front, the white shorts, the traditional socks. The Dockers in the purple, the 3 white chevrons. As both the bagpiper and the guitarist up on the roof at the city end of the ground strut their stuff as they do at every Dockers home game. Will it be Freo? Will it be Hawthorn? Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Glad you could join us wherever you happen to be. Mitch Turner to get us started.
It's McVie who's gone to Watson at the first bounce. Trust your instincts, Jared Schofield. He's got the big matchup. Both sides now in position.
Interesting one is Clark going to Ginnivan. Probably suits Clark because Ginnivan, as we know, lately likes to get up the ground a little bit more.
And Pearce on Lewis.
Jackson up against Reeves in the ruck. It's Reeves who won the tap for Hawthorn. Straight down to Newcomb, buried off it by a Fremantle docker. Falls to Brayshaw. Kick inside the forward 50. 1-on-1 Barris and Tracy. It falls to ground. Tracy follows up. Handball to Switkowski. Weaves through traffic. Handball back to Tracy. Loops one out to left half forward Frederick. Inside kick was smothered. Knocked down. Coming through Barris. Body lined it. Then Nash is tackled. Just inside forward 50. Almost a centre half forward for the Dockers. Ball tossed up in the air. Reeves in front position of hands. Coming through is Nash. Tackled by Brayshaw. Lost it. Ball spilled out to Weddle. His handball straight to Hayden Young. Does a little U-turn. Handballs back to Chapman. Sends it inside 50 for the Dockers. Couple of targets. Barris punches it away from Tracy. It falls to Switkowski. Left foot snap around the body. Is away to the left. They open a score. They open the game with the first score. Minor one at that for the Dockers. Hawthorn yet to score a minute played.
Haven't messed around with it, Hawthorn. Immediately towards left half back from the kick into Impey. It's moved down to Ramsden. Have to come back. Taking the mark. Plays on to Ginnivan. Runs inboard, got away from Voss from the centre square. Kicks inside forward 50. Spilled down to Pearce at the back of the contest. Came out to Weddle. Lewis got it to him by hand. Hands it off to Watson from the right forward pocket. Oh, the Wizard of West Oz. Watson with a beauty. The Hawks with the first goal in the opening 90 seconds of the game. 1 straight 6, the Dockers 1 behind. What a finish that was from Watson.
Well, you said you wanted to see what he does. That was pure work rate because he went to pick up that ball off this mark and just bolted into the 50.
I was about to say, he got him up high and he worked him back towards goal, and you give him space, he got goal side, and nice little finish there. But I have been impressed with Freo's start around the contest. You know, that first centre bounce, really combative. They look sharp with their hands, looking to maybe take the ball off the line a little bit. But just goes to show the potency of Hawthorn's offence straight away. After
last week's inefficiency up forward compared to the Pies, they'd be pretty happy. 1 inside 50, 1 goal for the Hawks. Ball back in the middle. Reeves over the top of Jackson. Tapped it straight down low to Sarong for the Dockers. Kicks inside forward 50. Voss out to meet it. Took it on the chest. Ball jarred free as he hit the ground, but he paid the mark. You can hear the Hawks fans who are inside Perth Stadium. They're not happy. But mark has been paid to Patrick Voss. Man on the mark, Sicily stands 48 metres out directly in front. And battling with illness, Patrick Voss feeling better this week. A kick from 55 metres out. Goal umpire watches it sail over his hat. And he turns around and he might have a bit of that swagger back this week, Patrick Voss. He's running around giving high fives everywhere. And that chest is well and truly out on display. 1-1-7 the Dockers. They regain the lead. Hawthorn 1 straight 6. And he continues to talk a bit of trash to the Hawthorn backline.
There's a bit going on behind the ball. It's actually intriguing to watch. You know, the forwards of Voss, Tracy are really sort of taking it up to Sicily and the likes. It's going to be a nice watch on that one.
It's interesting. He's been into Sicily the whole time. As soon as he got out there, I don't know if it's maybe it's something he's thought of to do on his own, or he's
taken it upon himself.
It's been a direction from the coach.
The restart. Reed's got it down. Hacked forward by Sarong. Ball bobbles around. Reed off hands. Read it beautifully. Kicks inside forward 50. Tracy marks. Diving forward. That's beautifully played from Fremantle. Straight out of the middle. And Tracy is marked right in front and 35 out from goal. Clever play. Twice then Sarong then hacking it forward. And nice hands from Young tapping it down. Coming from Reed.
Pretty hard to stop that type of player. Centre bound, 666.
Forward in front, quickly anticipating.
Yeah. Josh Tracy looking for the Dockers' second of the evening. Kicks on its way. It's out to the left. It's a minor score. Behind. 1-2-8 the Dockers. 1 straight 6 the Hawks. 4.5 gone in the first. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sicily in those long white sleeves tonight. Has the kick-out duties. Kicks it long towards the wing. Big fly, D'Ambrosio from the side. Got the lift and the ride. And Massimo goes maximum. Takes the mark just beyond left half back. That's a highlight reel for sure. He goes back inside. Defensive 50 to Battle, who comes outside to Impey. Pretty much the same place D'Ambrosio took that mark a moment ago. Hawthorn being held up. Eventually, Impey goes long and high down the line, looking to Lewis. Warner in front, got a fist to it. It spills to Dylan Moore, who can't quite keep it in. Ball is out of bounds right below our commentary position on the broadcast side here at Perth Stadium. The Hawks swing a couple of changes. John Newcomb comes off for a rest. Cam McKenzie standing at the front of this stoppage. Shallow throw in. Meek and Jackson. Jackson got a hand to it. Meek followed up though. Gathered the ball. Spun in a circle. Handball back inside to McKenzie, who's tumbling kick towards half forward. Was almost into the arms of Warner. He was spoiled by Watson. Allowed Chapman though to gather for the Dockers and go short to Young.
Immediately plays on by hand of the run of Clark. Hand passes across the centre circles. Bolton in trouble. Had to spin away from Weddle. Did well. Kicked into the path of Frederick. Got it at left half forward. Shepherd came from Clark. Frederick kicks the goal. And he nails it. Great finish from Michael Frederick. The Dockers had their second. 2-2-14 to 1 straight 6. That was slick by those in purple.
Certainly slick. I thought Bolton may have taken one too many steps before getting tackled, but then I thought Frederick maybe took one too many steps and didn't bounce the ball. And it was lucky he did actually knock it off, because the forwards had let some really good patterns and had a mountain of space right up the middle of the forward 50. But it was a lovely finish, wasn't it?
Oh, no, I've spoken a lot about Hawthorn's offence, but Fremantle, as we know, when they get into the corridor and get out into the open side, they're a dangerous outfit too.
And just like you predicted as well, Scully, with Bolton going up to the midfield and already having an impact straight away.
6-2 in opening quarters this year, the Dockers. They're up by 8 points early. Ball back in the middle. Comes off the hands of Meek and Jackson. Spalls to Nash for the Hawks. Tumbling kick towards half forward. Ginnivan ripped off it. Lewis able to gather. Handball towards. Spearing kick inside 50 onto the chest of a leading Gunston. Seen that image a lot over a long period of time. Jack Gunston with space. He'll have the set shot from 45-degree angle to the right, about 45 metres out.
CBs at the moment are too clean for either side, aren't they? It's either going one way or the other, and it's not a contest. That one coming out very easily.
Jack Gunston, 24 goals for the season already. Set shot is beautiful. Trademark Jack Gunston, straight through the middle. He gets his first. Hawthorn answer back. Margin back to 2 points. 2 straight 12, the Hawks. The Dockers at 2-2-14. Reaching the 8-minute mark of the first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Jared Wellingham, Jared Schofield.
Just the ability to take territory. Wasn't a pretty kick from Nash, but then the smarts, I think it was Ginnivan, literally palmed the ball down. Just kept it in control. Didn't try and take it and then get tackled. He just kept the ball live, kept the ball moving forward.
I don't think we've seen a secondary stoppage just as yet.
Jackson against Meek again. They face off against each other across the centre circles. And thrown up into the air. Meek palmed it down. In the direction of Nash, couldn't take it cleanly. Neither could Sarong. Hacked out of trouble by the Hawks. Went to Moore to Ginnivan. Great smother, Clark. He's able to pick it up. Ginnivan went back in, tried to steal it away. Couldn't do so. Knocked it out the back, though. Taken immediately by Sarong. He's wrapped up in a tackle. Ball up will be the call. Just forward to the centre circles for Hawthorn. Jackson arrived late up against Meek. Won it down, though. Hand pass came from Bolton to no one. Just racing onto it, Sarong. Got it out to Wagner. Sweeps a hand pass forward to Frederick. Forward to the logo southern wing. Not a great kick. Impey wins it in the ground. Tap back, though, by Tracy. Sarong kicks inside forward 50. Coming out to meet it. Well done, Hardwick. Got it away for the Hawks. You can share it by hand across half back. Oh, Frederick. Great tackle on Ward. Ball jarred free. Chance for McKenzie. Scoop it up again for the Hawks. Inside his defensive 50. Gave it to Impey at centre half back.
Long kick through the middle of the centre square by Impey. Going back McVee. Well, he was probably taken in front. Umpire said no. Ball spilled the way of the Dockers anyway. Chapman gathered. Handball to Pearce. Handball forward to Ryan, who loops it out by hand to the southern wing where Wagner can straighten them up. Kicks up towards Frederick. Busy early. Takes the mark between wing and half forward. Has the runner coming past him. Bolton handballs it to him, who kicks the ball inside the forward 50. And he spots the little man, Isaiah Dudley, who takes the mark sliding on his knees. He'll take his very best 45-degree angle to the left. He'll kick from right on 50.
Just admiring the efficiency of both sides. Both sides going at about 80% efficiency. You know, fundamentally, like two of the best sides in the competition are executing.
It's an enjoyable game of footy to watch so far. Isaiah Dudley has the ball for the Dockers. Spins it in his hands as he sets sail for home. It's up and under. It won't make the distance. A couple of Dockers go down. It's punched through over the line by the Hawthorn defenders. It's a minor score. 2-3-15 Fremantle, Hawthorn, 2 straight 12. 3-point margin, 11 minutes played in the first term Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Mitch mentioning the Dockers won 6 of their opening terms this year. Hawks still impressive. They won 5 of theirs. They go beyond defensive 50 at left half back. Weddle rose. Couldn't take the mark. Cox looked to move it forward. Johnson was the intended player. Couldn't get to him. Hardwick mops it up for the Hawks. Gave it away to Meek. Then to McKenzie. Now to Lewis. Quick hands. Comes on to McDonald. Under pressure from Bolton. Oh, he's been taken a little bit high. Umpire says a free kick for the Hawk. McDonald moves it across half back. Chance through battle here. Looking to set it up. Short pass. Back inside. The Hawks will go. Now it's through Ward. Ward moves it on to Impey. Players run forward of him. They're both ignored as Wagner stands on the mark. Impey twice looks over his left shoulder. Nothing doing there, so he decides to kick into the right forward pocket for Hawthorn. Cox front position. Despite the arriving presence of Gunston, Mason Cox takes the mark. Not Brennan, but Mason. Defensive mark for the Dockers inside his left-back pocket. Freo by 3 points, 12 gone in the first.
Goes long to the southern side, Cox, but straight to Jack Ginnivan. Hawthorn almost had the overlap. Ginnivan thought about going instead. Holds it up. Just for the centre wing on the outer side of Perth Stadium. Ginnivan goes inside 50. Meek from the side, couldn't mark. Swooping on it, snapping his Butler. Got it! The Hawks get another one. They make something out of nothing. And Sam Butler running towards the boundary, snaps it across his body from the right forward pocket. It's a beautiful finish. He might be lucky too because he had the wizard Nick Watson next to him. He chose to go himself. He makes it count, and Hawthorn are in front. 3 straight 18, the Hawks. The Dockers 2-3-15, 12.5 played in the first quarter.
Definitely took it upon himself, and it was a degree of difficulty, wasn't it? I was a bit cautious about the kick from Ginnivan to a dangerous spot, straight to where Cox was, but contest was created beautifully. Then those small forwards hitting that contest at pace, and yeah, as you said, Mitch, the Wiz coming through at the exact same time and usually demand that, I reckon.
The choice of a Butler delivering or a Wizard. Both of them are okay. Hawks got the tap in the middle, but it came down to Sarong of the Dockers. He shanked it, gave it to Brayshaw, kicked inside forward 50. Ball hit the deck. Arriving Tracy, gathered, hand pass back to Amos. Decides to pop it into the left forward pocket and finds Wagner, who marks 30 from goal.
Probably about 3 opportunities I've noticed already that when they've had an opportunity to pass the ball inside their forward 50 Fremantle, they've taken it off the line.
Yeah.
And haven't just blazed away. It's like they're trying to find a better position to have a better shot on goal.
Certainly Amos could have had a ping if he wished. Here comes Wagner. The left forward pocket. He's put it across the face. A minor score for the Dockers. 2-4-16 Freo. 3 straight 18 the Hawks. 14 gone in the first.
So 4 inside 50s for Hawthorn with 3 goals. Very different story to last week. Eamon with a kick out. Kicks long towards the wing. Cox couldn't mark it. Pushed out was Lloyd Meek. Wins the free kick. Handball quickly to Ward. Inside to McKenzie. Loops it over the top to Amon. Gathers in the middle of the ground. Spears a kick towards the attacking edge of the centre square. Lewis takes the mark. Has a lead in the pocket. Gunston. Can he get there? Yes. Sliding down low. Got away from Luke Ryan. Takes the mark. And on a slightly worse angle than his previous goal, he'll take the shot. Just worse than 45-degree angle to the right. Will kick from about 50 metres out.
How's their willingness to transition fast through the middle of the ground, bring each other in, lateral handball?
Yeah, they join in from behind. Like, obviously, they're one of the best teams at doing that. But I don't know if both coaches would be too happy about the efficiency.
Shootout.
Yeah, exactly.
In comes Jack Gunston. Still got plenty of power in the old legs. Kicks on goal. Swings it back. Gunston has 2. The Hawks have 4. A week is a long time in footy. They are ever efficient tonight. 4 straight 24 Hawthorn. Fremantle 2-4-16. 16-minute mark coming up in the first term. Our experts for ABC Sports, Jared Wellingham and Jared Schofield.
Took everything he had, really, didn't it? The old legs, as you said, of Gunston, but such a good goal kicker for so long, and it's remarkable how late in the twilight of his career he's finding the form that he is week in, week out.
It was 3 or 4 years ago he had the bad back. I know he probably still deals with that now, but he was sort of knocking at the end of his career. And now he's one of the finest All-Australian last year.
Second in the Coleman medal race at the moment. 26 goals. Only Ben King's got more. There's a free kick in the middle here. It's gone against the Dockers. Or is it a score review? No. Ooh. So I'm just trying to listen to what the Arcs had to say. The score review is a behind. Touched. Is it on the way through?
Must have hit the post.
Snicko.
Yeah.
There's a picture of Snicko, and it was pretty substantial.
He's not having that good a year, Jack Gunston. Take it back.
Nah, he's still having a good year.
Oh, well. Just 1 for the game so far. Kick comes towards commentary wing. No mark taken. Massive group around it. I think looks the soccer at forward. Picked up by McDonald. Chance to go forward through Newcomb. And hand passes it into the direction of D'Ambrosio. Got a hand pass away to no one in particular. Went immediately first time then by me. Did well. Got it off to Ryan, who moved it short to Amon, who stabs it up the middle to Ramsden. He'll go back and stand just alongside the centre circles. Takes a couple of steps forward, puts the Hawks deep inside their forward 50. Massive brute there. Mason Cox is able to get away, and he takes the defensive mark and moves it quickly to Murphy Reid in the right back pocket. So that score just 3 points in favour of the Hawks. 17 gone in the first.
Reid goes short to Erasmus, just beyond right half back. Played every game this season for the Dockers. Kicks it up the wing, looking for Tracy. Floating across Meek, got hands to it, couldn't take the mark. It spills back Hawthorn's way to Ward. Took a little bounce, handball inside. D'Ambrosio gets the kick away under pressure. Brendan Cox underneath it. It was a hack kick forward. And he takes the intercept mark for the Dockers. That's 3 intercept marks for Cox in the back line. 2 to Mason, 1 to Brennan. So he comes back beyond defensive 50 to Neil Erasmus. Right half back again, called to play on. Goes for a little run, kicks back up to that pack up the line. Tracy in front, pushed out of it. It spilled to Switkowski, then he lost it. Sicily gathers it at ground level, loops the handball over the top to Newcomb. He handballs into the middle, not a great one. The Hawks make it work by McKenzie. Was brilliant, tapped it to himself, spun out of trouble. Handballs it across to Ginnivan, into the pocket, looking for Gunston, who marks. Got over the back of Luke Ryan, and Jack Gunston takes the mark on an even tighter angle this time. He's getting closer and closer to the boundary. He's about 5-6 metres in. He'll kick from 40 metres out.
If you look at it, the way that Hawthorn are moving the ball to the corridor off any contest, their ability to shape to the corridor, I think Fremantle just need to tighten up. They're losing their contest balance and allowing them too easy a corridor access at the moment.
Jack Gunston. Set shot, no doubt about it this time. Straight over the goal umpire's head. And now he does have 2 goals. Get your wide out, take away the first one, put it back again. 2 goals for Jack Gunston. 4-1-25 the Hawks, 2-4-16. The Dockers 9-point margin, 20 minutes in. That is a commentator's nightmare.
Did you do that? That's exactly what I just did.
I just crossed out his goal.
Put the wide out.
Why wouldn't you wait until the end of the game?
Oh, because it just annoys me if I look down and I see there's 2 there. There's a bit of OCD in that, I admit.
No, you're right, Scully. In terms of the Hawthorn willingness, I suppose, they're doing it even blindly sometimes. Just the, over-the-shoulder hand pass. Obviously, there's voice there, but they're just thinking about it before they've even got the ball. That's where they want to get the ball, through that corridor side of every contest.
Now we can rave a bit more about how good Gunston is. Hawks able to move it forward from the clearance, but Bolton gathers it for the Dockers. Gave it out to Brayshaw. Lovely kick towards Young. Went over his left shoulder. He marks just shy of right half forward. Sends it back to Chapman, who marks on the logo. Northern wing. Lands the inboard for a moment, then decides to run instead in the direction of right half forward, and then kick inside the forward 50. Tracy went to ground. Sicily got it for the Hawks. Shared it with Newcomb. Back to Sicily. Ran into trouble. Bounced off Amos. Amos couldn't complete the tackle. Newcomb still going. Gets stripped of the footy. That'll be holding the ball. Dudley did good. Great tackle. And he'll go back and have a shot, Isaiah Dudley, from 35 metres out. Slightly worse than a 45-degree angle to the right.
You watch Newcomb, he actually takes on the initial tackler, and obviously Dudley comes in, but just the confidence to trust his own strength to take on the tackler.
Few calls from the Hawthorn players for a high contact.
Potentially the first one was there. The second one, I think, it started and then slipped up. The umpire had called it. Right behind the Dudley kick. He doesn't miss. Fremantle respond. They've got their third. And they bring it back to a 3-point game. Isaiah Dudley with his first of the evening. 3-4-22 to 4-1-25. Hawks still in front. Latter stages of the opening term.
How tall is Dunners? I'm going to check my
168 centimetres.
168, yep.
168.
The second tackle did kind of slip high, but I think the umpire already said you've had a lot of prior before.
Oh, you've had prior. You fought one tackle.
He dropped the ball.
Yeah. They also missed the Sicily one, I think, too.
Yeah.
So we sort of led with his head a little bit.
There you go again, replay.
The lifting of the shoulder.
He does attempt to shrug, which is the other reason why the tackle does slip. But I'm with you, Mitch. I think they've called it.
Ball back in the middle. Jackson tapped it straight to Reeves, who kicks it forward for the Hawks. Front and centre off the pack is Watson. Gathers 60 out. Oh, he did a little duck and a turn and a twist. And he put the Dockers defender on his backside outside 50. Warner was sliding the wrong way. That is broken ankles. And the long kick is punched out of bounds by the Dockers defenders. That was a bit of wizardry if you've ever seen it. Mesmerising.
Like an impala running away from a lion.
He was spinning and stopping and diving. Ball spun back in. Jackson taps it to the front. Oh, McDonald just boots the ball out of the hands of the Dockers defender. The umpire said play on. Quick kick towards goal. It's marked by Luke Ryan. That was kicky in danger to the absolute letter of the law. He actually kicked the Dockers' hand. In the end, they have the ball anyway in the left back pocket with Warner.
So Warner on a bit of a run. Kicks towards the southern wing. Oh, going up. Tracy might have got tunnelled slightly. Umpire says play on. Weddle takes it towards the boundary line. Just kept it in with a hand pass back to the debutant in Ryan, and he's forced over the line by Switkowski. Ball to be thrown back in. Right half forward for the Hawks, who lead by 3 points. 23 gone in the first. Boundary umpire unfurls. Reeves against Jackson. Jackson got there first, won it down. Weddle read it well though, gathered it, got away from Johnson. The hand pass down the line, takes an awkward bounce. Unfortunately for Mackenzie, couldn't gather it in. And so that's going to be a free kick here for Fremantle. The lasso rule. Jackson to take it. Takes a couple of steps. And then kicks long towards left half forward for Fremantle. Cox worked out underneath the footy. Legally, good mark taken by... Oh, hang on, gone the other way. So eventually it will come back to Cox. He was worked legally underneath the football. The umpire had a long think about it and then changed his mind. Brendan Cox for the Dockers. Back into the left... Sorry. Mason Cox for the Dockers. Back into the left forward pocket. Stolen here by Jackson. Couldn't get a hand pass to Switkowski. He's the debutant Ryan. Kicks towards the southern wing.
Off the hands of Mason Cox. Here he is again. The wizard Watson gathers. Gets away from Brayshaw. Straightens up in the middle of the ground. Delivers inside 50 to Gunston, who marks 49 metres out. He is causing all sorts of trouble for the Dockers defenders already. Nick Watson.
Once again, you just see the blistering speed to get goal side and then to take the ball at speed and be that clean and then hit the kick. It's elite.
It's remarkable.
Jack Gunston, this will take his very best from 55 metres out. He gives it everything he has. He's away to the right. He got the distance. It's a minor score. 2-2 for Jack Gunston so far. Hawthorn, they are 4-2-26. The Dockers 3-4-22. 4-point margin the way of the Hawks in his first term.
Warner on a bit of a run. The kick-in duties. Kicks towards the logo, commentary side. Tracy front position, got it for the Dockers. Worked his way through traffic. Hand pass to centre half back. Got it to Chapman, then to Murphy Reid. Kicks towards left half forward. Weddle got there for the Hawks. Tapped it down to Empey. Sweeps a hand pass here to Newcomb. Takes a bounce on the southern wing. Serves up a kick in the direction of Gunston. And he marks about 70 from goal. He's right up against the boundary. Takes a couple of steps backwards. Now the traditional right half forward. Centering kick. Inside forward 50. Reeves got a hand to it. Couldn't complete the mark. Nash tried to pick it up. Got it back to Newcomb again. And he's tackled to ground. Jackson got him. Ball up the cool. Hawks by 4, 27 gone in the first. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
All tossed up in the air. Reeves tapped it down. He had his hand over Jackson's shoulder. It'll be a free kick to the Dockers ruckman. Jack Gunston has been all over Luke Ryan in this first quarter as well. Jackson kicks it high towards the southern side. In front, unable to take the mark was Weddle. It's built down the way of Tracy. Now to Brayshaw for the Dockers. He's held up by a couple of Hawks. Handballs to Tracy. Back to Brayshaw. In the end, they worked it out well. Kicks up the wing, looking for Amos in front. Can't take the mark. Battle was there. Now follows up, tackled by the Hawthorn defender. Be a ball up, just forward of the wing. Favouring the Dockers attacking end, the city end of Perth Stadium. Umpire quickly throws it aloft. Jackson tapped it over the top. Felton Newcomb, his kick straight to Murphy Reid. Intercepts, kicks inside, forward 50, long kick. Voss got a hand in there to spoil it away from Hardwick. Hardwick and Voss battling in the right forward pocket. Coming through Switkowski, toe poked it, straight to battle. Handball to D'Ambrosio, and the Hawks can clear. His little chip kick finding Amon.
Amon trots back to take his kick at left half back. 4-2 plays 3-4. Hawks in front. 28 gone in the first. Kick towards the commentary wing. Good mark. Attacking the football, Chapman. Takes the grab. Pauses for a moment. Frederick is on. Wagner comes off. Clark is on as well for the Dockers. Couple of changes on the interchange gates. Chapman makes his way off after he gets the kick away in the direction of Voss. Went through his hands at right half forward. Had them both up, the big mitts above his head. Couldn't complete the grab. It's across the boundary line for a throw-in, right where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary at right half forward. Hawks lead by 4, late stages of the first. Put back into play. Jackson palmed it down with 2 hands, came to Brayshaw. Kicked immediately inside forward, 50, diving forward. Tracy marks for Fremantle. 25 out from goal, 45-degree angle to the right.
You mentioned it pre-game, didn't you, Scully? That 5-metre. Tommy Barrass is still lightning fast off the line, but it just goes to show how big and strong and fast Tracy is. But also, his anticipation is elite at the moment.
That's the biggest thing. It's hard to defend those balls, but his anticipation, to be thinking the ball's going to come to him.
Ball's put into space, and Tracy was out to meet it. Tracy in and kicks the goal, giving Fremantle back the lead. Closing stages of the opening term. The Dockers are up 4-4-28 to the Hawks 4-2-26. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and ABC Listen. Our experts tonight, Sharrod Wellingham and Jared Schofield.
It's always hard as a defender when you've got your starting position and you want to kind of have your forward in front of you so you know what you can see the ball and the opposition, but giving them that front position allows them to anticipate so much easier, doesn't it? If they're half a second quicker than you got no chance, really.
Because it's so close to goal, stoppage at centre forward, it's a hard position to be in. You can't sort of play front position, you can't leverage, you've got to play back shoulder, and like I said, you've got to be right on your game.
Leading possession getter on the ground, Josh Tracy with 8 disposals, ball back in the middle. Newcomb, handball to Watson, who's playing in the midfield, slipped over, still stepped around Shea Bolton, kicks inside forward 50. Dockers have the numbers. Brendan Cox, the first one back, thought about the handball backwards instead, kicked it short. Watson almost picked it off, got a hand in there. It's spilled back to Brendan Cox. Just dribbles it towards the boundary. Hawks have the numbers. Ginnivan goes in, picks it up, tackled, and high tackle called against Johnston. They go quickly. Chip inboard by Ginnivan to Nash. 60 metres out from goal. Goes to the hot spot, looking for a Hawthorn mark. Big fly from the back to Ambrosio. Couldn't take it. Lewis tried to tap it to Ward, missed it. Dudley coming through low. He was taken high, and that'll end the first quarter. Cracking quarter of footy here at Perth Stadium. The Dockers, 4-4-28, lead Hawthorn 4-2-26. 2-point margin after one played. Clint Wilden.
The goal kickers for Fremantle. As Mitch told you, lead by 2 points at quarter time. Their 7th first quarter win of 2026. Voss, Frederick, Tracy and Dudley. While for the Hawks, 2 to Gunston. We thought for a moment that he would have had a third. The arc intervening. The others to Butler and to Watson. 4-4 plays 4-2 at quarter time wherever you're listening. On ABC Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and on ABC Listen. Look for the AFL button. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Get your documentary fix on ABC iView.
We have an industry that's just running riot.
Like Sean McAuliffe's Going for Broke.
Last spin, come on.
Todd Sampson's Why.
The best things in life are on the other side of fear.
And more. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Came out to Whittle. Lewis got it to him by hand. Hands it off to Watson from the right forward pocket. Oh, the Wizard of West Oz. Watson with a beauty. The Hawks with the first goal in the opening 90 seconds of the game. Kicked into the path of Frederick. Got it at left half forward. Shepherd came from Clark. Frederick kicks the goal. And he nails it. Great finish from Michael Frederick. The Dockers had their second.
Spearing kick inside 50 onto the chest of a leading Gunston. Jack Gunston, 24 goals for the season already. Set shot is beautiful. Trademark Jack Gunston, straight through the middle. Hawthorn answer back.
Kicked immediately inside forward 50. Diving forward, Tracy marks for Fremantle. 25 out from goal, 45-degree angle to the right. Tracy in and kicks the goal, giving Fremantle back the lead.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It's everything that we'd have hoped for in the opening term. Plenty of great goals, a bit of wizardry. The Butler serving up something special. And it's close. 4-4-28 to 4-2-26. The Dockers lead the Hawks at quarter time. What do our experts make of it? Premiership players both. Jared Schofield and Sharad Wellingham.
It was a great start, wasn't it? It was end-to-end, lots of goals being scored first quarter, and I feel like the game probably settled a little bit once they filled each other out. And we spoke pretty, in depth about how important the clearance and stoppage dominance was going to be, but they were around par in terms of result. But the numbers, Fremantle got on top in the contested possessions. Hawthorn got them in clearances. So that's probably what made it feel a little bit more even towards the back half of that quarter. It was so lightning fast both ways, wasn't it? And the skill for Freo to start, I thought, was probably at a higher level.
Yeah, it was a scoring feast early on in that quarter, but as you mentioned, the last 5 to 7 minutes was a bit of an arm wrestle. We saw a few more between the arc stoppages. Hawks, obviously the contest game between the arcs at the moment are just in front there. But as I mentioned, I think their ability to drive to the corridor when they sort of win that contest with their hands and get to the open side, they're able to hit Gunston on that sort of open side, inside 50, and he's looking dangerous. And they're just hard to stop, those type of plays. But as we saw then, if Freo can bring it into a bit more of that sort of stoppage contest game, it's able to stifle the momentum and the free-flowing play of Hawthorn.
I think Hawthorn aren't minding, when the ball goes into the Fremantle forward line, they're not minding having to transition the whole way. They're getting a lot of numbers into their D50 and squeezing up the whole ground, making it really small, and then holding one or two forwards, but then just slingshotting nice and fast, and they're finding a lot of space, aren't they?
Yep.
Jordan Clark just one disposal in the first quarter for the Dockers as well. For
very good Shepherd too.
Yes, one disposal for 47 metres gained. Just quickly,
Coach's award.
The rest of them. Josh Tracy has 8 disposals, leads all comers on the ground, 2 marks for him as well. 6 touches for Chapman and Brayshaw, 5 for Murphy Reid, Cardiff Strong and Mason Cox. For the Hawks, 6 apiece to Battle, McKenzie, Newcomb and Nash. Sicily, Impey, D'Ambrosio, Gunston and Gibbon have 5. It's very spread across the board. The clearances, though, 10-5 the way of the Dockers, the inside 50s. They are 13-12 the way of Hawthorn. The hitouts 8-7 the way of Hawthorn. Barely even across the board in some of those key numbers.
Well, both teams were very efficient early on. They were on world record pace for the amount of connection they had inside their front half. But look, they can't allow Gunston. He's had 4 shots on goal already in 1 quarter of football. You'd have to seriously look at that as whether it's a match-up change or just positional in terms of how you defend him a little bit differently. But it's also what happens up the ground as well.
He's playing behind Lukey Ryan. As we know, Lukey Ryan likes to watch the ball, and he's just catching him off guard and making those really nice, strong, hard leads, and Lukey's not able to stay with him.
Other than the mess that it made in my book, are we all happy about how the ARC reviewed?
It was nice and quick.
It was.
Game didn't go for a minute and a half.
No, the ball was back. They were waiting for the bounce to start again. I would say I was completely confused watching on, not having the benefit of television or audio or anything like that. All of a sudden, the umpire started motioning towards the goal. I thought it was a free kick going Hawthorn.
So did I.
We all go, I'm glad I'm not the Lone Ranger, go charging down there. I think that's something for people that are at the ground they needed to work on. But there was no delay in play. If you can get it sorted in that time, I'm happy with that.
And it was the right call because the Snicko had a clear alert on the vibration form, whatever you call it. What is it?
What was that?
I'm going to leave that right there. As they used to say on Q&A, I'll take that as a comment.
Murphy Rood's snake skin boots.
There's something different. But if you're playing like Murphy Reid and you're the reigning rising star, you can probably get away with him. Second term underway. Jackson looked to palm it down, but a free kick in the centre circles goes the way of Meek. He gives it for the Hawks off to Newcombe. Immediately kicks deep inside forward 50, right at the back as he gives away the free kick he has. Now that is a mismatch in terms of height up against Ramsden. Luke Ryan giving away the free. Ramsden coming into the side. First game of the season for the 23-year-old. He'll go back and he'll put boots a ball from about 50 out, 45-degree angle to the left.
Only obvious on the replay, but it was...
You've played back. I've never played back. It was on the arc.
Big grapple on the arms.
Big shrug of the shoulders from Ramsden as he starts his approach. He kicks from right on 50. It's out to the left. A minor score to begin the term. The Hawks back to within 1 point. 4-4 the Dockers, 4-3 the Hawks, opening 56 seconds of the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden in commentary alongside this man, Mitch Turner.
Jordan Clark plays on from the kick in, goes long towards the wing. Meek in front. Jackson got a hand in over the top. Bolton tried to shark it. Came to Barris for the Hawks. To Ward by hand to Weddle. Now Impey can snap it towards 50 and going back, taking the mark on his chest is Sarong. Wants to switch it quickly. Goes across his own defensive goal square to Brennan Cox. Hawthorn shut it down. Had to wait. Now goes short. Finds Heath Chapman, right half back. Just beyond defensive 50. Took a little step off his line. Umpire said play on. Now he's forced to go long down the line. Jackson sets himself in the back. Couldn't take the mark. Followed up though. Got a handball to Brayshaw. On centre wing to Wagner. Inboard to Bolton. Looping handball to Switkowski. At centre half forward to Wagner. Running in on goal. Kicks. Misses. And he's getting a free kick. It's coming back. Was pushed as he kicked by Massimo D'Ambrosio, who I thought it was a great chase to put the pressure on, and the umpire saying he pushed him in the back. So Corey Wagner gets a chance to reload. We'll see the replay. Oh, it's soft.
Oh, very small shove from D'Ambrosio there.
He had his hands in the back, but
yeah. I spoke to Razor Ray about this on Monday, didn't we, Clint?
You're happy for that not to be paid. A chase was probably worthy. So scrum to behind. Corey Wagner is going to have another go. 45 metres out. Take two. He misses. So a few shots already. Minus score. 4-5-29 the Dockers. 4-3-27 the Hawks. 2-point margin restored.
And of course, we can always hear from Ray Chamberlain, Razor Ray, on Mondays on Extra Time on Sport Digital. 9 o'clock on the East Coast. 7 if you're on the West. Kick back towards left half back. Pack up here. And coming out eventually will board up. Left half back for the Hawks. Meek against Jackson again. Meek with a more telling tap. Got down to Newcombe. Great smother Sarong. Jackson gave it back to Sarong. Got away from the tackle. Dudley flipped it over his head. It was clever but didn't quite work out for what they wanted. Impey looks to shovel a hand pass forward, getting it originally from Moore. Ball's kicked long towards left half forward, getting back there first. Ooh, McVie, not a great hand pass back for Brendan Cox. Watson goes towards him, tackles him. Free kick Hawthorn, holding the ball against the Dockers. And Watson, outstanding.
That is elite football. Any young fella out there watching the modern game and watching this game, that is elite as a small forward. Not only is he kicking goals, but the forward pressure to get after the big fella was elite.
That's so difficult. But he made it elementary, my dear Watson. In he comes. The effort deserved the goal and he delivers. He's got two. He's making this Perth Stadium stage his own, and we've only gone 4 minutes into the second term. 5-3-33. Hawks back in front. The Dockers 4-5-29. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Brendan Cox and Billy Frampton might be in a little PTSD group without Nick Watson chasing him down in the forward line. I'd tell you who I would be blaming, Scully, I think it was Judd McVie, who handballed it 10 metres over Brendan Cox's head and said, go get that.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, it would be interesting to see what Coxie was thinking in that moment. I would like to have been him. But
you'd have needed the dump button if it was going to air.
But looking, half back, like Impey at the moment, they need to watch him closely. He's run off half back for Hawthorn, is really setting up their offence.
Brendan Cox's partner announced last week they're having a second child. He's probably thinking, I've already got these little ones running around me. I don't need Nick Watson as well. Ball back in the middle. Jackson for the Dockers. Takes it, kicks it inside. Tracy overran it. So too did Voss. And it falls into the arms of the third amigo. Jai Amos takes the mark, shrugs the shoulders, will go back. Set shot from about 35 metres out. Slight angle to the right. Last man standing in the end. It's been shootout footy a little bit. Here we go. One end. Watson scores. Amos on the runway. The left foot kick is through the middle. Amos gets his first goal of the night. The Dockers answer straight back, and it does have a little bit of a shootout feel tonight. Fremantle go back in front. 5-5-35. The Dockers. Hawthorn of 5-3-33. Before we hear from our experts, Bridget Lacey's down on the boundary. Bridget?
Yeah, just a little bit of a watch on Mason Cox. He's been getting some treatment from the doctor just on the other side of the bench and doesn't look totally comfortable. So we'll see how he's going to go for the rest of the match for the Dockers. Obviously an important cog.
We spoke about that 1-2 ruck combo. If they can't go using that against the Hawthorn rucks, I think it could really sway things.
Here's Meek winning it down against Jackson, got it back. Tackled by Jackson though, ball jarred out, umpire lurks, allows play to go on. Bolton hand pass to Brayshaw, immediately tackled. Ward got him. Play on the call, ball spilled out, players pile on top of it. Just forward of the centre circles for the Dockers, and we'll ball it up. Nash, the last player up off the deck. Jackson got it down to Brayshaw. Hurried kick away inside forward 50 for Fremantle. Impey could have raffled it. In the end, he was right there and decided it won't be him. Battle, who took the mark, moved it to Ginnivan. Kick towards right half back. Here's Sicily. He marks up against Amos. Long sleeves on. Kicks back inside defensive 50. There's the debutant again. Modi Ryan moves it out to Impey at left half back. 2-point lead to Freo. 7.5 gone in the second term as Impey kicks towards the logo. Southern wing attacking the football. Lewis, she think it bounced off his face. Ambrosio didn't mind. He scooped it up. Lewis involved again. Back to Ward. Hand pass back to Impey. Defensive point of the centre square. Moves it to McKenzie, who marks.
McKenzie plays on. Tries to run around Clark. Pressures as he kicks. Up looking towards Meek. Tapped it towards Ginnivan. Centre half board. Gunners. Tackled by Young. Taken to ground. Ball up 55 metres out from Hawthorn's attacking goal. Jackson v Meek. Meek taps it down, straight to McKenzie, immediately set upon by a couple of Dockers. They lose about 2 or 3 metres. Ball up again. Attacking into the centre square. Meek taps it down to Ward on the right boot. Kicks towards the top of the goal square, coming out to meet it. Guess who? Jack Gunston again. Playing in front, takes the mark. And will have the set shot from 25 metres out, pretty much directly in front.
That's a little bit of a different situation with the ball being so far out and probably 60 metres away. The stoppage. And
it was centre forward, yeah.
Cox could have been playing in front.
Oh, mate, when you're the last line, it's maybe a tough one.
In comes Jack Gunston. Never in doubt. He kicks it into the Fremantle cheer squad, and that adds extra sting. He's got his third. Hawks are back in front. 6-3-39. The Dockers are 5-5-35. 4-point lead. 9 minutes in. Bridget Lacey down on the boundary.
Good news for the Dockers. Mason Cox just jogging back onto the ground now. He looks good to go. Tom Barris, though, has headed down to the rooms with a couple of the Hawthorn doctors. He did go to the mat to get some treatment, and they said, no, we'll head down to the rooms, and he wasn't moving all that well, so a bit of a watch now on Tom as well.
A 5th mark inside 50 for Jack Gunston already.
They're always hard to defend.
Yeah,
those type of quick kickers. More the ruck connection I was looking at on the inside. Meek's ability to get it to Ward at the time was just first class.
And it's tough. I mean, Cox is right on him, but it's one of those dipping kind of punted balls, isn't it?
Sticking with Brendan Cox on Gunston at the moment. Clearance comes the way of the Hawks. Long kick from Ward towards left half forward. There's no mark taken. Went through the legs of Pearce. He's under pressure. McKenzie tries to gather. Scooped up though by Chapman for the Dockers. Hands it back to Clark. From right half back. Kicks towards the southern wing. Attacking the football, Tracy. Sicily went to ground against Voss. And the free kick is going to go Sicily's way for that ruck infringement. Freo fans won't like it, but it was there. Correct calls. It goes back again through Hardwick, then through the middle of the ground to Ward once more to McKenzie. Stabs it inside forward 50. Oh, you'll never believe it. Gunston again. He's everywhere. And he takes the mark. 45-degree angle to the right. 40 out from goal. They've got to find a way to stop this, the Dockers.
They have to find a way. He's finding far too much space, isn't he?
Well, who's the option? Yeah, he's obviously been with Ryan.
Here comes Gunston, looking for his 4th. Another one for Jack Gunston. Another one for the Hawks. Their lead is out to 10 points. 7-3-45 to 5-5-35, and that's the question. How do you stop it?
Well, first and foremost, you look at the ability of Hawthorn to switch the ball and connect inside their forward 50. They seem like Hawthorn are able to just score that little bit easier at the moment, and Fremantle having to work a bit harder for their goals. But Fremantle have maybe got to support their defence a little bit more, fill up the corridor, get numbers back.
Get numbers back nice and quickly. Wing release, going down back and free up one of their taller backs to just plant themselves in front.
Not that you want to overcommit and try and protect the leading lane of one player, but at the moment, Gunston's their number one target.
Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Tom Barras back from the rooms and onto the bench, so hopefully he can continue.
The signs for Hawthorn fans. Ball back in the middle. Reeves trying to gather it, couldn't. It's built the way of Johnson to the Dockers. Handball to Murphy Reid, to Bolton. Back to Murphy Reid. Runs to 50. Shanks the kick inside 50. Amos tracks it back in the right forward pocket. Weddle is there to usher him out of bounds. Just missed the last kick. Murphy Reid. Amos is all on his own. Ball in. 15 metres around from the Dockers' goal. Right forward pocket. Cox v Reeves in the ruck. Shallow throw in. Reeves got there first. Tapped it straight to Hayden Young. Somehow got it on the boot. Straight up in the air. Nash punched it to Jordan Clark. He was tackled. Dispossessed by Butler. Stacks on. 45 metres out from the Dockers' goal. They'll have another ball up. All tossed high in the air. Cox in front of Reeves. Tapped it down. Crashing through McKenzie. Lost it. Now Nash goes. He's tackled by Bolton. A rolling maul. They'll have another go.
The restart. Came down to Newcomb. Got it back to Amon. Threw it on the boot immediately. High up and under towards the southern wing. Off hands. Down to Ryan. Got it to Clark. Kick inside forward 50. Wanted Tracy. Big pack up. Bolton might have been dealt with without it. Umpire says play on. The Hawks will go streaming forward through Newcomb to Ginnivan. Ginnivan can kick inside forward 50 on the end of it. Gunston. It's not quite, but it's almost a one-man show. He's the headline act at Perth Stadium at the moment. And there is no way Fremantle right now can find a way to stop him.
Well, just watching that behind the goals, or from behind the play, to see it unfold, that's on up the ground, Fremantle up the ground, allowing them to get goal side. Poor old Coxie in that position.
Not much you can do.
No, you can't. It's
nothing you do about that either if you're Fremantle, as Gunston rolls in to kick his 5th. A 5th goal in a quarter and a half of football, and he's got 7 marks inside 50. I'm not blaming the defenders, but that really is... If there aren't alarm bells going off in the Fremantle coaching box right now, what do you do?
They already tried to manufacture Cox as an extra defender.
Bridget Lacey, a bit of movement down on the Hawthorn bench. Doesn't look good for Tom Barrass.
Yeah, he's still chatting to the docs. Obviously, whatever they did down in the rooms hasn't quite worked. I'll keep you posted.
He's got the ice on the left hammy now. I can just see sitting next to Josh Battle. So that would indicate Tom Barrass is out of the game.
Just want to mention too, 3 goals in a row for the Hawks. All of them the Gunston. He's now, as you said, got 5.
He'll be feeling pretty up and about at the moment. Jack from the middle. Ball gets socketed the way of Hawthorn. Sarong, the first one there, tackled by Ginnivan. Ball up, still inside the centre square. Cox v Reeves. Cox got the hand to the ball, straight to Newcomb. Tumbling ball inside forward 50, sits up on its end. Pearce gathered with the Dockers, tackled by Ramsden. Got a handball towards Erasmus. Left foot kick beyond defensive 50. Well done, Ryan, the first game, and no. Thought he did well to get in front of Frederick and punch it out of bounds, but umpire said he worked his way to the front illegally. So it'll be a free kick to the Docker. It's beyond left half back for Michael Frederick. Long kick down the line. Mason Cox is the target. Couldn't take the mark against Reeves. It fell to Amon. Handball to Newcomb for the Hawks. Back to Amon. Running through the middle of her stadium. Long kick in the Gunston direction. Falls short. Bounces the way of the Hawks. Comes to Butler. Shakes one tackle. Couldn't shake the second. Holding the ball. He got caught by a couple of Dockers. They shared the duties. Just you thought Gunston was wheeling back to goal over the back. They just couldn't get it to him. It's a Fremantle free kick, and Frederick goes to the right back pocket where Brendan Cox can take a mark and a sigh of relief.
Dare I say it, Frederick said, "I'll have you, Butler." Kick beyond defensive 50, out towards Pearce. That's old school TV there, Mitch. Comes on to Clark, moved it to Wagner. Wagner from the logo, southern side, he wanted Voss. A well done battle, attack the football for the Hawks. Dumps it over the boundary line with a big fist. It's across the line for a throw-in right half forward for the Dockers. Still a game-high lead at the moment in favour of Hawthorn. They're out by 16. 17 gone into the second term. One down here by Reeves. Hacked forward by the Hawks. Lewis comes out to meet it. He's able to mark in front of Ryan. Just shy of the logo, southern wing. Had options running by. They're ignored first time. Instead, he opts to kick it long. Deep inside forward 50. Ramsden won it down. Met there by Erasmus of the Dockers. Got it on to Sarong. Hands it to Erasmus. Hand pass back to Clark. He can go on a run at left half back for Freo. Kicks towards left half forward. Tracy slipped over. Battle didn't. And Battle marks for Hawthorn at right half back. Still the Hawks lead by 16. 18 gone. Second term. Thursday night footy here on ABC Sport.
High kick from Battle towards half forward. Ginnivan sandwiched in a pack, and Warner's able to come across and punch it out of bounds. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Yeah, confirmation, as you said, Mitch. The left hamstring of Tom Barrass is out of this game. Hawthorn has confirmed that as well.
So Josh Battle, his role gets a little bit bigger without his sparring partner down there. Ball spun in. Cox and Reeves tied up. Came off hands to Sarong. High kick towards half forward. Weddle couldn't take the mark. It spills out towards Voss. Gathered cleanly. Handball to Murphy Reid. Runs to 55. Kicks towards goal. The Dockers need it and they get it. Murphy Reid shows his class. Runs to the crowd. Celebrates to them. The Dockers get one back. Margin back to 10 points. Murphy Reid's first. 6-5-41 Fremantle, 8-3-51 Hawthorn. 19 minutes played in the second term as Patrick Voss and James Sisley continue to go at it off the ball. Sharad Wellingham, Jared Schofield. They needed one against the flow.
They definitely needed that, Fremantle. But just watching closely, just watching Hawthorn up at stoppage and then watching how they're getting a lot of space and a lot of room for Gunston to work in and putting Cox in a vulnerable position by playing in front, and they're disconnecting him behind or forward of the ball. Hawthorn half forwards are getting up nice and high at stoppage and then even in transition, and then they're able to turn it back to goal. And Hawthorn are attacked, sort of surging the ball forward, so it's just get into space and get going.
Goodness me, Freo needed that. It's a run of 3 unanswered goals, but the Hawks will bounce back immediately. Newcomb gathered, sends it inside forward 50. Here's Watson wheeling around. Watson, you know what he's going to do. He kicks another ripper. He's got his third. Hawthorn respond in the blink of an eye. 9-3-57. Fremantle 6-5-41. We're just about to hit time on in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Sharrod Willingham and Jared Schofield.
He's just electric, isn't he? His ability to hit the ball and then change off the line makes it so hard for defenders to try and put any pressure on him. But that was a swing onto the left, had time to settle. Beautiful finish.
This is so cool.
I was really excited to watch him play in real life, I should say, and it's been very much up to the hype.
Just 3 goal kickers for their 9 goals, because Watson and Gunston for the Hawks have 8 between them in the first half. Out of the middle, Reeves takes it. High kick towards centre half forward. Trying to take the mark was Lewis, pushed off it. Ball spills the way of Wagner for the Dockers. Handball wide beyond left half back to Frederick. Looked down the line, there was nothing on, so retreats by foot. Back inside defensive 50 to Warner. Comes back to the broadcast side by foot as Warner. Ryan able to take the mark. Chips further afield to Frederick, who continued his run. Now plays on. Takes on Newcomb on the mark. Kicks inside forward 50. Looking for a target. Off hands it spills to Dudley. Quick snap on goal. It misses to the left. Minor score. 6-6-42. Fremantle. Hawthorn 9-3-57. Margin 15 points. We are into time on now. 21 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Hardwick's got the ball in his hand. Makes a step and then kicks short. Long enough to be a mark to Impey. He'll immediately find Battle all on his own in the right back pocket. Frederick looks to close him down. Battle's kick is dangerous. Is that out of bounds on the full? It was hugging the boundary line. Sicily tried to mark it. What are the umpires going to do here?
Said he took it on the half volley inside the field of play.
So they've decided that it is going to be a throw-in instead. And down here, nicely done by Meek, but spilled out to Frederick. Immediately kicks inside forward 50. Weddle slaps it away defensively. Two Dockers collide. Switkowski and Johnson, they hit each other. The ball is there for Weddle, who then is tackled by Switkowski. Ball up inside Freo's forward 50. Throw it aloft. One down here by Meek. Immediate clearance. Eventually Ward got it to D'Ambrosio. He's able to scoot away from his opponent in box. Kick on defensive 50. Taken here by Wagner on the juggle. Hand pass to Pearce. Knocked it back towards Wagner. Ball on the deck. Players come in. Umpire will call holding the ball here. Wagner making no real effort to get rid of it. Free kick going the way of Nash. He'll have it at left half back for the Hawks, who are 9-3-57. The Dockers 6-6-42. 23 gone second term.
Short by Nash finds Carl Amon. He's gone left half back, runner up in the best and fairest last year. And he's out wide of that southern wing again, just inside the boundary. Butler. There's a goal already tonight. Takes the mark, now gets called to play on. Able to run his fair distance. Kicks up towards half forward. Pearce in front of the Dockers. Had a couple cracks at it. Couldn't take the mark. Followed up. Tackled by Meek. Ball spills back under the pack. Extracted by Ward. His handball was knocked away. It comes out to Amon. Sells a bit of candy. Tumbles a kick towards half forward. Clever tap by Watson to Newcomb. Back to Watson to Gunston. Can't take the mark. Cox finally closed him down. Got a spoil in there. It fell to Impey. Shakes the tackle. Then puts a sidestep on Switkowski. Handball back to Newcomb. Kick inside 50 is intercepted by Brennan Cox. He might be lucky, because Gunston had 5 on him again.
I think he was lucky on both of those kicks because he had space on Cox, but Cox did well to cut the angles.
He gave a little tap on the back of Jack Gunston after he took the mark as well to say, I got one on you. Brayshaw from the kick out. Tackled, dispossessed, falls to Moore. Inside 50 for the Hawks. Grab taken by Lewis, yes. He tied up with Warner. Man in front always gets paid. And Mitch Lewis takes the mark. About 43 metres outside, angle to the right, 5 metres in from the boundary line. It's a bit chaotic at times. Pinball footy. Everyone takes a deep breath. So too does Mitch Lewis. Will take a good kick from here, just inside 50. Drop punt is across the face. Looked good for a long time, wasn't in the end. Hawthorn 9-4-58, Fremantle 6-6-42. Margin now 16 points, 25 minutes gone in the second.
Back out to that equal game high. Ryan, long kick for the Dockers. Beyond defensive 50, Tracy got a hand on it, spills out in the direction of Switkowski, immediately tackled. Ward got him, ball up the call. Umpire throws it aloft. Jackson pumped it straight down. Frederick couldn't take it. Switkowski gathered it, dropped it, picked up by Newcomb, meant for more, stolen by Wagner of the Dockers to Warner. Oh, almost stolen again by Watson. Bolton, though, he was clever. Was able to work it away to McBee. Hand pass to Brayshaw, back to McBee. Kicks for our inside forward 50. Voss diving forward. Marks on his chest. 45 out from goal. 45-degree angle to the left.
Probably the first clean transition we've seen from Fremantle, and it was their willingness to take it on through the middle, wasn't it? And beautiful running by McVeigh and across the body, changing the lanes, not allowing the Hawthorn defenders to set up.
I'm thinking exactly the same thing. Like, we haven't really seen Clark off halfback, really. Like, obviously what we're accustomed to.
Got the feeling this could be a big moment for Freo. Voss misses by a long way to the right for a minor score. After a good build-up, they needed something to frank their efforts. 9-4-58 to 6-7-43. Hawks in front. 26 gone in the second.
Amon able to run his full measure out of full-back. Kicks it long to the southern wing. Off hands McDonald. Roved it for the Hawks. Handball wider to D'Ambrosio. High kick up the wing, and this time it favours Brennan Cox, who's able to come in and take the intercept mark. Switches it back inside defensive 50 to Jordan Clark. Can go short to the middle of the defensive arc where Brayshaw marks. Handballs back to Clark, who continued his run. The full switch now complete as he kicks out. No. He's looking for Erasmus. Kick it straight to Dylan Moore, who intercepts. Handballs to McKenzie. Runs to 55. Long inside 50. Cox gets back and punches it away from Jack Gunston. He may have just hurt the arm a little bit there. He grabs it. The ball's over the behind line. Minor score, 9-5-59 Hawthorn, 6-7-43 the Dockers, 16-point margin, restored again.
Fremantle fans will be thrilled to know that Gunston hasn't kicked a goal now for something like 13 minutes. Still got 5 though. All beyond defensive 50 towards left half back. It's been locked in. Every time Bodie Ryan had it, he was tackled there by Voss. Umpire puts it up into the air. Jackson at the back, palmed it down. Umpire spotted a free kick. It was the non-controlling one about 50 metres away. It's gone the way of the Dockers. It'll come back here to Sarong. Standing in Fremantle's defensive 50. Umpire who made the call. Sarong goes back to Ryan. 28 gone in the second. Game high 17-point lead for the Hawks. Luke Ryan moves it short. Commentary edge of the centre square, shy of the logo, marked by Brayshaw, comes back towards the wing, marked again by Luke Ryan. Dockers moving it slowly at the moment. Ryan elects to send it high up in the air to land inside forward 50. Big punch came from Meek at the back of the line of 6. McVee tracked it, tapped it to his own advantage, got it to Brayshaw for the Dockers. Now to Chapman, hand pass to Sarong. Goes back by hand to Luke Ryan in the centre square. Oh, kick was smothered. One down there by Watson. Ryan able to regather for Fremantle. Short hand pass again to Warner. Flares it out to Clark, who marks on the southern wing.
Feeling the pressure at the moment, the Dockers. Clark chips it further afield to Sarong. Managed to find a little pocket of space. Takes the mark. Kicks inside the centre square. Ryan has it. He goes laterally again to McVee. All the way now to the broadcast side. Brennan Cox a long way from home. 60 out. Kicks into the pocket. Looking for a big target. Jackson. They brought a new definition of the word patient. They finally went inside 50, and Jackson one-on-one with Meek takes the mark in the left forward pocket. Will kick from about 5 metres in from the boundary, 30 metres out.
They definitely were patient, weren't they? They tried to find their way through the corridor, but it was all chopped up by Hawthorn. So they went around nicely a couple of times.
It was just their ability to change angles, keep sort of shifting the defence. They found the holes, and as you mentioned, they were patient going inside their forward 50.
Siren sounds for half-time. Big kick for Luke Jackson. We are right behind the kick. Jackson starts it on line and fades it away to the right, and it lands in the Hawthorn cheer squad, and they mark it with glee and joy because they'll take the lead into half-time. 9-5-59 Hawthorn. Fremantle 6-8-44, a 15-point margin. The weight of the visitors right now, it is third on top of second here at Perth Stadium. Big second half coming up on shore. Clint Wilden.
So the goal kickers look like this. Jack Gunston has five goals in the first half for the Hawthorn Footy Club. Nick Watson with 3, Sam Butler with 1. While for Fremantle, it's a very different looking page. Their goal kickers all individuals. Murphy Reid, Paddy Voss, Amos, Frederick, Tracy and Dudley. The Hawks trailed by 2 points at quarter time. They lead by 15 at the major break. Let's get the thoughts of our experts on what has been an entertaining game. One thing about Nick Watson, magic in front of goals, but there's nothing magical about how he helps create them, because that's just sheer work rate, what he does around the ground. It's been amazing to watch. Let's get the thoughts of our experts. Premiership players both, Sharad Willingham and Jared Schofield on ABC Sport.
Well, I think I just mentioned before about it, we all talked about how patient they were, Fremantle at the very end there. You can actually defend the game with ball in hand. So maybe playing that slower, we don't want them to go slow, but they still had sort of fast ball movement when they were changing angles with their short kicking game. But the slingshot game is obviously helping Hawthorn. Their ability to get up high and then get space to run back into. As I mentioned before, they were surging the ball forward off contest or off stoppage. And you look behind the ball and there's Cox on Gunston, 1 out, 50 metres of grass to try and play and try and defend, and it's very vulnerable for a defender. So if they can tighten the game up a little bit, maybe control the ball, it will help them defensively. So if they do turn the ball over, well then they're not dealing with a lot more grass or space to defend, especially for someone like Cox on Gunston. But whether I don't know who they would look at maybe changing that matchup. The only probably real option would be Pearce, but I think Pearce is quick for his size, but whether it's a matchup change or more of a system change up the ground, because if they can control the ball speed of Hawthorn defensively, then it'll eliminate any of Gunston's effect.
Yeah, it feels a little bit more even than I suppose the scoreboard reflects, but then you kind of think about it, and the way the game's being played out, I think, is suiting Hawthorn more. Their ability to, I think, put a little bit more pressure on and score from a couple of turnovers then, which we didn't see in the first quarter. I don't think anything. It was just back and forth, back to the middle, who wins a clearance, who gets the territory. Whereas that quarter, I think we saw a little bit more pressure being put on the Fremantle backline and midfield. And so it spent more time probably through centre forward and the forward line for Hawthorn. Yeah, you're right with the patience that was well done by Freo, but I don't think that's going to. They've got to continue to run it out of their back line, and at the moment they're not doing that. And I don't think that kicking it down the line to Meek and Jackson is really going to be the solution. They've got to find a way to continue to put some pace on the ball.
It's probably not sustainable, but I think you mentioned the call. They had a really good passage of play where they were able to sort of use their shape to the corridor. McVie got involved. Yeah. They took it off the line with speed. They haven't had as many looks like that, besides probably the first 5-7 minutes of the game. They haven't had as many looks like that, whereas probably Hawthorn's had more looks at the game going forward in that space. So if they can find the balance with that, and I agree, just kicking long down the line to the big fellas and think you're going to win the game off contest, it won't sustain. You won't be able to sustain it, but you might be able to mitigate the momentum in a game when you do that. So it'll be interesting to see how they attack the second half.
It's also quite hard for Freo to go back at Hawthorn at the moment because Hawthorn are doing such a good number of getting a lot of numbers into their backline and then slingshotting. But if they're not engaged, they're not actually all exiting their defensive half. And so if they do turn it over, that's why we found Gunston had so much space, is because when they have slingshotted it out, he's had a lot of space to work with, and then he's one-on-one or he's one-on-none where he's able to get a lead behind the Fremantle deepest defender and find space. But if they turn it over, say, further up the ground, which they haven't been able to do, first of all, but when they have done that, they go look forward again, Fremantle now, and they've got a lot of Hawthorn numbers already in front of them.
Well, generally Fremantle have been a very good front half team. They're able to defend their front half. Just one bit of passage of play that stands out to me now where Cox, we're talking about Cox and Gunston a bit, but where Cox was able to have that proactive position, we call it, where he's playing in front. It was a pressured kick, centre wing, landed shallow. Cox was able to be proactive and win that ball, and Fremantle were able to then control the ball on the back of that. If they can get more of that play, well, that takes away Gunston's effect. But
I literally just sort of said, Freo aren't putting enough pressure on the ball, and that's basically what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's what I mean. A guy can kick 5 goals at half time, but if there's not the pressure up the ground, it's not on Cox because he's playing a talent, obviously a legend of the game, playing a very, very smart, crafty forward that knows how to play behind, knows when to lead up. But like any defender, you played back in your career. I never played back, so I never felt it. But if there's no delay on the ball, you're at the mercy of the opposition.
I reckon Fremantle supporters around this ground are having flashbacks to 2013. Gunston. He's got 4 goals that day.
Did he?
Yeah, and proved a real difference in what was a tight game for a lot of it. His ability to convert those chances, one of the key factors that afternoon as Fremantle saw their hopes of a first premiership disappear. Hawthorn, of course, the start of what was a dynasty. They won 3 in a row starting in 2013. I reckon Fremantle fans, those who remember back that far, would have been thinking like that in that first half. Gunston has 5 goals at half-time. Hawthorn lead by 15 points. And for whatever it's worth, they've had 8 marks inside forward 50 in that half. The Hawks, Gunston, has 7 of them. One stage they had 7. He had all 7. Hawks by 15, 9-5-59 to Fremantle, 6-8-44. But there's still plenty of life in this contest. The Dockers will try to find a way to work themselves right back into it. It's been terrific to watch so far. Gunston's delivered. Nick Watson has done plenty of outrageously good things, as we would expect. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital News Radio, and of course on ABC Listen. Look for the AFL button. If you'd like to send us a text, we'll get through a couple of them in just a few moments. 0437 774 774. Let us know your thoughts on the arc. If there is a way for the arc to be involved, they got it right. Did hit the post, that Gunston goal. We thought he could have had another one. But before the ball was bounced to restart play, we called it back. There was no delay of game. Don't mind that. Can cop it if they get the right decision. Meantime, let's pause here at Perth Stadium and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, good evening, I'm Noni Edwards. Australian Federal Police say 3 women returning to Australia with links to ISIS will face a range of charges after they were arrested at Australian airports this evening. A 53-year-old and a 31-year-old woman were arrested at Melbourne Airport tonight and are expected to be charged with a range of offences, including enslavement and using a slave. In Sydney, a 31-year-old woman was arrested and will be charged with being a member of a terrorist organisation and entering or remaining in a declared area. Assistant Commissioner of Counter-Terrorism Stephen Nutt says the women will face court tomorrow.
Operational planning for these matters started in 2015. All I can say is safety of the community is the number one priority for all agencies involved.
Thousands of people across the country have turned out for vigils mourning the death of Kumanjai little baby. Rio Davis reports.
The 5-year-old was found dead near Alice Springs last week, allegedly abducted and murdered by a man who's now on remand. The case has prompted anger and grief, which was on full show at vigils from icy Hobart to the tropical heat of Cairns. Leaders have spoken of their heartbreak at the case, with some expressing their gratitude to the strength of the community with their search and their subsequent support of the family. There were seas of candles lit in honour of the girl and hundreds turned out in pink, which was her favourite colour.
In another, a crowd of about 200 people gathered in Melbourne's inner north to mourn the death of Kumanjaya little baby. Speaking at the vigil in Thornbury, Jinnabara Bunjalung woman Natasha Ellis Corrigan said the event was about supporting each other.
It's important for people to come here so they know that we are in this together. We come together in unity to grieve together, but also to comfort each other in times of need.
South Australia's Environment and Tourism Minister is considering government intervention into the future of the state's National Trust amid serious financial pressure. The independent heritage body manages more than 100 historic sites across South Australia, many run by regional volunteers. From Moonta on the York Peninsula and Renmark in the Riverland, volunteers are calling for a parliamentary inquiry, warning regional heritage sites could be at risk. The National Trust has told the ABC it has only 2 years of cash reserves left and is looking at selling properties. Overseas, Iran has categorically denied involvement in an explosion on board a South Korean vessel as the fire-damaged ship is towed from the Strait of Hormuz. North Asia correspondent Natalie Whiting reports.
The HMM Namu is being towed from the Strait of Hormuz after it was left stranded following an explosion and fire on board on Monday. US President Donald Trump said on social media the ship had been shot by Iran. Iran has now released a statement firmly rejecting and categorically denying it was involved in damaging the ship. The shipping company, HMM, has told the ABC the ship is currently being towed to the port of Dubai, where a thorough investigation into the cause of the incident will be carried out in conjunction with repair work. Natalie Whiting, ABC News, Tokyo.
EU legislators and member states have agreed to ban artificial intelligence systems from generating sexualised deep fakes as part of their broader digital rules. An EU parliamentarian says that AI must never be allowed to humiliate, exploit or endanger people. The legislation will, for the first time, outlaw so-called nudifier applications, which create fake nude images of people without their consent. 2 ACT universities are among 25 around Australia and New Zealand affected by a global data hack. North American developer Instructure says it's contained the cybersecurity incident that targeted its cloud-based learning management platform Canvas earlier this month, which compromised some staff and students' data at 9,000 educational institutions worldwide. The University of Canberra and Australian Catholic University have today confirmed they're among them, but say only names and university-assigned emails were exposed, not passwords, government identifiers or financial information. To sport now in Women's Rugby League, New South Wales debutante Rima Butler is set to live out her dream of representing the Blues in the Women's State of Origin. New South Wales has a 1-0 lead in the series, heading into Game 2 in Brisbane next week. The Sydney Roosters prop Butler was in the extended squad for Game 1, and she says that things will be different this time. You're up to date now with the latest from ABC News.
For some, the world's a stage.
The theatre we make, it's visceral.
For others, it's a spreadsheet.
She has got to go.
Anne Edmonds and Kitty Flanagan star in the brand new comedy, Bad Company, streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
The Hawks will go streaming forward through Newcomb to Ginnivan. Ginnivan can kick inside forward, 50 on the end of it, Gunston. It's not quite, but it's almost a one-man show. He's the headline act at Perth Stadium at the moment, and there is no way Fremantle right now can find a way to stop him. Nothing you can do about that either if you're Fremantle as Gunston rolls in to kick his fifth. A fifth goal in a quarter and a half of football, and he's got 7 marks inside 50. I'm not blaming the defenders, but that really is. There aren't alarm bells going off in the Fremantle coaching box right now.
High kick towards half forward. Weddle couldn't take the mark. It spills out towards Boss. Gathered cleanly. Handball to Murphy Reid. Runs to 55. Kicks towards goal. The Dockers need it. They get it. Murphy Reid shows his class. Runs to the crowd. Celebrates to them. The Dockers get one back. Margin back to 10 points. Murphy Reid's first.
Newcomb gathered, sends it inside forward 50. Here's Watson wheeling around. Watson, you know what he's going to do. He kicks another ripper. He's got his third. Hawthorn respond in the blink of an eye.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
The Dockers are making their way back out onto Perth Stadium. Second half not far away from getting started. The Dockers have got a bit of work to do. Couple of questions. What do you do about Jack Gunston? 5 goals in a half of football. He had 5 in a quarter and a bit. As I mentioned before, he's got 7 marks inside forward 50 as well. 5 goals, 2. One of those struck off by the arc. In something I would say, we all like to get stuck into the arc. Because, in my opinion, not a bad decision. Clint Wilden with you, Mitch Turner alongside me. What did you make of it, Mitch?
I'll give you some of the numbers. Clint, you mentioned Jack Gunston. I know we've mentioned it a number of times, but just repeating, 7 marks inside 50 out of Hawthorn's 8. The Dockers have 8 as a side. Jack Gunston has 7 on his own inside forward 50. Some of the team numbers, contested possessions, the Dockers have edged ahead in that 101 to 90. Contested possessions, it's Hawthorn in front, 60 to 51. Uncontested possessions, the Dockers lead that stat. Clearance count, Fremantle's way 19 to 14. The tackle count, also the Dockers ahead 27 to 20. The marks inside 50, 8 apiece. The inside 50 count in total, 26 to Hawthorn, 25 to Fremantle, and the hit-out count, Hawthorn 22, Fremantle 13. Individually, Jai Newcomb with a big quarter in that second term. 15 disposals for him. Jarman Impey has 13, Carl Amon with 12, Mackenzie and Ward with 11 apiece. The Dockers, Brayshaw and Sarong both have 12 touches. Luke Ryan has 11, and then 9 for a whole host of players. Chapman, Clark, Bolton, Jackson, Frederick, Wagner. There, that are they're the main stats for tonight so far, Clint. I was looking to see if there's anything else that jumped out. I know it's that Jack Gunston's in record-breaking form. The best by a Hawk since 1999. 7 marks inside 50 and 5 goals. Hasn't been done in, 27 years.
You're not backwards in coming forward with your opinions. Went back to that arc decision. What did you make of that?
The arc was good. It was exactly how it was. I mean, I haven't seen the in-depth replay of whether they got it right or not. I assume they did. But
on the vibratathon.
On the vibratathon or whatever you called it, Shaz. That's the correct implementation of it. That's what the AFL have since the West Coast St Kilda game when they stopped play 50 seconds later or however long it was. They then came out and clarified the AFL that only will they reverse the decision or change it if play is stopped. So that's how it worked. We came back to the middle in that time. They worked out it was a behind, and they brought the ball back. So we didn't actually lose any game time or have a disruption to play. We just lost about a minute of our life. What's that worth? What's that worth in footy terms?
You've done very well to just...
Yeah, because you two were laughing about vibratathon thing and... whatever.
I was listening to you, mate.
Yeah.
I was listening. And I agree. There was no time loss. It was, we thought it was a free kick. It moved on. It was efficient.
Yeah. And a game that could come down to a kick, a point, 5 points, whatever it may be, it was the right call made.
It's the right call. There was no time wasted. More of that.
Yep.
Liked it.
Remember when you hit the post in 2011 in the grand final, Sharad, and they called it a goal?
Can't remember it.
And then the conversation came after the game that we need to have goal line technology and start looking into it, and that was really the genesis of what we now have. So thank you, Sharad Wellingham, for celebrating a behind.
Straight through the middle, that one.
Fooling the goal umpire. That's where we can trace it back to.
We were sitting in here watching it in the build-up to today's game.
Watching the replay.
Yep, you celebrated like it was a goal.
Yeah, because you knew it was. Post.
Well, it is now. You can put that other term away in your top drawer, by the way. Enough of that for the rest of the evening. The Snicko meter said it was a behind, so the correct decision was made. Well done to the arc. We like to get stuck into the arc, and usually because it makes some terrible calls, but that can be definitive. It's not whether it went over the top of the post or how It landed. That's an absolute bang-on call. Hit the post, make the call. Well done. What's this second half got for us here? Jack Ginnivan has been busy by sending the ball inside forward 50 on a number of occasions, but hasn't had the impact on the scoreboard that he sometimes does. That's been down to Gunston and Watson, who's got 3 as well. Fremantle, they do like to share the goal kicking around. They've done that so far. They also don't mind sharing around where they get their scores from. It's normally one of their big positives. Anywhere will do, according to their supporters at the moment. They're down by 15 points. Second versus third. That will change if the Hawks continue on their winning way. They're looking to bounce back after just taking the 2 points off Collingwood, a game they probably could have won. Hawthorn take a 15-point lead into the third turn on ABC Sport. Here's Mitch Turner.
Jackson v Reeves. Reeves got the tap for Hawthorn straight to Newcomb. Tackled straight away. Chad McVee's gone back to Nick Watson. Brendan Cox sticking with Jack Gunston inside Hawthorn's forward 50 from the restart. Young was tackled, dispossessed. Newcomb crashed in, tackled by Luke Jackson. We'll have another baller. A couple of repeat stoppages. Hasn't been too many of them tonight. Ball tossed up in the air. Jackson held, gets the free kick for the Dockers. Handballs to Brayshaw in the middle of the ground. Brayshaw chips over the top into the path of Bolton. Leaves it for Switkowski on hands and knees. Trying to gather, can't. Amon could. Handball it to McDonald. He's crunched by Brayshaw.
This is more stoppages than secondary stoppages than we saw for the first half.
Ball up, attacking edge of the centre square for Fremantle. Reeves tapped it straight to Brayshaw. The Docker gets a kick out towards the boundary. It's going to roll over. Tell you what, would have been insufficient intent last year anyway, but that is last disposal. It's a free kick to the Hawks. Just beyond left half back to Ambrosio. Will take it, the left footer. Trots inside, kicks a high ball up the broadcast swing, looking for a mark. Lewis at the back, had it punched away by Pearce. Falls to Nash for Hawthorn. He handballed it back to Amon, run down, somehow got it to McDonald. Now to Nash, back to Mitch Lewis. Left foot kick, looking for the short target in Ramsden. Couldn't get it to him on the full. Ryan there with him for company. Knocks it out of bounds. Slowly tossed back in, 60 metres around. Left half forward for Hawthorn. No change to the score. Minute and a half in. 15-point lead the way of the Hawks.
Terrific early intensity. Opening 90 seconds of the third turn. Throwing in. Reeves got to the front position. Was able to grab it a second time. Might have had his arm held by Young. Spilled out the side. Here's Sarong. Throws it on the boot. Up and down in the lift sharp inside his own defensive 50. Rachel thought he got taken high. Nash gets a hand pass away to Moore. He kicks up and down on the spot as well. Still inside attacking 50. Flying to take the mark, Pearce. He gets it, the Dockers captain. Goes back to take his kick. He'll look across fullback if he wants. Then that's ignored as he's told to play on. Sends it beyond defensive 50. Hardwick up against Ryan. Hardwick got a hand on it. Spills across the boundary line for a throw-in. Still right half forward for the Hawks, who still lead as they did at half-time by 15 points. 2 and a bit gone in the third.
Umpire ready to spin the ball back into play. Reeves and Jackson stalking each other. It's the Docker that gets to the front. Got 2 hands to it. Couldn't take possession. Brayshaw falls in on top of it. Umpire circling, says that's okay. We'll ball it up again. Another repeat stoppage. Just beyond right half forward for Hawthorn. Jackson palmed it down to the Dockers to Young on his opposite side on the right boot. Long kick up the southern wing. Sicily and Voss one-on-one. Beats both of them. Coming out to meet it was Battle. Got a handball away before he was crunched by Voss. Off to Sicily. Looping handball in the middle of the ground to Moore, and Dudley was stalking him. Able to take him to ground. Another stoppage inside the centre square. Just offset from the centre circle. This time Reeves taps it down for the Hawks to Nash. He's tackled by a couple of Dockers. We'll ball it up once more. No, he won't. Free kick going the way of the Dockers. It'll go to Jackson, Clint.
Yeah, will indeed. He'll take it quickly. Flares the ball out towards the southern wing. Chapman marks. Plays on immediately to Voss. Got in front of Sicily. Marks a metre in from the boundary. Just forward of the southern wing. Fremantle kicking to the city end of Perth Stadium. That's the way Voss goes. Deep kick inside forward 50. Tracy, big mark. Got hands to it. Had 2 grabs at it. Completed it. Can go back and have a shot at goal from the left forward pocket from about 45 metres out.
That's a remarkable mark, really, the way he came through that pack, and just seeing footage of the free kick awarded, it was Nash just threw the ball away from the umpire. But Tracy's ability to hit those packs and take marks running at full steam is absolutely incredible.
Great hands. Here comes Tracy. Kicks on its way. It misses. To the right-hand side. Just adjusts the jumper as he looks at the scoreboard. 14 points the difference now in favour of the Hawks. 4.5 gone in the third.
Don't often see that paid, not giving the ball back to the umpire. We did see it.
Well, it wasn't even like he didn't give it back to him. He literally threw it in the other direction as from the umpire.
We saw it here a couple of years ago. The Dockers and the Pies. Lockie Sullivan didn't give the ball back to the umpire. That led to a Fremantle goal and, of course, a draw on that night. Hawthorn trying to work the ball out of their back half here. Sicily, beautiful kick out the southern side. And a leading Lewis. Tucked up against the boundary. Defensive side of the wing. Wants to switch it. Has a number of options inside defensive 50. Goes all the way back to Hardwick, who kicks a shocker out towards Weddle. Has to gather it on the bounce at left half back. Couple of Dockers trying to close in, able to compose himself and go short to Ginnivan. Still on their defensive half, the Hawks. Ginnivan goes for a run on this northern side. Kicks it up the wing, looking for a marking target. Over the back, Reeves got a big fist to it towards the bounce. McKenzie, it was Ryan, the debutant, came on the ground, took possession, straight from the interchange gate, shook a tackle and hit up Mitch Lewis, who marks it 60 metres out from goal. Wheels and goes long to the goal line, kicks the goal. A bomb from Mitch Lewis. Kicks the goal from 60 metres out, gets his first of the day. First of the second half, the Hawks lead by 20, 10-5-65 to the Dockers, 6-9-45. 6 minutes gone in the third term. I paused for a moment because I actually don't know if I'm 100% certain if Bodie Ryan came through the interchange gates.
I think
he panicked and missed them to get the ball.
Oh, really?
No, I don't think so.
I'd watch it again. It was very, very close. And that's why I was going to say
it was the fastest collection of a possession in the history of AFL.
I'd like to see the replay because it's right below our position. Here we go. He didn't come through the gate.
He didn't come through the gate. He put a foot inside the ground.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know. I'd have to see it again.
He put a foot inside the ground from inside the gate and then went straight out of bounds towards the ball.
It's close.
It's very close.
The young fella wanted the ball in his first game.
Review.
No, I don't reckon he can.
Well, because it's a score. I said the end product was a
Hawks
score.
by 20.
Can't now. They've bounced and restarted.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
Well, they can't. Not now. Surely not. Nash comes away to Moore, then to McKenzie. Hand pass missed its target in Ward. Has to go to Gather. Was able to pick it up again for the Hawks. Gave it back to Hardwick. Long kick inside forward 50. Cox in front of Gunston. Cox got fingertips to it. Spilled down to McVie. Cleared it beyond defensive 50. Wagner gathered the bouncing ball. Butler wrapped it up. Ball up the call. I'm with Mitch. I don't think he did enter correctly.
Well, does your whole body have to go in?
You're supposed to run the way you enter. Both feet have to run between the gates. It'll be a great discussion point for later on. As the Hawks through Impey kick back inside forward 50. Ramsden stretch, couldn't mark, spilled out there to Brennan Cox. Tumbles a kick beyond defensive 50 out towards this contentious northern wing. Getting onto it, Amos tapped it to ground, follows it up and then tapped over the boundary line off hands by D'Ambrosio. It's okay. Didn't gather, no disposal to be thrown in. Left half forward for the Hawks. 10-5-65 to 6-9-45. 20-point lead to those in brown and gold. 8 gone in the third.
Ball spun back in. Jackson to the front. Tapped it down. Goes without it. The first gamer was McKenzie on this occasion. Spills to Meek. Little kick inside. Marked by Clark. Not 15. Handball away to Murphy Reid. To Johnson, who spun in a tackle. Handball it back to Murphy Reid. The Dockers under all sorts of pressure at centre half back. Comes to Sarong. Kicks out the southern side. Young had it knocked away. Arms chopped, said the umpire. Thought it was a pretty good effort by Jarman Impey. Umpire disagreed. Said he pulled down the arm of the Dockers utility. Takes possession. Kicks wider to Wagner. As the red boots on, the former Demon, former Kangaroo. Having his third AFL life at the Dockers. Kicks up towards left half forward. Meek in front. Held possession. Enough control as he had it knocked away from him. Takes the intercept mark for Hawthorn. Josh Tracy wasn't happy, but fair to say he had enough control of that. Goes wide by foot, does the former Docker. It's a battle. Goes back inside 50, a little dangerously. Sicily takes the mark, the co-captain. Comes out of the left back pocket where Hardwick can mark. And chip it further across to Sicily. Oh, he missed the kick. Voss slipped over. Sicily able to run back and gather. Sells a bit of candy to Dudley. Now handballs to McKenzie and now off to Weddle.
Weddle, his kick intercepted. Clark knocked it down, gathers it for the Dockers. Shocking bounce. Went at 45-degree angles away from him. Allows D'Ambrosio to gather to Weddle to Moore. Just breaks the tackle of Dudley. And from left half back, he kicks the Hawks towards left half forward. Brendan Cox up over the top of Gunston, punches it across the boundary line for a throw-in. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Mason Cox has been so active on the boundary line, stretching out that left leg a lot. I think it might be a sore hamstring, and it's notable at ground level that the Dockers are slipping a lot more than the Hawks.
Thrown back in again. Jackson got to it first, won it down, but following it up is Meek. Jackson tackled him. Meek got a hand pass out, but it went to Fredericks of the Dockers. Not a great hand pass. Missed his target in Johnson. Murphy Reid tries to work it forward. Intercepted again by D'Ambrosio of the Hawks to McKenzie to Ginnivan. Ginnivan wrapped up. Strong tackle. Warner's got him. Holding the ball. The 23 outpoints the 33. Johnson running by, dropped it. Ginnivan tackles him. Just got the hand pass to Murphy Reid. Surrounded by Hawks. He's taken the ground. That is holding the ball. That is messy play from Freo. Free kick for the Hawks in the middle of the deck. It'll come back to be taken here by Ward. He's got options on short to his right and to his left. That's the way it goes, and Meek marks.
Meek has a runner coming past in Weddle. Right boots on, kicks inside forward 50. Gunston's the target, coming across Chapman. Punches it out of bounds. Now that you've seen the replay again, Sharon, do you reckon he came through the gates?
He certainly did not.
They've only got 17 out there. That's all right. It's in the scorebook, much like when you hit the post in 2011, Sharon. It is a goal to Mitch Lewis. It's a cracking one at that. Ball tossed in, shallow one. Jackson got two hands to it. Nash gathered, trying to get it to Watson. Knocked away. Jackson palmed the ball to McVie. His kick was smothered. Johnson goes in and wins it. Tackled by Dylan Moore. Taking it ground in the Hawks' left forward pocket.
You played a lot of cricket as a kid. I'm sure there's a few snickos that didn't send you back to the pavilion.
I walked every time. Ball comes down from the ruck contest. Moore gathered for the Hawks, trying to find Ramsden. Applies the pressure now. Did well, the big fella. Won the ball. Handball to Watson. Left foot snap from the impossible angle, and it proved that in the end. He hit the post. That would have been close to goal of the year from the Wizard. In the end, it's a minor score. 10-6-66 Hawthorn, 6-9-45 Fremantle. 21-point margin, 12 minutes played in the third.
Warner's had to go back and gather his boot that came off a moment ago as Clark goes up the middle from the restart. Off hands. Spills down to Nash. Got it back to Amon. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Stretching Ramsden. Couldn't quite mark. The previously mentioned Warner involved in the contest. The ball off hands and over for a throw-in, right where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary, left half forward for the Hawks. So it should have been a free kick or a 50-metre penalty for the Dockers from the interchange mistake. But the goal's in the book from the restart. Kick around the body came from Eukin to Ward, centre half forward, off hands. It spills down to Lewis, got it off to Watson, tried with the outside of the boot. The Wizardry failed him on that occasion. It's across the face from left full forward, out of bounds on the full. So left full back. The Dockers have it through Frederick. Oh, big trouble here. Warner played on. Didn't know Moore was right with him. Moore tackled him, ball jarred free. They've dodged a bullet there, the Dockers, with the ball ricocheting across the boundary line for a throw-in. Wow.
They're feeling the pressure, the Dockers. I think you could see him. He just panicked. Carl Warner, they are really under the pump here. Fremantle, ball tossed in, out the back more. Handball to D'Ambrosio. Pivots on the left. He peppers it at goals and he misses out on the full again. Not making the most of their opportunities here. The Hawthorn, the inside 50, 6-1 this quarter. Fremantle, you can see the panic. Brennan Cox brings the ball back into play. Out the southern side, coming in, taking uncontested mark in the end is Sicily. Kick and a half out from goal. There's a player short if he wants it. It's ignoring it so far. In the end, off a step, goes long towards the hot spot. Looking for a tall, couldn't find one. D'Ambrosio roves it. Handballs towards Ward. Taps it to McDonald. His kick smothered. Gunston taken high. No. The umpire was blindsided by the tackle. It was Sarong that got him. They'll ball it up 25 metres out, directly in front. Meek taps it to McDonald for the Hawks. He's wrapped up immediately. They'll go once more.
Fremantle under siege at the moment. 7 inside 50s to 1. From the restart, it came down. The shot from Meek. Tapped it to his own advantage, but he's missed to the left-hand side. They haven't put Freo away, the Hawks. They've had some opportunities. 10-7 plays 6-9. Hawthorn's lead is 22 points. 15 gone in the third.
Luke Ryan brings the ball back into play. High kick up the field. Big fist came from the back from the Hawthorn defenders. Fell to Switkowski, though, to Hayden Young on the broadcast wing. Handballs to Murphy Reid. He goes inside 50. Amos takes the mark. The kick from outside 50, slightly worse than a 45-degree angle to the right. They're the names they need the ball in the hands of. Jared Schofield, Sharad Wellingham.
Well, it's just one of those things where the pressure, as you mentioned, was building against Fremantle. And if they can kick a goal here, it just gives them a bit of a confidence that they could stack up defensively.
Withstand it.
And just go take the ball forward and take their opportunity, because when it's time in your front half against you, obviously it builds more pressure, but he needs to kick this goal.
Takes his entire 30 seconds, does Jai Amos. It's a booming kick. His second. It's exactly what the Fremantle faithful called for, and they get one back against the flow. 7-9-51 the Dockers. Hawthorn 10-7-67. The margin back to 16 points. Have played 16 and a half minutes in this third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts Sharad Wellingham and Jared Schofield, both premiership players.
It was a nice, I think, did I say at the break that they don't want to be kicking a contest? They got the job done at the contest. The only thing that the Hawthorn, I suppose, midfielders and rucks, they let it get over the back. And the space over the back who's there, Young and Reid. Offensive side of the contest, unopposed, and their ability to spread off that was just, it's pretty hard to do anything when they get offensive side, isn't it?
You can't stop it.
The restart, one down here by Mason Cox. Young was out after it, couldn't quite gather under pressure. Scooped up by McDonald of the Hawks. Kicks towards centre half forward. Met though by Warner coming the other way. Hand pass to Bolton, then to Brayshaw. Back to Bolton for the Dockers. Hand pass to Mason Cox. Forward of the wing. Moves it on by hand to Reid. Not a great kick inside forward 50. Hardwick couldn't take it. Amos picks it up again for Fremantle to Erasmus. Spots Frederick in the right forward pocket and marks. 47 out from goal, but he'll start from beyond the boundary.
We've just seen the half-back line stay up in the game, able to get through the game, and then get that overlap handball in offence was critical for Fremantle then.
Has to tell the photographers to jump out of the way. This is the Jack Nunes pocket for those who remember that Carlton game. Here comes Frederick from beyond the boundary. Kicks across the face. It's off hands. It stays in play. The Hawks will look to rush it through, and they'll do so. The boot then agrees a minor score. 10-7-67 the Hawks, 7-10-52 the Dockers. 18 gone in the third.
Amon brings the ball back into play. Long to the wing again. Looking for Mitch Lewis. Gets in front. Couldn't take the mark. Ryan grabbed him around the waist. Free kick Hawthorn. Just beyond left half back. Goal kicker this quarter of the Hawks, Mitch Lewis. Forward to play on. Now kicks long towards left half forward. Meek and Gunston in the pack. In front, Brennan Cox tapped it to himself. Mark not paid. Handball to Brayshaw. Handball's on the ground to Erasmus. Now to the run of Clark. Tackled as he kicks, driven into the deck as he kicks it out of bounds on the full. And Jack Ginnivan just wants to let him know he's having a bit of an off night. Jordan Clark has been quiet. Jack Ginnivan just giving him some probably uninvited feedback. So the Hawks will move it forward again through Amon. Kick towards left half forward. Clark takes intercept mark. Umpire says no. He was crashed into by a couple of bodies. Play on called. Ball up at left half forward as we see Tom Barris walking his way to the bench, and the shorts and the tracksuit top out of the game with a left hamstring injury.
Throwing up. Mason Cox with a more telling tap. Went down in the direction of Erasmus under pressure. A step over the boundary line. McDonald right with him. Fremantle fans, they find their voice. 19-minute mark of the third. Put back into play. Neither ruck got there. Nash gathers off the drop of the football. Kicks towards full forward. Pearce won it to ground. Warner scooped it up. Went back by hand to Clark. Hands it off again to Erasmus. Kicks towards right half back. Tracy, strong hands. Met it at full pace. Right behind him was Battle. Had to mark it, did so. Josh Tracy just inside his defensive 50. Kicks towards the commentary wing. 2-on-2 Battle. Mason Cox stretches. Couldn't mark. Tapping it forward, Voss then gathers. Great tackle came from Newcomb. Voss got a hand pass out to Frederick. Taps it on to Bolton. Broke through the Amon tackle. Hand pass to Frederick again. Looked to move it forward. Impey got in the way. Moved it on to Sicily for the Hawks. Then to Ward. Up against the boundary at left half back. And he puts it out of bounds on the full. 21 minutes gone in the third. Big moment in the game right now. You can feel Fremantle look to respond to the crowd. They still trail, though, by 15 points. The Hawks in front. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital News Radio, and on ABC Listen. Look for the AFL button.
Brayshaw goes inboard to Ryan. Further inboard across his defensive 50 to Chapman, centre half back. Every Hawthorn player in front of him. Comes out to the broadcast side. Has to be pinpoint with the kick. He was to Erasmus, who goes inboard by foot to Sarong. Just the 15. Right on the AFL logo. Luke Ryan runs past. Wants the handball. Now receives. Handballs it over the top to Erasmus, who can loop it over again to Murphy Reid. 60 out from goal. Inside forward 50. Just missed Amos with the kick. Uncharacteristic from Murphy Reid. Got it to Amos on the half volley, off his hands, out of bounds. Just a one-step kick from Murphy Reid and couldn't quite hit the target. Ball will be tossed in, 45 metres around from Fremantle's attacking goal. Reeves v Mason Cox in the ruck. Cox got a hand to it. Aim on at ground level. Just whacked it straight towards Sarong, though, from 50 metres out on the left. Gets up and under it. Top of the goal square. Sicily and Voss wrestle. Off hands it falls to Frederick. Handball to Johnson. Sidestep. Now to Bolton. To Carl Warner. 50 metres out. Has to go back under pressure. Handball to Clark from 60. Long kick to the goal line. And Weddle's there to mark. Right on the last line of defence for the Hawks. He keeps the Dockers from scoring. Margin still 15 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Weddle runs across his defensive goal square. Kicks towards left half back. Mason Cox up and marking for the Dockers. Immediately hands it on to Brayshaw. Hand passes to Erasmus at right half forward. Spears a kick inside forward 50. Only onto the chest of Impey. And he marks for the Hawks. Closing in on three-quarter time. Impey clearing kick. Reeves went up, won it down, but went in the direction of Pearce. Taps it to Brayshaw for the Dockers to Reid. Great tackle, Amon. Took Reid across the boundary line as he spun him 360. Ball in the call. 50 out from Freo's attacking goal. They're heading to the right-hand side of our broadcast box in this third term. The city end of the ground. Still the Hawks lead by 15 points.
Shallow throw in again. Mason Cox gets to the front, taps it into the path of Sarong. Hit it at pace, but immediately tackled by his opposite number 3 in Jai Newcomb. Some players that won't take a backward step. Ball up in the air. Meek taps it out only to the path of Brayshaw. Handball to Bolton, 60 out. He dodges and weaves. Gives it to Sarong, who spears a kick inside forward 50. Murphy Reid trying to claim the mark, but it bobbled just out of his arms and hit the grass. And it cops one as well from Carl Amott. Dockers fans don't like it. He didn't hold on to that. It'll be balled up inside forward 50. Newcomb off the tap. Terrible kick outside 50. Might work out, though. Reeves first one to it. Pulled off it by Alex Pearce. Ginnivan in there lends support. Now Dylan Moore picks it up. High kick up the wing. Dockers have the numbers. Warner, position 1A, able to take the mark. Defensive side of the logo on the broadcast wing. Had the binoculars up, Murphy Reid. I don't think he marked that, so right call by the umpire to call play on.
Absolutely was. Brennan Cox moves it to McVee. He marks. Gets told to play on. Goes on a bit of a run. Watson provided pressure. The kick will land just inside forward 50 for the Dockers. No mark taken. Frederick tried to work it forward. Sock it away by the Hawks. Eventually picked up by Bolton. Great tackle, McDonald. Wrapped him up. Just the ball comes free. The Hawks share it through Butler and then Hardwick at right half back. And Hardwick's kick smothered by Johnson. Off his hands. It ricochets over the boundary line for a throw-in at left half forward. Still a 15-point lead to the Hawks. Last 6 inside 50s have been Fremantle's. They're starting to take a bit of control, but they need to convert on the scoreboard. Mason Cox won it down to Caleb Sarong. Kicks inside forward 50, met by Hardwick for the Hawks. Hand pass to the run of Weddle. Goes towards centre half back. He's got Impey running with him. Receives the hand pass. Kicks the Hawks towards left half forward. Tapping it out in front of himself as Gunston pauses. Sweeps a hand pass over the top to Moore. Moore gets tackled. Got a hand pass away. Weddle can't quite control it. Bumped by Warner over the boundary line. Oh, he goes over the fence as well. Into the race down near where Bridget Lacey is. He's okay, but it would have been awkward. A big g'day to Paul Kane, the photographer down there, who's one of our good friends on ABC Sport. Ball to be thrown back into play, deep in the left forward pocket.
Would have got a good shot of it too, Paul Kane. Ball tossed back in again. Meek to the front. Sarong got first hands to it. And we get a handball out to Murphy Reid for the Dockers. Kick up the wing. Tracy in battle. Do battle, and the ball comes off hands over the interchange gates. We spun back in. Couple of changes. Mackenzie on for the Hawks. Young on for the Dockers. Just joining us, Tom Barras out of the game with a hamstring injury for Hawthorn. From the throw-in, D'Ambrosio tackled. Somehow got a ball out towards Mackenzie. He's able to spin. Send Hawthorn back up the wing. Reeves in front. Couldn't mark. Pearce had him from behind. Coming through Chapman for the Dockers. Broke one tackle. Just handed it to Wagner. Holding the ball called. He kicked it away. The umpire says benefit of the doubt. Would have been very, very close to a 50-metre penalty. Instead, it's a free kick to Sam Butler. Just forward of the wing on the broadcast side. The Hawks by 15 points.
Butler. That's a horrible kick. There's no other way to describe it. It was out of bounds on the full, almost from the moment it left his boot, just hooking away to go over the boundary line in what will now be the right back pocket for the Fremantle Dockers. Wagner to take it. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Mitch Lewis was screaming at Butler then because he was on Wagner and he couldn't get it to him.
He certainly had probably a 30-40 centimetre height difference. All he did was find the boundary. Hawks have it again at left half forward. It came through the hands of Watson. Got it to Mackenzie. Now to Nash. Kicks high and long towards the teeth of goal. Dockers come from everywhere. Warner got a fist of the footy. Sent it over the boundary line. And that was unnecessary from Chapman, who then shoved Watson into the fence. And Chapman will then have to wait for a second as Watson went straight back to him to quite understandably say that was uncalled for. They sorted out. The umpire puts the ball back into play from the boundary. Meek got it down. It's still there to be won. Butler had it tackled by Warner. Ball up will be the call. Closing stages of the third quarter. Hawthorn's lead remains 15 points. 28 and a bit gone in the third.
Meek tapped it, trying to get it to a teammate. Couldn't. It spilt back the way of Jackson to the Dockers. Handball to Sarong. Kick out to the wing. Tracy couldn't take the mark against Battle. Crowd wanted a free kick. D'Ambrosio comes through. Weaves through traffic. His kick smothered by Sarong. If he can gather, he's got players out wide. He can. Gets it to Tracy. Handball inside to Wagner. Weaves through traffic. Back to Sarong. Handball on the boundary line to Hayden Young. Gathers. Weaves inboard. Now kicks towards half forward, chopped off by Impey. The Hawks still have time if they go quickly. Impey comes wide to Amon. Hugging the boundary line, defensive side of the wing. Carl Amon goes high, up and under. Up the wing in front, Pearce couldn't mark for the Dockers. At the back, Chapman gathers. His handball inboard put Brayshaw under pressure, who then puts McVie under pressure. Bumped off it by Newcomb, who goes back and wins the ball. Slaps it towards Meek. It's a tough footy in there. Meek taken to ground. It spills the way of Connor McDonald. 5 seconds left. Hawthorn need a mark. Watson flies, can't take it. Warner at ground level. He's tackled. And the siren might save the Dockers. All inside Hawthorn's 50 as the third quarter comes to an end. Just the 2 goals for the quarter. But no shortage of action, and it's Hawthorn 10-7-67 who lead Fremantle 7-10-52. 15-point margin at the final break.
And where we were at half-time, which is a 15-point lead to the Hawks. For Hawthorn, their goal kickers, Jack Gunston. 5 goals. He kicked them all in the first 2 quarters. Nick Watson with 3. Sam Butler has 1 as well. And Mitch Lewis. Super impressive performance from the Hawks in front of goal. While for Fremantle, their goals coming 2 to Amos and then singles to Reid, to Voss, Frederick, Tracy and Dudley. The Dockers lead by 2 at quarter time. The Hawks by 15 at the half and by 15 at 3/4 time. We'll hear from our experts very shortly. Premiership players, both of them, Sharon Willingham and Jared Schofield. But on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital News Radio, and on ABC Listen, look out for the AFL button. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
A tray of cocktails floated at us through the twilight. Who was this Gatsby fella?
A jazz-soaked reimagining of the Great Gatsby.
That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool.
Search for Gatsby in Harlem on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Ryan, the debutant, came on the ground, took possession, straight from the interchange gate, shook a tackle and hit up Mitch Lewis, who marks it 60 metres out from goal, wheels and goes, long to the goal line, kicks the goal! A bomb from Mitch Lewis. Kicks the goal from 60 metres out, gets his first of the day on the broadcast wing. Handballs to Murphy Reid. He goes inside 50, Amos takes the mark. Kick from outside 50, slightly worse than a 45-degree angle to the right. They're the names they need the ball in the hands of. Takes his entire 30 seconds, does Jai Amos. It's a booming kick. His second. It's exactly what the Fremantle faithful called for. And they get one back against the flow.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
One NRL score to bring you up to date with up at Lang Park. The Dolphins have beaten the Bulldogs by 32 points, 44 points to 12. Here with 1 quarter to play at Perth Stadium, the Hawks lead the Dockers by 15. Let's find out what our experts think. Jared Schofield and Sharon Willingham on ABC Sport.
It was an interesting one, wasn't it?
It was a real arm wrestle. Like it was. I think Fremantle obviously owned more of that quarter than what Hawthorn did, but Hawthorn had the start of that quarter, had field position, shots on goal, couldn't finish the work, and then obviously Fremantle go through, kick that goal, and then from then on they were able to sort of maintain that field position in the front half. I just thought the game become a real contest.
Yeah.
More stoppages. Fremantle's pressure, I'd love to have seen the pressure factor number. I thought Fremantle's pressure was elite. There was some fundamental areas early on in that quarter which contribute to the obviously the chaos of the game, but felt like it became more contests around the ground. Wasn't any sort of free-flowing play.
I felt as though Fremantle were able to curtail Hawthorn ability to flick it from inside, that really tight contest to get it outside and then get those 1 or 2 handballs to somebody running. They took that away from them, and they might not have been really precise themselves from that contest or at stoppage. Yeah. They were willing to kind of just take territory and surge and then try and lock it in their forward half. And I think that's the way they're going to have to go about it. If they continue like they did in the first half to allow Hawthorn to get those flick out handballs to the guys holding outside balance, then they're just going to be able to move it away too quickly from the congestion, move it around and be probably a little bit too quick. And that's what allowed Hawthorn's forwards to have a lot of space, was their ability to zip quickly away from the contested area. So I liked what Fremantle did. They probably got the direction, just keep it in close, don't let Hawthorn have any space in that 2 or 3 metre bubble in really tight, keep it in there and then surge it if they get the opportunity.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what I mean. Like, you look at the impact of Gunston, like, he didn't get any free-flowing play. Cox came into the game in one-on-one contest, purely based around the pressure that was happening up the ground, and that was what we spoke about in the first half. There was no pressure up the ground, and the scoring opportunities that Hawthorn had were probably a little bit easier than what Fremantle were able to sort of...
So a little bit more fatigue in the legs going into the last quarter. Are Hawthorn going to be able to do what they did in the first half? If that's what they're going to continue to try and employ, are they going to be able to do it and have the legs to be able to have their forwards get all the way up and then try and run them back? I don't know, but I wouldn't have thought so. So does it suit more the way that Freo have tried to take the direction of the game potentially?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me to see to see Hawthorn go a bit more sort of open side, make the ground big, go a bit more open side instead of playing straight. They probably fell into a trap then of playing straight, being caught in the contest because Fremantle didn't allow them to get out. Do they take a risk with a 15-point lead? Do they take a bit more of a risk to really sort of try and put the foot down on the pedal early to try and break Fremantle with that momentum that they built towards the back end of that quarter?
Carl Amon up to 20 disposals for Hawthorn, 593 metres gained, 19 for Impey, 18 for Newcomb and Nash. For the Dockers, Sarong up to 22, 7 clearances for him, Brayshaw 20 and then 15 to Ryan, while Clark, Bolton, Reid and Frederick all have 14. Gunston still on 5 goals, just the 1 disposal in the third quarter. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Interesting move by Fremantle. Mason Cox starting this one in the centre square and Luke Jackson's gone to full forward.
No Tom Barras out with a hamstring injury as well.
It's an enormous blow for the Hawks, not just for tonight, but for what is to come as well. We'll talk about that in more detail in the post-game. 15 points their lead underway in the final term. The Dockers will get the first clearance. Sarong kicks immediately high up in the air. It'll land just inside forward 50. Off the hands of Tracy. Sicily slides out over the top of it. Tracy looks to lock it in. Umpire lurks. Ball up. Straight in front of Fremantle's goals. 40 out from the big sticks. One down here by Meek up against Mason Cox. Amon put his head over the football, but worked out of it from Bolton, then diving into Newcomb. Another ball up after he was tackled by Young. Mason Cox again, interesting, wants to lock hands straight away. Slap forward by Brayshaw, spills around, comes back in the direction of Sarong. He's tackled the ground, ball up again. Butler got him. Same spot we were about 20 seconds ago. Meek this time with a more telling tap to McKenzie, tackled by Sarong, lost possession of the football. Comes out the side, eventually to Brayshaw, throws it on the boot, kicks in the direction of Tracy, Sicily at the back. The mark's going to be paid. Tracy's not happy about it. I thought he had the first touch too. But from behind, Sicily takes the mark. Tracy has a big look up at the big screen that doesn't oblige for showing a replay. And Sicily, meantime, kicks beyond defensive 50. Ramsden in that battle, won it down. Butler, hand pass back, wanted Newcomb. Tracks it to the boundary line. Young, as he kept it in, he has just. Slaps it in the direction of Reid. Oh, great hand pass went to Sarong. Stabs it into the path of Tracy. Leading out who marks. That was so good from Reid and from Sarong. Tracy, this is a tight angle to the left of centre. Will put boots of ball from 45 out.
I love that Young just kept playing the ball, played the whistle. We hear it so many times now. Just play the whistle, didn't go out.
Josh Tracy looking for his second. We're right behind it. It's starting right. It will need to swing. Not enough. It misses. Minor score. Another behind to Josh Tracy. 7-11-53 to 10-7-67. Hawks in front. 2:22 gone in the last.
Interesting tactic from the kick out here. All the Hawks pretty much on one side of the ground. Southern side, that's where Amon goes. Off hands, Erasmus taps it to himself with the Dockers. D'Ambrosio pulls him off it. Crown thought he didn't have the ball. Up the wing go the Hawks. Ramsden gathers it, tackled by Ryan. Taken to ground, will have a stoppage inside the centre square, slightly favouring the southern wing. Cox up against Meek. Meek gets in front, takes out the ruck, ran a couple of steps, tackled, holding the ball. You can take it out of the ruck and get tackled now. You can't run 3 or 4 steps and then get tackled. Andy Brayshaw got him, has the free kick. Hawthorn flooding back. Brayshaw runs his measure, kicks it inside forward 50. Tracy was pushed into it by Sicily, almost took the mark. Newcomb just gets a kick away. In comes Clark over the top of Butler, lays the tackle. Sicily, handball to McKenzie, right half back. Here you go the Hawks, out to Butler, now to Battle. Defensive side of the wing, tries to pinpoint a target in front. Brennan Cox knocks it away from Jack Gunston. He's bounced back well, Brennan Cox. Lowered his colours in that second term. He went
I don't know if he lowered his colours, but he just got beaten by space. And, he's definitely done a better job of owning space in this second half.
Knocks the ball out of bounds, caused the boundary throw-in right on centre wing. Newcomb went without it, coming through Sarong. He was clean, tackled though by Ginnivan. Got a little toe poke to McKenzie. High kick as he was tackled, up towards Ramsden, just the required 15. Takes the mark, handballs across to Ginnivan. Kick and a half out, kicks inside forward 50. And they're lucky that Clark came back to take the mark because Cox fell over and might have actually hurt himself. A bit of loose turf in the left back pocket. Fremantle have the ball as Cox limps away with the trainer.
Clark, on defensive 50. Mason Cox up in front of Meek and he takes the mark. The big American for Fremantle. Lances back inboard, now gets told to move it on. Puts it on the boot. Jackson. That's a good grab. Had the height advantage against Battle. Put himself in the best position. Now he'll be told to move it on. Jackson for the Dockers. Towards full forward. Tracy came out after it. Crashed into empty. Brought it to ground. Gathered it. Hand pass to Bolton. Dockers now through Amos. Good smother Hardwick. Amos was looking to centre the football from right up against the boundary in the left forward pocket. Hardwick put his hands up, smothered it across the line. 14 points is the difference. Hawks in front. 5 gone into the final term from the throw-in. Cox tapped it down in front of him. Bolton had it. Took on the opponent. Tried to lean into the tackle as well. Good effort from Newcomb, and he wins the free kick in the right back pocket for the Hawks. And he'll stab it short to Amon, who plays on by hand to Ginnivan.
Dangerously to Ginnivan, ran into trouble, had to retreat by hand back to Hardwick, who can go laterally by foot to the left back pocket where Sicily takes the mark. Only player out there in the long sleeve tonight. Goes short. Has Battle just on the 50 at left half back, able to chip it over the top to the run of Nash. As Amon coming past, feeds him the handball, hugging the boundary line on the outer side, kicks up towards Gunston, wrestle with Brennan Cox. Cox knocks it away, Gunston roves it, his handball knocked down. Chapman intercepts for the Dockers. Thought about handballing across, instead straightens up, nice kick towards Bolton, knocked away from him, able to gather it though at ground level. Little don't argue on D'Ambrosio was very nice by Bolton. Now kicks up towards half forward, Tracy over the top of Sicily, couldn't mark. Now tries to apply the pressure as Battle. Handballs it back over the top. His co-captain in Sicily. High ball up the southern side. Big pack flies. Great mark in the middle of it all by Ramsden, who can switch the ball into the middle of the ground where Ginnivan can mark in the centre square and handball to Impey.
Impey had to let it bounce, then gathered it and immediately kicks forward. Diving forward though, taken by Clark. Got in front of Moore. Clark on the run, takes a bounce. Hand pass to the Dockers to Johnson. Johnson runs towards centre half forward. Kicks to a 2-on-2 at full forward. Well done, Battle. He was between Tracy and Switkowski. Read it best. Slapped it away from them and put it across the boundary line for a throw-in. 54,140 in the house. That is an enormous crowd for Fremantle. There was only about 30,000 at the bounce, but they've swarmed in. Throw it in, right forward pocket. Jackson tried the miraculous. Instead he missed, narrow, out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Hawks at left full back.
Fremantle hunting him here. Jared.
Well, 6 inside 50s to 1. They're sort of, as you said, they're hunting him. They're building the pressure. But you can see Hawthorn's intention to go open side whenever they can. They're just not executing.
Kick long outside the 50 by the Hawks. Erasmus at ground level. Handball inside. Switkowski taps it to Brayshaw. Tackled by Moore. Spun around and taken to ground. Another inside 50 for the Dockers on the barest of margins. Ball up 48 metres out. In comes Jackson v Reeves. Jackson, big palm out wide to Bolton. Had a fumble, then went back and got it. Handball to Chapman. Handball back to Luke Ryan, who just sends it inside forward 50. Tumbling ball onto the chest of Ryan. He drops the mark. Coming through now is Amon. He's tackled, had an arm free. Somehow got the ball out straight to Sarong. Kick ricochets out in front of Sicily. Going back in his defensive goal square. Able to show some composure. Kicks it out towards Butler in the right back pocket. They're just holding up at the moment, the Hawks. Their lead still 14 points. Butler back inside his defensive goal square by foot to Battle and out to Impey. It's a quick kick to D'Ambrosio. Marks it left half back out to Sicily, who's run all the way across the ground to receive this kick. Just inside the boundary on the outer side. Now tries to pinpoint a pass. Kicks up towards Ramsden over his head. It's marked by Jackson. The Dockers have it back. He goes inboard to Luke Ryan. Almost a little too high, but he takes the mark. Defensive back edge of the centre square. Goes back out the southern side. But the mark is taken by Erasmus.
Erasmus from the southern wing. The kick was precise to Bolton, who marks. Plays on by a hand to the run of Murphy Reid. Surging down the boundary line. Kicks towards goal. He misses. He had Tracy free at right full forward and Wagner at left full forward. Took the responsibility on himself and couldn't convert. 7-12-54 the Dockers. 10-7-67 the Hawks. 10 gone in the last.
They're going to check something. Unless it's a blood rule maybe to Mason Cox. Not sure what's going on here. The umpire has held the ball. Lacey's downstairs and keep an eye on that. It's James Sicily and Mason Cox have come to the bench, so I'll wait and see. Just ahead of the ball, Jack Gunston's just playing with the ankle a little bit.
By the way, that crowd, 54,140, 13th biggest in Fremantle's history here at Perth Stadium. Their second biggest outside of derbies in home and away matches.
Amon runs away, kicks the ball out the southern side. Jackson is stalking and marking. They've got it locked in their front half at the moment, the Dockers. Jackson goes laterally to centre wing where Chapman can mark. Now this is a dangerous kick into the middle. Pearce receives it, takes the mark, runs to 50, turns it over. Now Hawthorn are out. They've got numbers forward. Cox has to hold him up. Lewis went down low. Brennan Cox gave away a free, and a terrific free to give away. Because the Hawks are out, they can continue to go. Lewis takes it, handballs to Amon, inside forward 50. You can slow him, you can't stop him. Gunston takes the mark, and he'll go back against the run of play to kick a goal. Slide angle to the right, 45 metres out.
Just the connection, like even though I know there's a turnover, but just the connection of Amon to know that Gunston's going to, once he gets in behind his defender, he's going to come back at the ball. But what a critical moment.
Jack Gunston for goal number 6. Half a dozen for Jack. And Hawthorn extend the margin. 11-7-73. Hawthorn 7-12-54. Fremantle margin out to 19 points. 12 minutes into the final term before we hear from our experts. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Clear up that mystery before it was Caleb Sarong who had to come off with the blood rule, and Jack Gunston is now limping to the bench with the doctor.
Well, Fremantle were doing a lot right, and I like the fact that they were willing to take the game on, and Pearce's handball, it was the right option, just didn't execute it. So,
well, based on their defence, they came forward on the defence.
Yeah.
Obviously, Pearce comes forward. Even Cox was looking to come forward. So the right intent to come forward, just the execution offensively hurt him.
Might head back downstairs to Bridget Lacey Bridge.
Yeah, Jack Gunston straight down to the room with the Docs.
It is concerning after kicking his sixth. The Dockers will win the clearance. They hack it forward to centre half forward. Murphy Reid back by hand to Young. Stabs the pass inside forward 50. The lead was on from Tracy and he marks. He is right in front. Will be kicking from about 51 out. They've had some chances in this quarter, the Dockers. Return of just 2 behinds. Josh Tracy. He can carry the distance, no problem. 51 metres out. Kick is out to the right-hand side. It misses. Another minor score. 7-13-55 Freo. 11-7-73 the Hawks. 13 gone in the last.
1-4 now, that would be for Josh Tracy. Hawthorn bring the ball back into play. Out of sight again. Jackson flew from behind. Couldn't mark. Ward at ground level. Tackled by Young. Somehow got ball to boot. Bolton went back. Couldn't take the mark. Ramsden, he's there for the Hawks. Was clean. Nice work by the big man. Handball to Newcomb. Across to McKenzie. Here they go. Through the middle of the ground go the Hawks. McKenzie goes over the top to Butler. Kick inside 50, looking for a target. Wagner drops in front of McDonald. Punches the ball away. Fremantle at ground level through Frederick. Handballs back to Clark. Dangerously inboard by hand to Warner. Runs inside the centre square. Has to be precise with the kick. Big fist from Hardwick away from Bolton. Feldo to Jackson to the Dockers. Shakes the tackle. Now comes out to the broadcast wing by foot to Wagner. Has Frederick running past. Draws the defender. Now handballs to Frederick. 55 metres out. Long to the goal square. Voss goes up. Can't mark. Hardwick and Ginnivan were there. Applied the pressure in the air. It's off hands, out of bounds. They bring it straight back into play, the Hawks. Margin back to 17 points.
And the kick in, it went to Ward. Originally from Ginnivan. Ward in the left back pocket is told to play on. Heads to the southern wing. Free kick spotted for a push. It's against the Dockers. And come back here for Meek, who plays on to the run of Ginnivan. Forced to go back to Ward. Ward to Weddle. They're messing around with it, the Hawks, but they're hitting their targets by hand. To Ward all the way back to Amon at left half back, who then finds the debutant in Bodie Ryan, with a 50s marked on the paint. Defensive left half back. Still again, short pass to Amon. Hard up against the boundary. Moves it short down the line to Ward, leading out towards the wing. He'll go with a short pass inboard again. Chance to switch play here, the Hawks. McKenzie now to Sicily. Calls a player to come towards him. Still X to go by hand and move it short. Battle down the line. Punch at the back came from Brayshaw of the Dockers. Spilled out here to Young. Hand pass to Wagner. Hand pass to Clark and run through the centre circles. Moved it on to Murphy Reid. Popped the hand pass to Erasmus. Forward to the logo. Southern wing. Kicked inside forward 50. Battle was out. Couldn't mark it. Bolton gathered. Spun. Got tackled. Somehow got a hand pass out. That was intriguing. Came down to Tracy. Tracy finishes. He kicks from about 40 metres out. He was upended as he got the kick away, but he's able to convert for his seconds. It keeps the Dockers in this game. Hawthorn's lead cut to 11 points. 11-7-73 the Hawks. Fremantle 8-14-62. 17 gone in the last. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and ABC Listen. Our experts Jared Schofield and Sharad Wellingham.
Well, I think it was Clark who got possession off the turnover, and his first instinct was to just come back in through the middle and then stayed involved, used that open side that he spoke about the Hawthorn are trying to do. And I'm not sure if there was a handball in there from Bolton.
There was, but goodness me, it was a beauty. Just the tiniest little one. Yeah, amazing. I was with you. I doubted it, but I've seen the replay. Great effort.
Great effort.
Cox in the middle for the Dockers. Taps it towards Hayden Young. Handball back to Cox. Now back to Sarong. Inside 50 go the Dockers. Voss in front. Pushed out of it by Sicily. Well done by the Hawks co-captain. Took the mark. Dockers fans not happy. Goes laterally by foot to Battle. Experience winning out from Sicily. Battle goes short to Weddle. Just inside the defensive arc at right half back. Get down to Bridget Lacey in a moment. Weddle. High kick up the wing. Big pack forms. No mark taken. Off hands out the back. Warner's the first one there for the Dockers. Able to gather. Runs inboard. No option on as he takes a bounce. Now he goes inside 50 again. High kick. Weddle in front. Can't take the mark. Dudley through the pack. Went without it. Battle was clean. Got the handball to Ward. Tumbling kick towards the wing. Pearce in position 1A. Was tackled without it. Win the free kick. The Dockers captain has it. He goes short to Hayden Young.
And Young has to mark, leaning and stretching down just above the bootlaces. With those black boots, he switches play out to the southern wing. Clark marks and plays on. Wants an option. Finds one short. The lead came from Voss. Marking about 35 from goal. He'll start in line with the right hand behind post.
Just seems like Hawthorn have just played it. I felt like looking at it, they've just played a little bit safe, trying to control the ball, trying to take time out of the game. Then they're forced to go long down the line, and Fremantle won the last two long down the line plays and gone batting inside forward 50.
To bring it back to a one-kick game, Patrick Voss, if he strikes it truly, he's barely kept it in for a behind, missing to the right-hand side. A minor score, 8-15. Freo 63. They trail by 10, 11-7, 73. The Hawks 19 gone in the last. Bridget Lacey is downstairs. Bridge.
While all that was happening, Jack Gunston came back up from the rooms and he's back on the ground against Brennan Cox deep.
Long kick outside defensive 50 off the hands of Mason Cox to Newcomb. Handball forward to Nick Watson through traffic. Gets it back to Ginnivan. Under pressure. Nice little kick inboard to the defensive side of the wing to Weddle. Doesn't look great, Gunston ahead of the ball, but he's out there with 6 goals. Hawthorn through Battle. Complete the switch out towards Sicily on the broadcast side. Nice battle between him and Voss today. Sicily goes back inside 50 to the 2025 All-Australian Josh Battle. Short now, outside the defensive area to Ward, just beyond right half back. All the numbers pretty much on this broadcast side of the ground. A lot of space on the outer. Long kick up the wing. A few hands on it. No one took the mark. Mason Cox, he tries to gather. Knocks it back to Warner. Tackled by Connor McDonald. And we'll have a ball up. The Hawks just edging their way further ahead in the territory battle. All up attacking side of the wing. Reeves over the top. Knocks it into space. Newcomb the first one on. Kick will go out of bounds on the full. Under pressure from Sarong. It's been a pretty good battle today between those two. Newcomb 23 touches, Sarong 28. 7 clearances for Newcomb, 8 clearances for Sarong. Free kick to the Dockers. Luke Ryan goes up the wing in front. Meek couldn't mark. Sarong at the fall. The ball went without it. Wagner coming through was clean. Did very well for the Dockers. Got the handball out to Bolton. Low kick up towards left half forward. Jackson knocks it to his advantage. Handball over the top to Patrick Voss. Dockers have got the numbers. Goes inboard to Frederick. Snap on goal. The Purple Haze are roaring. The fans are in a frenzy. Frederick's second goal brings the Dockers back within 4 points. 21 minutes played in the final term. 11-7-73 the Hawks. The Dockers down 9-15-69. 54,000 in the house. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Sharrod Wellingham, Jared Schofield, as it's Wharfie time.
It's Wharfie time. It was another long down the line that they were able to win at the contest, wasn't it, Scoey? Just like you said, their ability to then spread off, that was awesome. And the clean possession, I think it may have been Bolton coming out of that contest.
Yeah. Well, that's I made mention about them going down the line. I was watching Ginnivan off ball. He was signalling, I don't know who kicked it down the line, signalling to tighten that offensive bubble and go down the line. They're just losing too many of those contests.
Head downstairs again in a moment. Meek won the tap, but it's stolen away by Jackson. Immediately kicks towards full forward. Coming out Young, couldn't mark. Here's Tracy. Tries to take on 3. Got a hand pass away. Amos puts Fremantle in front. Jai Amos with his third. You wouldn't believe it. They're up by 2, the Dockers. 10-15-75 to 11-7-73. Amos snaps truly, and Fremantle are in front for the first time since the 10-minute mark of the second term. Goodness me. Where has that come from?
Wow. Are they going too defensive, Scully? Is that what's happened? You said they've kind of gone in their shell a little bit, Hawthorn.
I just feel like they've been stuck in their back half. They haven't been able to get over halfway. There's a bit of slow control ball.
Incredible contest by Battle.
Incredible contest. Hayden Young, Battle.
They can't get any field position through any contests at the moment. They're just sort of stuck. And now momentum's obviously in Fremantle's favour. 23
minutes gone. The Dockers by 2 points. Back in the middle. Sarong overruns it, allows Newcomb to get onto it. Handball back to McKenzie. Takes on Bolton, caught, holding the ball. Umpire says incorrect disposal. Impey kicks it away late, but you can't pay 50 because this crowd is so loud. Common sense from the umpire. It's Bolton's free kick. There's no way he could have heard the whistle. Jarman Impey as Bolton comes out of the broadcast side to Brayshaw. Back inboard to Chapman. There is a buzz in Perth Stadium. Chapman kicks inside, forward 50. Tracy in front, can't mark. Battle knocks it out of bounds.
That's a win for Freo. Time in forward half, stoppage.
Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Just before that last goal was kicked, there was mass confusion on the Fremantle bench. They didn't know how many players were on the field. Luckily, they stopped Frederick from coming on.
Ball spun back in, just inside 50 for the Dockers. Jackson in front. Tied up with Reeves at the back. Sarong gathers. He's tackled to ground. Wrapped up by Nash. They'll ball it up 45 metres out from the Dockers attacking goal. The home side leads by 2 points. Big fist from Reeves out to space. Newcomb the first one onto it. Long kick up the wing. Voss the first one there at the 4 of the ball. Pulled off it by Sicily. Now Chapman goes in, lays a tackle on Moore. Sicily's gone forward. Voss followed him and now they hand over. Carl Warner will follow him back now.
Tracy going behind
back.
The ball and Battle going with him, so still equal numbers.
25 minutes gone in the last.
Rucks, well, only one went to it. Jackson looked to win it down, but it went straight to Eamon of the Hawks. Got it onto McDonald. Spun out of trouble. That was well done. Jackson, great smother on the attempted kick from Newcomb. Spills out to Murphy Reid. They'll try to get them on the counter-attack. Amos tapped it into the path of Frederick Young, all at his own at full forward. It doesn't matter. Frederick kicks his third. And that might be enough. Fremantle, they push their lead out to 8 points. 11-15-81 to 11-7-73. And the Purple Horde, they roar.
Well, the pressure's been building.
Building.
Damn well broken. It's just obviously reward for all their effort in this second half. They're able to capitalise on that ball now, but Jackson smother. Unbelievable.
Newcomb looked like he was going for a Sunday stroll before he kicked it. They kicked a goal through Jack Gunson, his 6th in the 12th minute. Hawthorn. They haven't scored since, and the Dockers have piled on 4 goals in a row. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Scuffle in the Fremantle forward line between Voss and Hardwick. There were players on the ground. They've sorted it out.
Sicily's gone back behind the ball for the Hawks. In the middle, Jackson taps it. No one could take possession. Reeves follows up. Soccers it off the ground. Diving in on top of it. It's Ryan who's gone forward, the youngster. Tackled by Warner. Will have a ball up again. Reeves v Jackson. Reeves to the front. Tapped it into the path of Bolton. Handball to Frederick. Brilliant this last quarter from Michael Frederick. Spins around. Kicks it in the path of Johnson. 60 metres out. Has a target inside 50. Young on the lead. Can't mark. Pushed in the back. Free kick. Arms chop. Push in the back. Take your pick. Hayden Young coming out from full forward will win the free kick. He'll be able to take 30 seconds off the clock. And you'd think a goal here will be too much for the Hawks to overcome. This has been some sort of quarter by the Dockers. They kicked 4 goals in 9 minutes. They trailed by 15 points at three-quarter time. They lead by 8. Hayden Young, on the slightest of angles, comes in, and the Fremantle fans erupt. The Dockers have fought back off the canvas to produce a special last quarter. And Hayden Young once again playing his part. The margin is out to 14 points. 28 minutes gone in the final term. 12-15-87 Fremantle. 11-7-73 the Hawks. 54,000 in the house. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Dockers are going to make it 8 in a row. Jared Schofield and Sharon Wellingham.
Well, this is interesting. Tracy's actually starting as a half-back.
Yeah, he went to Sicily before. When they flipped over between Voss. Went down when Sicily went forward. But now Sicily's gone back.
Ball up. One down in the middle by the Hawks, by Reeves, but then stolen by Jackson. Kicked inside forward 50. Weddle slapped it away. Jackson followed up. Gave it off to Murphy Reid. Murphy Reid misses to the left-hand side. Minor score. 12-16-88. 11-7-73. The Dockers in front. 28 gone in the last.
Long kick out from full-back. Off hands, tunnelled in the contest, Ramsden or Weddle. Weddle will win the free kick. Has to go quickly into the middle of the ground to Newcomb. Takes the mark. The co-captain goes out the outer side. On the bounce, stumbles a little bit, is Moore. Handballs back to Mitch Lewis. Kick inside the forward 50, looking for a mark. Tracy. That's why he's there. Takes the intercept mark for the Dockers. And they can wind down the clock. Fremantle go out the outer side. Mark taking the intercept by Lewis. The Hawks will send it back inside forward 50. Tracy couldn't take the mark. It spills to Watson in the left forward pocket. Brennan Cox tackles in, holding the ball. He's fought hard all night, Brennan Cox. And he finally gets a massive win. What a huge night for Fremantle. The spotlight of Thursday night footy. They lead by 15. Cox will kick it out. And as the seconds tick down, they've been questioned whether they're a genuine contender, the Fremantle Dockers. And tonight, they answer that question emphatically. They've plucked a feather from the Hawks and put it in their cap. The Dockers beat the Hawks by 15 points.
Fremantle trailed by 15 points at three-quarter time. They turned it around to win by 15 points. 12-16-88 to 11-7-73. They kicked 5 goals to 1 in a blistering final term. They led by 2 at quarter time, trailed by 15 at half-time and three-quarter time, before claiming an 8th straight victory in season 2026. The goal kickers, Michael Frederick, finished with 3. And they were all sensational. Jai Amos with 3, 2 to Josh Tracy, singles to Reid, to Voss, to Young and to Dudley. Well, for the Hawks, Jack Gunston kicked 6, 5 in the first half. Nick Watson with 3 and singles to Lewis and Butler. Hawthorn at times would have thought they had this game in their control. Fremantle, as Mitch said, it was spoken about as being a test. They didn't pass it with flying colours. It's still a terrific performance. Tom Barras, what a blow he'll be if he's to spend some time out with that hamstring injury. He's out in the middle just chatting to a number of the Fremantle players. Many would know him from his long time at the West Coast Eagles. Standing alongside the Dockers captain in Alex Pearce right now. That's an enormous blow for the Hawks. He's out for any length of time. 54,140 in the house. The Purple Hordes, the Purple Faithful, they'll be thrilled with the way their team were able to fight back in that final term and send them back, at least for the moment, to the top of the AFL ladder. Fremantle by 15 points. Let's get the thoughts of our experts, premiership players, Jared Schofield and Sharad Wellingham on ABC Sport.
Ended up being a great final quarter. After a little bit of a flat patch there through the middle of the game, really nice opening to the game, nice shootout, a little bit of a flat patch, and then a really exciting end, wasn't it?
Oh, it was definitely an arm wrestle after half-time. You know, in terms of how the game was panning out, you thought Hawthorn had all the momentum. But then we saw the arm wrestle that we talked about at the end of the third quarter that Fremantle had. They had the ascendancy, and then the damn wall broke. I know that it broke late, but they've kicked, 5 goals, 6 in the last.
Did Hawthorn lose it in that last 15 to 18 minutes, or did Freo win it?
Well, I think a bit of a combination. I'm probably sitting on the fence, but I honestly think I felt like Hawthorn just were trying to control the game. They had a 15, 16-point lead. I felt like they were trying to control the game with their ball use. They played a little bit slow. They couldn't get past halfway when they wanted to go those long down the line plays.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden the confidence and the momentum shifts straight away so quickly because Fremantle, they defended so well. They get a couple of good looks on goal. They score easily. Then all of a sudden, centre bounce, 6-0. Centre bounce in that quarter. That's a momentum swing.
They didn't score after the 11 minutes 37 into that quarter. Jack Gunston kicked a goal to make it a 19-point margin. The Hawks did not score from that point on, and the Dockers kicked 5 goals.
And did they only score 2 goals for the second half?
Yeah, 2 goals for the second half.
So I feel like it was all the work that Fremantle did in this period where they changed the way the game looked from going back out after half-time, going back out and making it a real dour fight and dragging them into the trenches and making it a contested footy and not allowing them, like we said, to get the little outside ones. I think that was probably... I wasn't like kind of make a decision on which who, but I feel like looking at it now, that third quarter and half of the first half of the last quarter was probably how Freo won it.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Because they changed the game. They changed where the game was heading. They made it more combative, made the ground tighter. Their pressure factor, would love to have seen the pressure factor number. It would have been high. But they were winning stoppage. There was a few more stoppages. They were starting to get some ascendancy through the contest work. And then you get field position. And they maximise their opportunities late.
Barras, obviously out with a hamstring for the second half. It obviously doesn't help their chances. Gunston was off for about 10 or 15 minutes, but it didn't matter. They didn't go forward at all.
Yeah.
But Tom Barras out is a huge loss when Freo start bombing it inside 50 a few times as well.
Well, even the change of, they started with Cox in the ruck, Jackson forward. Maybe
stretch him.
Yeah, but then you stretch him in height. But then you look at how dynamic Jackson was late in the quarter. So whether that was a strategy to have him fresh at the back end, knowing that they were going to have to come hard, because you saw what he was like at ground level.
Did you see the way he was jumping at those last few CBs as well? He was jumping as aggressively as he had the whole game. They were saving him up, weren't they?
You look at that smother, inspirational. Yeah, his follow-up on a ground ball from centre mounts, it was. We said we were going to be in for a game. Clint, Jared, you guys got the chockies. So
you let me astray.
But it delivered exactly what you would hope for, second versus third. And the Hawks at times looked like they were good for the 4 points.
Handing out flowers, the Dockers.
Mother's Day weekend.
That's lovely.
It's always nice after a win because they still do it after a loss, and it's a little bit sadder.
Yeah.
But they have to go out and do it all. Hawthorn have already left the ground, but others down a couple of days.
Yeah. No, I'm just looking at Brendan talking about walking with flowers. I'm looking at Coxie walking off with the flowers to give to someone in the crowd. And I was thinking about him and his game. Like you talk about before the call of the game, like about the mindset of players. It just goes to show that these guys that play this game are just elite in being able to stay in the game, stay focused, but also the support of their mates up the ground. He was able to get himself back in the game. Gunston was looking at kicking 10 goals easy. It was looking a very dangerous prospect for the Hawthorn forward line against for Cox.
It was a big bounce back from him, wasn't it, for Brendan Cox? Like he was polar opposites in the second half.
Yeah.
Different game style, but he still looked better. Read it better.
Well, he kept coming at the ball. He was in more contests.
That's something we haven't seen as the ladder is just up on the screen. Something else we haven't seen from Fremantle, even when they're up the top of the ladder. A percentage, 131.
You love the vagaries of the percentage system. Fremantle have won by 15 points and have actually lost percentage tonight. They've gone from 133% down to 131.6. How does that work? I know mathematically I've had it explained to me, but it's too hard to go through it. But yes, top of the ladder, the Fremantle Dockers get a feeling, and I know Barras will be a blow, but you'll see these sides again when it matters later in the season.
So call it a 3-week for Tom Barras. They got Melbourne, Adelaide, St Kilda, and then the Dogs.
Gunston maybe as well. Like he spent a lot of time in the rooms. He didn't look great when he came out. So at 34 years of age, that could be easily at least 1 or 2 weeks off to get him right. So they could have lost 2 very key players tonight. Already missing Chol and Dia. If they lose Gunston, a lot will fall on the shoulder of a couple other players down there.
Those players.
See Ginnivan playing a lot more time forward.
Yeah.
It's interesting to talk about Ginnivan. I was watching what they were doing in the game, and he would be starting on a wing, and then they were rolling more through the wing, and they were rolling. Who else were they rolling through there? Not so much Ward. Butler sometimes. McDonald. Yeah, they were using that sort of extra half forward up through the wing, which was interesting to see. Because he didn't have the same effect.
He had 4 touches in the second half, Nick Watson.
Yeah.
So really kind of went out of the game.
Watson.
Yeah.
4 touches in the second, 1 in the last quarter.
Yeah. Ginnivan 14 for the game.
We'll go through all those numbers for you shortly as well, but worth mentioning, Fremantle turned around what was a 22-point deficit at the 15-minute mark of the third term to win by 15 points. Let's head into the rooms. Bridget Lacey.
Yeah, it's a big crowd of people down here tonight, a very happy rooms. I just spotted the Governor, Chris Dawson, actually is in here, so His Excellency among those in here tonight. The players very happy, circling up. I expect this to be a very impressive rendition of the song, as Mason Cox was the last one to come in. Here we go.
We're mighty Freo Dockers. Gonna roll them and we'll rock them. Gonna send them to the bottom. Get up, do it again. Don't stop at nothing. Freo, way to go. Everyone send down below. Freo, we are the Freo Dockers. Freo, way to go. Everyone send down below. Freo, we are the Freo Dockers.
There you go. Didn't disappoint. Hopefully get a player soon.
Good on your Bridge. Bridget Lacey downstairs. Speak to someone from the Fremantle Dockers very shortly and see if we can sneak across to the Hawthorn rooms as well. Full time, Fremantle by 15 points to go back to the top for the moment, at least until Sydney play North on Saturday, the early game. Who knows what might happen there. 12-16-88, the Dockers to Hawthorn's 11-7-73. Bit to talk about. The Arc made a call, got it right. Did it the right way too. Get your thoughts on that. 0437 774 774. I'm pleased in one respect that it wasn't a 6-point or less win to Hawthorn, because then we would have spent the week talking about the incorrect introduction of the debutant in Bodie Ryan, how he came on through, to the side of the interchange gates. It was allowed to play on. The Hawks went on after that. He was involved in the play and kicked a goal. It should have been a free kick the other way to the Dockers. So I'm glad that we don't have to talk about that for the rest of the week.
So he still came in the little white dash.
I'm not even sure he did that.
No, what's that there for?
I think he might have just made it with part of his body in the white dash. That's one for Razor on Monday night when you're on extra time.
So the yellow one's just a guide, and then you've still got the white one that you have to actually use.
Sometimes footballers aren't that smart, and
So does it
they
make-
need to give it an allowance. They go, if you go, it's like when you tell your friend, the thing's at 7:30 when it's really at 8 o'clock. That's the old, it's at dinner's at 7 and it's at 7:30. So
Is that like when you tell people we've got a pre-record at 2:30 and he turns up and says, "I thought you said 2:45"?
Yeah, we always lie to you, Sharon, and say interviews at 2 when it's really at 2:30. That's the line. They go, you got to go through the yellow when it's through the white. So that might be.
It's like cricket's old popping crease. Like,
I'm still not entirely convinced that he actually entered through the white bit, let alone the yellow bit.
Barely.
But
does it make
player.
that much of a difference?
Yes,
because
you have a huge.
He
area.
hasn't done it at the other end,
but he got the ball.
But you
can't just break the rules. It was a young fella in his first game who was trying to get on. The ball came and he just went, "I'm just going to go, and if I get away with it, I get away with it." And he got away with it. Well done to him, I guess.
Yeah, good. Don't need to make it. I don't know. I just.
I'm going to sit here and go. The interchange steward has one job and completely got that wrong. And you could tell from where he'd originally entered.
It led to the goal. So
it did lead to a goal. So I'm glad that won't be the contrary. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that those people downstairs have to get that right. There's a bit to go through. And again, if you want to get involved, send us a text, 0437 774 774. Before we head back downstairs and hear from the Dockers, don't sit on the fence, you two. Was this a case of Hawthorn tried to hang on, or one of the best quarters that Fremantle have played? And I mean that knowing that Tom Barras, who is a key for them, wasn't out there for a big chunk of it. And also Jack Gunston, not that he would have had too many opportunities with where the ball was, but he wasn't out there for a big chunk of it as well. And I wouldn't mind if I can just steal the stats computer for a second. Lloyd Meek in that last quarter only played 14 minutes. And I think, with the greatest respect, he's a substantially better and more powerful ruck than Reeves is. And I thought that gave Fremantle an ascendancy when it came to the ruck contests. Which way do you go when you throw all these things into the melting pot? What was the key issue in that final turn? Because that's an incredible turnaround.
Yeah, well, I don't want to sit on the fence here.
Sit on.
I'm not going to sit on the fence. If I'm going back to what we spoke about before about the third quarter,
it was the third
that period, you're going to have to hand it to Fremantle. Because you got to look at it and go, they didn't allow Hawthorn to play how they were playing in the first half. And to their credit, they got their reward in the back end of the last quarter. Obviously, end up kicking 5 goals, 6 in the last quarter. So you've got to hand it to Fremantle that their work that they did prior to that didn't allow Hawthorn to play. And then it's funny how the game works. As good as Hawthorn are, they sort of went into their shells a little bit and probably lost that momentum with the ball. But take nothing away from Fremantle. They didn't allow them to play that way.
Sharon?
Yeah, well, I definitely think that the change in the game occurred when they brought it into the trenches in that third quarter.
Yep.
That's what changed it, not so much that last 5-minute burst.
Let's head back downstairs. Bridget Lacey, Bridge.
Yes, lucky enough to have Mason Cox standing alongside me after that win. Mason, you haven't played very long for this footy club, but that is as loud as I've ever heard them at a football game. How was it to be out there?
Yeah, it was good. You could feel a bit of the energy kind of turning, I think, in that fourth quarter. A few goals, massive goals by the boys, and I think just the pressure got turned up. And, there's a few in the third quarter and there's a few handballs and stuff that really probably would have put us out the back, but I feel like that fourth quarter really turned it on. You could just feel the energy rise, and it was a great feel. It was crazy. The place was pumping.
I mean, you played for Collingwood, so you've played in some good atmospheres, but how was tonight rating for you?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, obviously a different atmosphere of Optus, and Optus, the way they do the lights and everything else, I feel like it's like a bit more of an entertaining place, and just kind of, it's a different experience, very similar in the sense of like the loudness and the noise and everything else, but it's a totally unique experience within itself also.
Now, I was watching you throughout the night. It did look like you had an issue of some sort, maybe left hamstring possibly, but can you tell us a little bit about what was going on there? Or?
Yeah, I fell down on someone, I think, and got a corky or hamstring. I don't know. We'll find out over the week, but I'm 35, so I think these 6-day breaks would probably hit me a little bit harder than most people, but I think we've got probably 7 or 8 days, I think, at least until the next game, which would be nice for an old man like me to rest up and ice up.
And watching you, it looked like you really lifted as well. You felt like, there's a game to be won here, and you were throwing yourself about a bit. You took some great grabs in that second half as well. You must be proud.
Yeah, it's good. We're building at this club, and it's an exciting time to be here. The amount of talent that's here. I'm looking just next to me, JT. Man, he's an absolute gun. Just doesn't drop anything, and his ability to just even bring contests today. He had Hawthorn's got a great back line, and be able to kind of do that, it's a testament to himself. And yeah, it's an exciting time. There's a lot of talent here, and we're taking it game by game, as the PR way of saying it. But we're excited for the future.
The guys upstairs, I know, will be dying to ask you some questions. Clint Wilden, Mitch Turner, Sharad Wellingham and Jared Schofield.
Wellingham?
Coxie.
Wellingham!
How are you, mate?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm going good. Mate, talk us through the messaging at halftime and what JL delivered, because we definitely saw a different version of the game, and I suppose a method from you guys to really drag it in the trenches and go far more contested.
Yeah, I think they were kind of sieving us through the middle at times, and we just had to be able to get contest to contest as mids better. And there was times where we were just too skinny on the ground, and they were just breaking out through the middle and getting handball chains through there and being able to access. Jack is Jack Dunstan, holy crap, man. That man just does not miss. But he's a freak, man, and all credit to him. But they would just be able to kind of get through us too easily. So, we kind of tightened that up, and something JL kind of focused on. And then, our back line's been incredible all year, and today was definitely a tough kind of opportunity for them, but they were able to hold up.
Did you like the opportunity in the last quarter too? You mentioned Luka Jackson's last quarter, but did you like the opportunity to go to the middle to start the quarter, have him up forward, and then you'd still be? I thought you had a huge impact in that last quarter around the ground as well. Did you like the opportunity to get first crack?
Yeah, I love that stuff. It's Jacko's it's crazy. He can play pretty much anywhere on the ground. And you saw just his ability, I think, in the last 4 or 5 minutes, he had a smother and then followed up about 3 center bounce contests. And, he really is a unicorn. I know people kind of say that flippantly with him, but he's unlike any other player I've seen. And, I think for myself, just to be able to back him up and try to be able to bring out his strengths in him is, it's an incredible opportunity for me that I don't take lightly.
Mason, Jared Schofield here. Well done on the win. I do coach Subiaco, and I was very happy that you weren't playing for Peel, mate. You're in the Freo colours, mate, so well done. Yeah, look, it's interesting. Jared just mentioned about the opportunity to take up the ruck at the start of the fourth quarter. Was that a strategy, or was it just how it worked out?
I just looked at the whiteboard, my name was in there, so that was about the only conversation we had. I love the center bounce stuff, and I think for the first half, myself and Luke will probably both admit we didn't get our hands on it as much as we wanted to. So, we've got Sam Naismith, who's a coach of ours that kind of looks through film and stuff, and we're able to in game be able to kind of change up how we're doing things to try to maximize the opportunity for our mids inside. So I think the last kind of quarter we were able to kind of get on top there, and they just kind of led to opportunities in the forward line.
Obviously, we talked about the game change became a bit more contest-like. Did you feel the pressure shifting? Like, obviously, there was pressure on you guys up until half-time. Did you feel it out there as a player and as a team that what you were trying to implement was turning, and that Hawthorn maybe went away from their style of play that they obviously were able to execute in the first half?
Yeah, I think you just feel it in the energy of the place. Like, we love pressure, and we love coming forward and being able to lay tackles. And they were able to slip quite a few today. And they're a good team, they're a good opposition. And I think for us, whenever you kind of feel like maybe we've gotten stepped a few times, whoever it may be, and then we start landing tackles, it just brings the energy for us, and we're able to kind of feel that energy kind of grow, and then it kind of I think eventually leads to numbers on the scoreboard.
Fremantle Docker Mason Cox with us here on ABC Sport after the Dockers' 15-point win over the Hawks. Mason, obviously you're a premiership player already at Collingwood, much like Sharad up here in the box. I know it's hard to compare groups, but you've been a part of a side that has gone all the way to win a premiership. That is the aim for these Dockers. Do you see the similarities between the vibe, the feel that you've got within this group right now to what you had at Collingwood at the time?
I won't talk too much about the old club, but I think for us, we're looking at game by game. I know it's such a PR thing to say, but realistically, I couldn't tell you who we play in 2 weeks' time anyway. So for us, our focus is pretty much one step ahead of us and trying to make sure that we get the next win on the board. And yeah, it's an exciting time. Like the talent that's here, it's it's pretty incredible. And it's for myself going from a different club and experiencing different things and be able to bring, I guess, kind of experience in a sense of something different. It's been fun just to be able to be a part of and have my brain picked in a way and trying to make this club better.
Are you enjoying the frequent flyer points though, Mason? Now that you'll be on the road a lot more, like are you enjoying those popping into the account?
Yeah, the boys are pretty pissed because I actually took a business class seat and then went and sat in the back and fell asleep across 3. So I'll take the points and I'll piss off to the back of the plane. So hopefully I'll keep doing that. Maybe we'll pay for a flight back home to see the family.
Coxie, we have seen you guys win a lot more close games this year and close out those really close ones, same as they did last year before you got there. But how much have they got into your brain and used the experience that you do have? Has it been something you've really noticed? You've had a lot of guys asking you questions.
Yeah, I think more than anything, like a young group, you had some pretty amazing players come through here and, amazing leaders. And, it's being able to kind of give confidence to the guys who are in the leadership group now to be able to make decisions on field and be able to really do it in game that we're kind of seeing now. So you kind of see these guys, you look at Caleb, obviously, so was kind of the head of the person, of the people out there that kind of do this. You got, Bray and JT, and then you got Coxie and Rhino and stuff in the back line. So you see these guys who, maybe were a bit shy to be able to, I guess, make those decisions and stuff because there was other people that were more veteran ahead of them. But now it's this opportunity where they're really taking it by the horns and being able to kind of make game decisions in play to be able to kind of affect the outcome. So I think for me, it's just giving the confidence to the guys to say, like, hey, this is your team. Like, let's go. Let's continue to be able to. Sorry, I'm getting pulled away. I'm not even sure what's going on. Just giving them the confidence to be able to lead in their own way. Like, everyone's going to do it differently, and I think whatever you bring to the table that's different is just a sign of the diversity we have in this group.
If you've been pulled away, we better let you go. Thanks for the chat, Mason. Well done. All the best.
No worries. Thanks, legends. I appreciate it.
Good on you. Mason Cox downstairs. Always enjoyed talking to him.
He's a great man. I've bumped into him a couple of times since he's been over, and he seems to be loving it over here.
Well, how could you not love Perth?
He's loving it.
Pies. When I did the little kind of reset to make sure anyone who joined us knew who it was, I was going to just go, well, if you don't know who it is, then I'm not sure you're a follower of footy, because there's only really one guy in the competition that sounds like that, and that's Mason Cox. So yeah, a bit of Aussie slang in there as well.
There was.
Learning the lingo a little bit.
He's been here a long time now.
Seats. He's been here, he debuted in what fixture?
Yeah. The one that all the good players debut in.
Anzac Day.
Correct. Only good players debut for Collingwood on Anzac Day.
It is quite remarkable, but if you think about his career.
Oh, yeah.
Like to take up this game. But you see the Irishmen come over and what they can do because they kick the Gaelic ball. Yeah, but he's come from American sports,
Basketball.
Soccer.
But I'm saying, but you're growing up in those sporting, obviously, baseball, basketball.
Mm-hmm. Most fun.
So.
And there's been a few over the years that have come across. There was Eric Wallace that was at North Melbourne, probably before Mason Cox. Didn't quite work.
From the US.
Yep. There's been a lot more that have kind of tried to come over and make it work with all the programs and
how tall is he?
211 centimetres tall.
So he's not a small fella.
Yeah.
Coordination for the big fellas.
Deserves the full row. Like, he's huge. Yeah. One row is not enough, even in business class, for Mason Cox.
And still had one of the all-time great quarters in finals football against Richmond, where he kicked those, took those four marks and then kicked those 4 goals in that first quarter to send Collingwood through to the 2018 grand final. It was just a staggering night.
On Alex Rance.
On Alex Rance.
Who was the best defender in the game at the time. Who's been in the news this week, a few podcast comments with his old
I feel bad for
teammates. That was very interesting comments from Alex Rance this week. Really unusual.
I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but we've always known that Alex is a bit different.
Yeah, he sees the world differently.
Proud West Aussie.
No, I'm not trying to be nasty, but
we love it.
He sees things a bit differently, and that you can go right back to. I remember him walking out after winning a Colts premiership with Swan Districts and bumped into him walking out of Subiaco Oval, and I was like, "Oh, congratulations!" He's like, "Oh yeah,
good side.
It's good. It was a very good
Swan District's Colt side. There was someone I did say that said he should have stayed a bit longer at Richmond because they make a lot of people happy these days.
A couple of texts. Let's go through them. The Dockers could have been 21 points behind, says Dean, because Hawthorn only scored 1 goal after being in front by 15 at three-quarter time. So I'm not sure what point Dean's making, but I'll make the point again that it was a 22-point lead of Hawthorn at the 15-minute mark of the third term. That's where Fremantle came back from. So I'm not sure what you were listening to, Dean, but I'm happy to update you on that.
They got out to 19 with that first goal in the fourth, so they extended it back out once it came in.
Do you know what I was nervous about? It was the amount of time getting spent in the Freo forward 50 and them not capitalising and missing set shots.
What's on the shoes on the other foot this week?
Yeah.
Hawthorn last week couldn't get the efficiency going inside forward 50, and Collingwood, with only 34 inside 50s last week, drew the game, which was the third lowest ever for a side that hasn't lost, that has drawn or won.
And it was in particular those opportunities that they did have and weren't able to convert at the start of the fourth. So having a look, Tracy with the behind, Reid with a behind, and then Tracy again with another behind, and probably two of those probably should have been goals if we're being honest about it. If you want to text us, 0437 7774 774. We are going to talk about Hawthorn very shortly, but we'll continue just to recap on the Dockers. Did Alex Pearce injure himself in that last play? Because he looked very ginger walking off the ground and heading down into the rooms. We'll see what we can find out for you, but not that we're aware of. He's sore, Alex Pearce.
He always is.
I did notice him limping right at the end, just before the siren went. He was walking off. He was hobbling, so obviously something happened. But as you said, he's had his history before. But yeah, I didn't see any incident, but I did notice him hobbling, and I saw him talking to JL right at the end too, as he walked off.
Next week at the G might be one you could maybe give him a rest.
Must stay at home, JL. Let Coxie have the business seat.
The Dragon Tiger, who's always good enough to send us a text. Hawthorn just tried to hang on in their first half. Their attack was their strength. And Fran in Melbourne, who again always is good enough to text us on 0437 774 774. Enjoyed the call, thank you. Again showing us don't dump a coach too soon. What makes Fremantle come up after so many questionable seasons?
Development.
I think that they've just been on a slow build for a period of time. And last year, I thought they should have been disappointed by the way they bowed out that last. You finished in sixth spot. You could have finished higher most years. 16 wins would have finished you higher up the ladder than sixth. You lose to the Gold Coast. You got yourself in front with 3 minutes to play. You probably should have hung on. They'd have been disappointed about that. The year before that, they basically lost their entire spine with 6 weeks to go. You lose all your keys. And I think that's why pretty much everyone in the media was prepared to give them a bit of a mulligan, because if you lose everybody along that line, your key, your fullback, your centre-half back, one of your rucks, everybody. It's, really tough, your forwards. So I think they got a mulligan there. But I think it's just a case of we're now seeing, despite their youth, a core of their players have spent a long time together, and they've started to develop into a really good group of players.
Yeah, I totally agree. It doesn't just happen overnight. And we heard before from the president that it takes the right people, alignment within the football club, from the top right down to the bottom. You've got to be on the same play. You've got to have the same page. You've got to have the same vision of what you're chasing, and not be distracted by the outside noise. Because the pressure builds because you're not getting the results. And sometimes it takes a little bit longer for teams to realise what it takes. Think about Brisbane. Look where Brisbane are now. They went through that. It take them probably 5 years to get to where they are. And now they're there and they know what it looks like. Fremantle, you can just sort of, now I've seen a couple of the games live, you can just sort of now see that real maturity and they said headstrong, mental toughness, as we talk about in the football game. And those critical moments, they're standing up. They're not getting overawed by them. They've had some really big wins that would only build more confidence within the playing group. But you look at the guys like Sarong, like when he came in as a youngster, when this all started, look at him now leading the others like Rasmus Johnson. Johnson was quieter tonight, but these guys are now following suit. So like, Tracy, what's he, 23, 24?
Josh Tracy is 23.
I think I said
89th game today.
I said the way he attacks the ball, as a young man, incredible. It just leads all others around him, and he's 24 years of age.
So I think they nailed a couple of drafts, absolutely nailed, when they were able to get Brayshaw in. Pick twos, always. You've got to get that right. They got Chapman at 14, who I think's been a good pick. They got Sarong at 8 and Hayden Young at 7. So
they had all those
top
picks
over a course of years.
Oh, okay.
Like, remember, they were no good for a long time. And over those years, so in 2019 they got Young and Sarong.
Mm-hmm.
In 2017 they got Brayshaw. They were able to pick up the likes of Murphy Reid, who will, in the years to come, be seen as a greater and greater steal at 17. Like, that was an incredible pick. They've been able to trade very well to get Jordan Clark for what they did. And remember that West Coast didn't really have any interest in him, so they were able to get Clark for a really good deal. They were prepared to trade heavily and give away some serious picks to get Shea Bolton, but they thought he would add genuine class, which he has done.
Yep.
And they've also been able to spot the diamonds in the rough. Patrick Voss, pick taken as a rookie in 2021. Josh Tracy taken as a rookie in 2020. They've been able to get Isaiah Dudley, who's a supplementary selection. Corey Wagner, who'd been at 2 clubs and hadn't had any success. So they've gone through and been able to add for where they need. And Mason Cox, who they got for peanuts when Collingwood let him go.
Warner's a rookie.
McVee, they didn't have to pay hardly anything to get him out of Melbourne, and he's added to them as well. So, look, I just think it's been a slow build, but we all, if you're a footy fan, you have to look at David Walls and say, well done, because you've nailed your early picks. And I still think Matthew Johnson, who you say hasn't had a great game tonight, but is developing into the player that you think he would be at pick 21.
They haven't really missed.
They haven't really
a
missed.
top 20, 25 pick in the last, 6 years?
Which is something that, if you go back in Freo's history, they did.
Oh, they missed them all the time. They also had, they traded away Lachie Neale.
Yep.
So Lachie Neale left the club. They got picks in there. Lachie Walla left. So they got a few picks in the other end, and they just didn't waste them. Like, that can be a terrible trade or move if you let a player like that go and then you stuff the pick. And on the other end, they gave away a few guys for probably less than what they were really worth because they needed to move on. Jesse Hogan they gave away for peanuts in the end, and he went and won a Coleman medal. But it was the right thing for both parties. No matter how good they knew he was, they said, got to split, new start for both, and they took those risks, and those paid off as well.
Well, they got Hogan in knowing the issues that were associated with him and thought that the environment that they had could have smoothed it over. But once it didn't work, they had the I suppose, gumption to make that decision and cut the ties.
They've lost a lot of players, like Henry, Liam Henry, Griffin Logue, Blake Acres,
Brad Hill,
Lachie Neale, Brad Hill, Weller. Like, they've lost in the last 6 years. They've been pretty happy. Adam Chera to let a lot of guys go. Hogan, and they've got it right. Lloyd Meek, which is a win-win trade probably for everyone. Letting Lloyd go, he's playing great footy at Hawthorn, but
he'd be happy.
They've taken a lot of risks letting people leave as well to have the right mix. It's a great list build.
Like Murphy Reid, what did you say?
17.
17. Who was West Coast? Who did they take?
Allen.
I think there was a period where there might have been, let's get the WA boys West Coast, and whereas Freo were heading down the path, let's just get the best talent.
Back the culture.
And look at Murphy Reid, like, the kid's a star, so they have been able to sort of select really efficiently and haven't worried about the go-home factor or anything like that. It's more what's going to complement the list as they go forward, because they've got Sarong as an insider. Brayshaw was on the up. But as you mentioned, guys like Tracy and Voss, I just think about guys that have missed out.
Tracy?
It was the COVID year.
But
they didn't play any footy, really, the 18-year-olds.
This is all
but
true.
even though he should walk past you and you go, I want that guy.
Well, the thing is, I look at it and go, if you go through, look at guys that have found it hard to get there or had to work hard to get there. Sometimes they're the ones that are really desperate to make the most of it. Like Voss comes from Essendon. Was he at Essendon?
Didn't get a game.
Couldn't get a game. Comes here and it's like...
Everyone
like
puts that forward, Mitch, that it was the COVID year and everyone overlooked Tracy. That's true. But Fremantle didn't.
No, they got it right.
They got it right.
Mind you, they took him as a rookie pick.
Because they knew that nobody else was going up.
The COVID's a tough one. That's where Essendon went wrong. That was the Nick Cox, Archie Roberts, who they've all had their own problems. So it was a really tough year to
missed the
get
draft for 10 years.
It was really hard to get it right for a couple of clubs because you had to guess on what they did 18 months before. And how many guys have bolted in their 18-year-old year and come out of nowhere and you go, wow, he's a terrific player. Heaps.
Dean says Freo got Shea Bolton for 3 first-round picks and a first in exchange, which they got Murphy Reid with. Great deal. It certainly was. Great deal. And again, because they went, look at our list, we need the cliche, we need the icing on the top here, and Bolton absolutely adds that. In a good team, he's the difference between a good team and a great team. And
there's no point stacking picks either.
No.
Like at some point...
They got 2 bits of cream with him and Reid.
At some point, you've got to cash in.
Yeah.
You can't keep going, we'll have the first round. You go, you know what, stuff it, we've got the talent, let's go.
Well, do you think it's Freo's not ability, but willingness to actually make trades as well with other clubs that, you know...
Compared to their
definitely. I can't talk to the intricacies of West Coast relationships and that because I was there, and don't know anything about Freo. But yeah, if you've got good dealings and good relationships through the industry in terms of who you're working with and prepared to deal, prepared to not be, I suppose, stubborn in terms of doing the transfers of who you want to give up to get your picks or players.
Hawthorn,
definitely.
Who played tonight, who, let's be honest, were, maybe the better side for a fair period of the game and could have won the game. Their list build's pretty good as well, and they've done some good trading and got some good players. They took Massimo D'Ambrosio from Essendon, who they picked up in the mid-season draft, wouldn't give him a game, and he's turned into a really solid wingman for
really good
and
wing.
Players like that, they went and they spent the picks, the money, everything to get Battle, to get Barris. They smashed it and got Watson at 5. Like, they went and got Ginnivan from Collingwood when Collingwood said, we don't want him anymore. They've done pretty well as well.
By the way, Rod from Hobart makes a really good point that we'd forgotten. Lockie Schultz to Collingwood. It's another one they made as well.
Yep.
And what we're seeing now, like 2-team town, right now, Fremantle are the destination club. If you're a WA boy or someone wants to go to a club or wants to get out of Melbourne, out of Sydney and want to go to a club, that 2-team town, out of the big fish in terms of obviously in Melbourne, you're looking at Fremantle at the moment.
There's a few though, and now the Freo are in the other position where they're going to go, you know what, we don't need you. Because you've got Lockie Neal, potentially, you've got Patrick Cripps, and you've got Nathan Broad.
Let's hear from the Hawthorn side of things. Their coach, Sam Mitchell, down in the media conference. Sam.
Well, Sam, it was a bloody good game of footy to watch, but not the end you wanted. Frustrating finish. Can you talk us through your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, we got what we wanted for the majority of the game, and then late, I thought they obviously we played into their hands with a bit of the way we played, and some of their good players, stood up. I think Jackson had 8 score involvements in the last quarter. I think Reid had 6 touches, 6 score involvements. So when you let their best players get on top, we couldn't win. I think it was 0-6 centre bounce, so we just couldn't get any field position, any composure on the ball, and they played well. They deserved to win.
You tried a few things sort of late to sort of turn it around once they got in front, but it was hectic out there. It was like an avalanche almost from Fremantle.
Yeah, I mean, I think at one stage it was inside 50s with 2-20 for the last quarter. So we couldn't find any way to get any field position and just get the ball into our front half. So, we got taught a bit of a lesson late. So we've talked a lot this year about being ready to play and win against the best sides. And we proved tonight that we're not quite there. So,
how do you analyse that game? Obviously, you'll go away, but you did, as you said, you did so much right for probably 3.5 quarters. There's that one little piece. How do you analyse a game like that? You can't just throw away all the good stuff.
I'm pretty quick to throw it away at the moment, to be fair. We know the way that we want to play, and we got that at different stages tonight. We looked quite potent going inside 50. We've had a bit of trouble with that last week, not being able to score. Probably the game flipped on its head a bit this week. They had a lot of territory, but we were able to score with our entries. But as the game progressed, the territory became overwhelming, and we couldn't get it into our front half to give us opportunities. And then when we did, they outnumbered really well. So I thought they were a bit too good for us tonight.
Last week you had all the play and walk over 2 points. This week you're up with what felt like a match-winning lead late, and then you can't hold on at the end. Are you going to reflect on this as you're flying home, thinking missed opportunities over the past 2 games and what might have been?
Yeah, of course. I think the week before that we won by 3 points as well. So, we've been involved in a lot of close games so far this year, and we weren't good enough tonight. So, we'll work on a little bit of our method around what we need to do late in games, but also the mentality of the moment. We went away from a few things that we were meant to be doing across that last 15 minutes of the game, and we already half reviewed it, to be honest, about these are things that are going to cost us big games, and we shot ourselves in the foot with the way we set the game up tonight late in the game. So we'll assess that pretty honestly. We'll have a couple of days off now, and we'll get Melbourne next week.
Barris, how big a blow was that for you in terms of the ability to set up back on?
Yeah, it looks like he's done a hammy, so losing your fullback is never ideal. It meant we had to push Weds into the back line, which compromised our forward structure a bit. You know, we got Ginnivan and McDonald and these guys playing on the wing a lot, so it compromises a lot, but there's no excuses. We should have been better than we were tonight.
Jack Gunston was obviously enormous in the first half. Can you talk through, I guess, how you tried to set the game up for him and capitalise on that hot hand?
We should probably set the game up with him pretty deep most of the time, and when he gets isolation, he's a pretty difficult matchup, and we moved the ball pretty well between the arcs to give him a look, and he finished his work tonight, which was nice. So I thought he was pretty important in the game early. We didn't have a lot of entries, so when we had them, we needed to be potent, and it was fortunate he was out there tonight.
Sam Mitchell speaking to the media downstairs after his Hawks lost by 15 points to the Dockers here in Perth. Jack Gunston kicking 6 goals, but did look a little worse for wear late on. Nick Watson with 3, Butler and Lewis with 1 apiece. The big injury concern for them, Tom Barris with a hamstring problem. We need the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year and the Christian Medal. Gents, you're staring at each other. Who's responsible?
Mate, can I ask for a time extension?
No, because we've only got 3 minutes before we're...
Can I have 1 minute extension?
1 minute extension. All right, as you do your 1 minute extension, because I think you've both forgotten, Hawthorn next week take on Melbourne on Saturday. That's at the MCG. The Dockers are at the MCG as well. As you heard from Mitch earlier, they take on the Bombers on Sunday. Anything else we needed to pick out from all the stats? Mitch, Caleb Sarong?
I'll finalise up. Carl Amon had 31, so he led everyone on the ground. Newcomb, 26 touches, 14 contested possession, 8 clearances. Was terrific. Josh Battle, 24 touches. James Sicily had 22 with 10 marks. Battle had 12 marks for the Dockers. 28 touches for Caleb Sarong, 8 clearances, 11 contested possessions, 8 inside 50s. Brayshaw, 24. Bolton and Jackson, 22. How's this for Luke Jackson? 22 touches, 10 tackles, 4 marks, 22 hit-outs, and a very good game. 18 contested possessions as well. Of course, Jack Gunston, 6 goals, 2 was incredible.
I'm not sure you can have a match-winning smother unless you're Alex Pearce on the wing, but he probably had almost one of those as well, Jackson. It was a match-turning smother would be a better way to put it.
Big moment.
Okay.
Right, we ready? Here we go.
1 vote, Gunston.
Righto.
2 votes, Jackson.
Ooh, okay.
3 votes, Sarong.
Okay. No big build-up for that, but let's go through them. Gunston with the 1 vote, 2 to Luke Jackson, and 3 votes to Caleb Sarong, which means I need a 1 vote for the Christian Medal, please.
Big JT.
Josh Tracy gets the 1 vote for the Christian Medal for the best Eagle or Docker throughout the season. Tomorrow, I despise 2 games on a Friday, but anyway. Brisbane versus Carlton and Port versus the Western Bulldogs. Can the AFL please stop this nonsense and just have 1 game that brings us all together and we can all talk about for the rest of the weekend? When you put out the next lot of fixtures. Then, of course, on Saturday, don't forget Saturday AFL with Corbin Middlemass, Sports Talk here in the West, and SA Grandstand with Aaron Bryans. And then 4 games, North Sydney, GWS Essendon, Gold Coast versus the Saints, and Geelong and Collingwood. And we wrap things up on Sunday, Melbourne against the West Coast Eagles and Richmond versus Adelaide. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. It's been good fun. We've been here forever. We should set up camp.
Yes, it's been a great afternoon.
Ready for bed.
Ready for bed as well. Jared Schofield and Sharon Willingham, thanks to you. Thanks to Tristan. Good work pushing the buttons. To Jules back in the studio. Outstanding work from her as always. Downstairs, Bridget Lacey does a great job. To Rachel, we actually had someone from social media on here. Must be a big game. To Mitch Turner, as always, thank you very much. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Dockers do it by 15 points. They've won 8 straight, Fremantle. They are the real